Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What if Deku becomes Sword Monk? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. The world has changed, much more than it seems. Several years ago, out of nowhere, a baby began to shine, yes, to shine, like a lamp or a lantern. This phenomenon became the common thing, the thing of all life, the new normal, or as everyone calls it, the new stage of human evolution. The quirks/koses/peculiarities, yes, there is no shortage of names, on the contrary, they have plenty. With the appearance of these quirks, villains were born, people who attack, steal and do whatever they want, and, along with them, came heroes, defenders of society. Everyone wants to be heroes, and I wanted to too, but no longer, I simply can't, because I am quirkless, a person who is born without particularity, so, my life is screwed in this society, I am useless according to them, and the school, my family, my colleagues, my acquaintances, my strangers and my heroes remind me of it every day. I hear a scream, turning to see an ash blonde with red eyes. She is a friend from my childhood, Katsuki Bakugo, but she is not alone, but a tall and muscular boy with ash hair and messy hair along with red eyes, his twin brother, Katsuki Bakugo. Hello Kaken, I express myself without further ado, but Katsuki generates an explosion on my desk when his palm touches the table, that is Katsuki's quirk, explosion, which makes him secrete sweat with a composition similar to nitroglycerin, for example, which can generate powerful explosions. Deku, and give us your notes. Katsumi threatens, who secretes a liquid similar to red tar from her hands. Katsumi's quirk is similar, she, instead of secreting sweat, is capable of storing explosive BLD with a composition equal to nitroglycerin, but, unlike his brother, he can secrete this from his entire body, but he cannot generate explosions continuously, although he compensates for this with greater impact power. I look to the side, seeing how all the students ignore the situation, no one helps me, no one does anything, they all see me as a Deku. I look back, noticing a green-haired girl with emerald eyes identical to me. It's my sister, Izumi Midoriya, who mocks in a low voice along with her friends. Not even she appreciates me. How sad it would be if I cared. Sure, Kaken, Katie-chan, he smiled calmly, but they get angry and Katsumi throws a punch that generates an explosion. Don't call me that again, dumb d. She shouts furiously, which almost makes me laugh, but I hold back, I don't want to die. I slowly lower my hand, touching something, a book with my notes, but I feel someone kick me in the side, making me fall and forcing me to drop my notes and all my things to fall to the floor. Katsuki is impatient, I hate that. From the kick, my things fall, but among them there is something quite remarkable, a altar knife sheath with crimson edges, and inside it a handle with crimson thread stands out. Katsumi picks it up and squeezes it, looking at me confused. What is this, Deku? She asks in a curious tone, while all the students in the room show interest. My knife, I use it for some things I don't give details, I already want to leave. What could you do with a silly knife? Baron Bakugo mocks. I breathe in an attempt to calm down, but I can't. Today I'm more upset and I can't maintain this composure for long. Kill. I whisper low. That? Both did not understand. Killing time, slashing sheets of paper, the typical thing, He laughed nervously, I almost screwed up big time, I must meditate more, I can't lose my temper with simple teenagers. How useless. She was about to throw the knife out the window, but she quickly took it out of her hands. I arrived. The teacher arrives just before someone says something, which makes me laugh. No one got my notes, so they look like they want to kill me. Yes, my life is like that, sad, but I like it. For everyone, I am a weak, sad, pathetic and miserable student. For my parents I am a disappointment. For my sister I am a mockery. For my teachers I am stupid, although I am intelligent, much more than most of the brainless ones I have. Of colleagues. But, for me teachers, for my ancestors, for my true father, I am a possibility, I am someone, I will be something good, something better for this rotten world. You can go now, time flies, it's time to leave, so I packed my things, but when I was leaving I bump into someone, it's Katsuki, again, who is accompanied by 2 other guys that I don't even know. At the same time, at least Katsumi isn't there, that would be the last straw. Hello again, Kaken, I greet calmly. Oh, what happened to the Deku who cries for everything? I haven't seen him in a year, one of the boys mocks, which doesn't make me flinch. I started to change a long time ago, but I revealed my calm and serene attitude a year ago, before I was a nervous coward. Change for the better, if I want to help the innocent, I cannot be afraid, I speak calmly, but I receive a slap that instantly transforms into a powerful explosion, which slightly burns my CC. Understand, Deku, you are of no use, not even to get in the way. He yells at me, it's seriously annoying, it's boggling my ears, and it's already annoying and I don't want to see you getting in the way of any FE hero school. That last one catches my attention quite a bit. Katsumi, Katsuki, Izumi, and in general, all my classmates want to be heroes, but I don't understand something. What attitude of theirs is heroic? I only see them as cowards who hit those who are weaker than them, or well, who appear to be. A last sigh leaves my lips, so I nod a little. It's not my intention, Kaken, I'm just following my dream. I speak calmly and peacefully, it's not time to start a conflict, although I could end up with the 3 of them if I'm focused enough. My teacher didn't educate me for years at all. Dream? You are a useless quirkless, a useless Deku, what could you do? Cry because they save you. A laugh escapes from the 3 of them. It seems funny to me in part, since the quirks arrived, all the MSDR warriors forgot, or well, they forgot them, but not me. I simply nod again, which causes Bakugo to look at me strangely. I have changed. Before I would cry, complain and yell at him, but I have learned to control my emotions, so staying composed has become my specialty. Because of my attitude, they let me go, so I started walking. I leave the academy with my hands in my pockets and my backpack on my back, but I'm not going to my fake home with that fake family, but rather I'm going to my real home, which is in a forest very far from the city. Yes, a forest, a place without cars, without anything that scares me, without anything that bothers me. No villains or heroes, just nature, appealing nature. Hours pass and it's almost night, so I manage to arrive in a while. There is a rather small temple, the size of a 1-story house, made of mud and earth, with several swords stuck in the ceiling and an entrance adorned with bones adorning a path that ends in a small opening covered by a red curtain. Yes, this is my temple, small, but made based on honest work. I'm home after taking off my shoes, feeling the wet earth on my soles, it's very comfortable. Within my temple there are 3 zones. The first is a blacksmith shop with its own forge, an anvil, several metal ingots and a handmade sharpener. The second is my weapons and armor room, where there are swords hanging in pairs and to the side are some armors, each one made with different metals too. Obtain different materials, from iron to lead, each one to be able to obtain different results, from brutal attacks even unparalleled speed, although that last one doesn't matter, I achieve my greatest speed without armor. Finally my last sector and the most gloomy, my sanctuary. Here there are bones of all kinds, all clean and devoid of meat, only the bones being clean and covered with a substance that kills any microorganism, so they do not rot and are preserved quite well, a technique of my teacher to maintain the sanctuary. Even so, the only bone that is not repeated is the skull, since I only have one, that of my teacher, that of my dear Jun Lain. Hello, Dad, I greet respectfully, while I kneel in front of this skull and join my hands, beginning to pray. Jun Lao Shin, the last sword monk / sword zinger, my teacher and the one who taught me how to be a sword monk as it should be. I know that many will wonder, what the hell is a sword monk? Well, long before quirks, there were men and women who trained their entire lives to express their affection for the gods, the well-known Shaolin monks. Well, a Shaolin monk decided to create his temple in Japan to then start training, but not to praise, but to create a guild of assassins, mercenaries and believers, at first with the intention of taking revenge on a group of gangs who killed his brother, but after that he kept those customs and each lackey he recruited. The beliefs of sword monks are complex. They believe in the soul, in heaven and hell, but in a peculiar way. For them, the head and brain are sacred, because according to them the soul resides there, something similar to Plato's philosophy. Because of this belief, they believe that the perfect way to die is by decapitation, since they lose their heads without damaging the skull and brain, allowing the latter to die in a relaxed and non-violent way. For the same reason, all their deaths are by decapitation, but depending on whether or not they leave the brain intact. If the person is impure, they cut the head into pieces after cutting the neck, while if the person is holy or pure, they will leave the head intact, preserve it and leave it in their temples. Yes, we swordsmen have temples. Before they were giants and lived together in communities, but over time, they all died and buried their temples with them. Yes, everything was good, they had respect from many kingdoms and as time passed they acquired the recognition of some countries. But, like everything appealing, it doesn't last forever. As the generations passed, the number of disciples began to decrease, since multiple important events in the history of humanity, such as wars, the fall of the kingdoms of the world, among many more, ended with a minimum number of new disciples arrived, and most of the monks began to die of age, in addition to the mere existence of the swordsongers being forgotten by the world in general. Although the real nail in the swordsinger's coffin was the arrival of the age of quirks. These buried any possibility of new disciples arriving due to the longing to be a hero, so the small temples, like mine, were simply destroyed by time, while the largest one was buried, but there was still one, a last swordsinger, yes, Jun Lain. He was part of a unique family, in which each descendant was a canta espada, an extremely strong tradition which he followed, but he had no descendants, or well, he didn't have any until he found me when I was a child. He welcomed me and took me to the original temple, which is buried underground in this same forest by himself. I train in every branch of sword fighting and blacksmithing. I force myself to bathe in the coldest water available, I force myself to listen to how a hummingbird flies and count each flap of its wings, I force myself to be faster than a leopard, to be more agile than a centipede, to jump higher than a puma. Took me to the limit of what is human. And all that. It was worth it. I became strong, so strong that I reached the point where he called me the fastest swordsman who ever lived, something that makes me feel proud. Still, it doesn't matter, I will become stronger, more skilled, more powerful, all to honor the memory of my ancestors, the most powerful swordsmen who have ever walked the earth, although, interestingly, most of the greatest swordsmen created their unique techniques. They abandoned the classic double-blade style and took their unique abilities to the grave. I get up, walking to my weapons area, where their photos are, the photos of the most powerful sword monks. The first to change the style of double swords was one who was very hated at the beginning for his actions. He was a murderous samurai who sought redemption for his sinful acts, and found affection after being scorned by the swordsmen, who joined him to the clan, although they did not like that he maintained his style for a reverse-edged katana. He was called a killer, but acquired a pretty good nickname, the renegade, Kenshin Himura. The next were two brothers, one older, black-haired, proud and arrogant, while the younger, red-haired was pure of heart. The proud brother was jealous of his younger brother, to the point where he was about to commit something crazy, but the younger brother managed to save his beloved older brother, reminding him of a promise they made with a flute that, even with all the hatred he carried, he kept tied to his neck like a necklace. After that, they both arrived at the temple, where they were raised and demonstrated their power. The brothers were known as those who breathe the sun and the moon. The youngest, called by everyone's Hashira, Yorichi Tsujikuni. The oldest, feared by many, loved by many, Kokushibo, Michikatsu Tsujikuni. One more, one of my favorites really. Born in nothing, known as a peerless swordsman, who took sword technique to a new level. The double sword technique is impressive, but why not use three? The one who was known as the pirate hunter, the warrior of the Santorio, the man who carries a promise in his teeth, Kaizokugari, better called Zoro Roranoa. They are not the only ones, there are more, many more. Akame J Kill, Guts Kurwa Kenshur, Dracul Mihawk Taka no Mi, etc. Even if I didn't recover everyone's paintings, I decided to leave some in the buried temple. Each and every one of them was impressive, and they make me partly envious, but healthy. I want and I will be like them, I will be someone great, someone capable of making people surprised by hearing my name. But for that you have to train. I can't dream without knowing how to walk. I am already fast, I already have experience, I am already strong, but I still have a long way to go to be the best swordslinger that has ever walked the earth. I am already the fastest according to my teacher, but I must be the best. Someday, I say to myself, as I join my hands and finish my prayer before these legends. Dad and Mom won't miss me, neither will my sister, so an excuse for me to stay playing video games will suffice. I leave my temple, seeing the night, so I sigh, I must get there quickly. The bad thing is that my weights greatly restrict my mobility. I tense my muscles to the maximum, to the point where I feel them pressing against my skin. I hold my breath for several seconds, all to oxygenate my body. Shoto, impulse. With a whisper, I shoot forward at dizzying speed, all with my eyes closed, right? Training, I'm good at listening to everything in my path, even when I run, but it's good to maintain that. My journey only lasts a few seconds and I'm already outside the forest, so I start jumping across the roofs. I have to get there quickly and stealthily. The good thing is that there aren't many heroes or villains, so I have a clear path. I see a small house in a closed complex, so I gently fall to the ground. I feel a tickle in my nose, noticing something. A small caterpillar is perched there. I guess it took a walk. Hello, little one, I greet, taking the insect and putting it on my finger. I take a key out of my pockets, so I open it, take off my shoes and enter. The first thing I see is a man with curly black hair with freckles and equally black eyes. He has a tall and somewhat muscular build. He is my biological father, Hisashi Midoriya. In the kitchen there is a somewhat small woman with green hair and emerald eyes, as well as a well-groomed figure, a miniature Izumi, and the reason for my green hair, my biological mother, Inko Midoriya. Hello, I greet them both, but they ignore me in part. Dad looks at me with indifference and Mom doesn't even turn around. Something sad, since they found out about my condition they treat me like that, because they were both heroes, but now Mom is retired and works secretary, while Dad is a rising hero. Why do you have a caterpillar in your hand? Dad asks with slight, very slight curiosity. On the way it fell on my nose and I didn't realize it. I'm going to take care of it. I went to the kitchen, I passed by Mom and took out an empty jar. I took out a knife and made several holes in the lid so that my little girl could breathe. To finally put it in your home. He loses what little interest he may have had, cutting the conversation short. Finish. Izumi comes down with several sheets of homework in her hands. Typical of her, she accumulates everything for the last moment. Hello, Imuto, I greet, but she passes me by without speaking, hitting me with her shoulder. It's not that it hurts me, I no longer feel anything for her, but it still squeezes my heart to know that my own BLD despises me for not have a power. Well, I'm leaving, I already ate, I explained to them, but the three of them ignore me, because they started talking about their things, Dad's work, Izumi's grades and experiences, and Mom's gossip. I sigh a little, starting to climb the stairs to get to my room. A bed, a drawer, a nightstand, a night lamp and a window, a simple place. Before there were multiple figures of my favorite heroes, especially All Might, the greatest hero of Japan and the world in general, but not anymore. I retired all that and sold it to a weird guy with glasses to buy material for my temple. Lead and steel are expensive. I go to the window and take leaves and a few branches from a nearby tree, putting them inside the jar so that my partner is comfortable. What do I call you? I think of several names, but none of them sound convincing. I'll think of a good one later. I put the bottle on my nightstand while I lie on my back. Sigh, I've been feeling some chills lately, but chills of excitement. In a few months he finishes high school and in a year there will be the entrance exams to the largest hero academy in Japan, the UDA, a school to which Katsuki, Katsumi and Izumi aspire. I don't have that much longing. In the end, I don't want to be a hero, which makes me laugh. When I finally have the strength to be a hero, I don't want to, but when I don't have it, I long to be a hero. I laugh a little as I take out a scroll with 4 symbols from a drawer. The first is that of 2 crossed swords. The second is that of a dragon skull. The third is that of a Venus symbol, female sign, which is surrounded by several spears. The last one is that of a shield with a cross in the middle and a great sword behind it. Let's see what happens to you. I say with a smile, so that sleep finally wins me over, falling deeply asleep. Clarification: no, there will not be any enemies or abilities of the character's IN name, in other words, hockey, nor breaths, nor demons, nor anything. They were just very powerful characters who used their abilities to achieve their own goals and took advantage of the cult to make it easier. Izuku will not acquire any skills from these characters either, nor Zoro's Santoryu or anything like that. He will advance with his own techniques. Without further ado, I hope you like this story. You can see a 6-year-old boy lying in a park, covered in small bruises and burns from his friends, who were playing heroes and villains. So, as always, everyone, even his little sister for a year, went against him. The result was that he was left injured like this, without even the possibility of moving. This boy gets up and starts walking, but he was walking blind, because pieces of ash fell into his eyes and left him partially blind, so he accidentally entered the forest. Hello? The boy tried to find someone to help him, because he could only move by touching things, so when he touched a tree and felt the bark, he knew he was in a lot of trouble. While walking, he feels like something pushes him with a claw, making him scream when he feels like something cuts his back. Even though he is blind, he feels like something is launching towards him, so he unconsciously uses his arm to avoid being eaten, feeling something, a bite on his arm, so he started crying he was going to die. Cut. Before he can continue crying, he feels something stain his face and whatever was biting him, he lets go. Before he can continue crying, someone picks him up and he feels the wind hit his face strongly, which makes him forget the pain for a few seconds. He soon feels someone soaking him all over, making him complain about his injuries, but instantly he feels them pricking his back and then his arm, so he just bites his tongue to stop himself from screaming. Soon, the pain passes and the stranger carefully cleans his face, allowing him to see. He notices that he is in the middle of the forest, without his shirt and only in his underwear. It is in a small stream, on top of a rock and with a small waterfall. He notices a mackerel and, next to it, a kind of buried entrance. Finally you wake up, little tadpole. He turns around noticing a bald man with strange clothes because they seem from the last century. He is very old, with a white beard and mustache as well as bandages on his arms and feet. Hello, the boy looks scared, but doesn't say anything when he sees that his arm is completely stitched. A jaguar attacked you, so I killed it to save you. Little one approaches him and puts his hand on his forehead. How did you end up like this? The bites and claws are understandable, but the burns are not. I was playing with some friends, the little boy explains nervously. Those games are not for children. The old man sits on the rock. Now that I'm leaving and the boy tries to get up, but falls again. Calm down, you could get hurt, little tadpole. He puts his hand on the green-haired boy's head. Okay, the old man sits next to the little one, to make him feel safe. What is your name? He asks as he puts his hand in the water. Izuku Midoriya, senor. Well, my name is Jun Lain. It's a pleasure. It's Saturday, so I have a lot of possibilities to do. Dad, as usual, went out to the agency where he works to do hero things, while Mom went out to work in her private office. Izumi and I stay at home. Although I plan to go out and buy some material, I need harder alloys for my armor, but I don't want to be too heavy either. I rely on speed, not impact power. I'll go out now, I say to myself. I get up and go to take a good bath of ice water. I need to stay well trained, although ice water would be more useful, but there isn't any here, so I'll have to settle for this. After that I take 2 things out of my closet, my clothes and what looks like a light metal vest, but nothing could be further from the truth. This vest is a super heavy lead set, which I wear so I can stay in the best shape possible. I put my clothes on and start going down, although first I look in the mirror. Green hair, green eyes and freckles. My appearance is somewhat normal. I'm not tall either and I don't have much muscle, because I always need speed and agility, not to be a mass of walking tsn. Imuto, I called to Izumi, but she looked at me with some indifference. What do you want? As always, rude. She is like that only with me. With others she is a loving and kind girl, a God's bread, but not with me, something sad. I'll go out for a while. I need some materials to study, I explained with a smile. Do you have philosophy homework? He asks, while his hand becomes covered in flames. Yes, it's in my room, on the desk, I explain. It's good that I have the jar of my caterpillar in my hand. I wouldn't like one of his jokes to end with this little girl reduced to ashes. Oh, thank you, little brother, she acknowledges me mockingly. She thinks I'm forcing myself and that I'm afraid of her. Nothing could be further from the truth. I only give it to her to avoid conflict. I don't want to fight. I put my companion inside my backpack and calmly left towards the city. There should be a hero equipment store so I can buy metal. Along the way I see various things, shops, posters and advertisements of different heroes loved by the community at large, such as All Might, the #1 hero, and Endeavor, the #2 hero. I look at several stores and enter, but then I leave when I see that they don't have what I'm looking for. All stores sell items, not metal, and if they do sell it, it is of terrible quality. I almost dare to say that I would get better material by mining like a homeless person in some mine. On my way through the material I come across a hero merchandise store, so I take a quick look, seeing some posters of the top heroes, the strongest heroes in Japan, so you know what I mean, and some miscellaneous things. I won't deny that temptation got the better of me, so I entered the store and took the poster of the only hero I admire today, the Paper Ninja, Edshot. Here you are. I give the cashier several yen. Keep the change. She is surprised, but nods and bows to me in gratitude. I went out with my new poster. While laughing internally, I completely fell into temptation, but you can't blame me. It looks very cool, and it will look perfect on my wall. I relax with a smile. Now I need to find somewhere to buy construction materials. I will take advantage of some new plans to forge my new equipment. For what? Easy, I need to continue my MSDR's legacy, so I will take care of purging this world of villains. I already do it, but there are very strong villains, apart from the Yakuza gangs, so my iron armor will become somewhat obsolete. Although I will continue using it, I just need more powerful equipment for specific moments. Detnerat. I look at a fairly large premises with a closed structure, a double glass door and a sign that shows its name. It is a distributor of that large industrial company, an expert in the creation of equipment and gadgets for the home. I guess if I can reach an agreement, maybe I can get resources. I enter, seeing several technological and advanced gadgets, as well as drones, bottles and some robots on different shelves, what would be expected from a distributor of its ilk. I approach the reception desk, where there is a girl? No, he is a boy. He smells like a man and his complexion shows it, although his facial features say otherwise, so I should not completely assume his gender. He has long white hair, blue eyes, and wears a winter hood, and appears to fool around while playing with some ice floating in his hand. Hello, Clientson, that boy greets me calmly, breaking up his ice and turning it into water that falls into a glass. His tone is soft, but at the same time rigid and serious. I suppose he is a man. Nice to meet him. I respond to the greeting after swallowing my thoughts, but before he asks me what I'm going to buy, I fall in love with him. Something. A jar for storing insects, with an electronic lid, a large and thick body already equipped with artificial branches and a water dropper to keep the environment cool, not to mention that it comes with lights built into the lid. Without thinking I reach out and take the jar, open it and then take my caterpillar out of my bag, holding it with my finger. Can? I ask, referring to putting the little one in the jar. Go ahead, Client-san, it's curious. It seems like he's analyzing me. He's looking at me to observe every tiny movement of my body. Thankfully, I put the little girl in her new house, while I put some leaves there and turned off the light, noticing how the little animal climbs up and settles on a branch. It seems that it likes me. How much is it worth? He tells me, so I take out that amount and give it to him, while I walk to the checkout and register my purchase. Anything else, customer-san? He asks me. His tone is cold and serious, but he seems like a good person. I'm Izuku Midoriya, my pleasure. I introduce myself, extending my hand. Giton, my pleasure, Midoriya-san, do you need anything else? He speaks to me with curiosity. Yeah. I know it will sound strange, but do you have metal or materials to build? At my question, he raises an eyebrow. Wait, I'll call my boss to see if we can reach an agreement. He walks away a little, starting to dial his phone, so I tune my hearing to the maximum. I have been able to hear the flutter of a butterfly. This is easy thing, Yatsubashi-sama. A boy wants to buy materials. What kind of materials? A voice sounds, it is that of a man I know. It is the leader of Detnerat, Rikiya Yatsubashi. He asks for metals and materials, like he is a builder or some kind of support equipment creator. He assumes, as I thought, he is very observant. Tell me his name. The leader of Detnerat orders seriously. Izuku Midoriya. When he says my name, he stays silent for a few seconds. Well, tell him that we can sell him some materials, but if he wants better ones, he will have to come to the main store. By the way, tell him I'd like to meet Firebreath's quirkless son. That last one makes me frown slightly. He knows Dad's hero name, and he's not that famous a hero. All good? I ask him, playing dumb. Yes, Yatsubashi-sama has said that I can sell you metals, but you will not find the best ones here. In the end, it is a new store and I am only in charge of distributing in this area. He explains relaxed, and Yatsubashi-sama would be delighted to meet you, Midoriya-san, son of Firebreath. Plus, it's the first time I've met a quirkless person who just talks to me. Doesn't it bother you? Most of them look at me with disgust. I acknowledge with a smile. Nay, you just make me indifferent, but I'll treat you the same. So let's talk business. Instead he goes into economist mode. It seems to me, I want a strong metal, but one that is also light and has good electrical and thermal conductivity. I request, so he pulls out a book and reviews it. We have an alloy of titanium, iron and gold. It combines resistance with a moderate weight and excellent conductivity, as well as unparalleled hardness. The bad thing is that it is not cheap. He shows the price per kilo, but I remain indifferent. Give me 20 kilos. He opens his eyes in genuine surprise, but he doesn't say anything. Several ingots of a light silver metal with yellowish details come floating from a warehouse, although these are covered in ice, indicating to me that he does this with his quirk, which seems to allow him to manipulate ice. Geaton puts a bag of black material and opens it, then makes the ingots fall gently to the ground and the ice turns into water that heads back to the warehouse. I take several yen out of my bag and give them to him, while he counts and nods, putting everything in the register. That's all? He asks curiously. Yes, thank you very much, Geaton-san. I express myself calmly, while I take the bag and lift it with some ease, noticing that the effeminate boy goes blank. Are you sure you're quirkless? He asks me surprised. Yep, this is based on pure training. I hope we can have a cordial relationship, Geaton-san. See you. I say goodbye, while getting smiles a little smile. Think the same. Take care, Midori-san. He says goodbye while I leave. As soon as I hit the sidewalk, I let out a sigh full of pure seriousness. Rikiya Yatsubashi is one of the reasons I became a sword monk. The guy on the outskirts is a kind, charismatic and calm guy, but that's not the case when he's alone or when he doesn't have a camera in front of him. He is the son of one of the greatest villains in history, Destro. I don't stigmatize, you can be the son of a villain and be a hero, but, unfortunately, Rikiya did follow his father's path, so, when he is not the leader of Detnerat, he is the cruel stress villain, Redestro. I don't know if Geaton knows what his boss really is or not, but even if he knows and he supports Rikiya's evil aspirations, I don't care. He and everyone who supports him will fall, and their heads will be cut in two. Get ready, Redestro. You and your followers will be the first to be purged by me, and your BLD will dye my hair red, I think, as I walk home. Jun Lain, the little green-haired boy, calls curiously. Call me Jun, tadpole, the old man clarifies, so Izuku nods. Okay, and how did you find me? He asks curiously. He doesn't look like any hero I've ever seen. I live here. I dislike today's society, so many lights, heroes, so much pavement and air full of fire and ashes. I don't like it. I prefer my forest, just like my ancestors. Jun, who remains seated on the rock with his hands, speaks in a philosophical tone. Hands together and shoulders down, in a fairly relaxed posture. Wow, so you've always lived here? He asks with stars in his eyes. Obviously, although I know about all that, I simply don't care, acknowledges the old man. Another question. Jun laughs a little. It seems that this interrogation will last longer than he thought. What is your quirk? He must be a very strong one. You move very quickly, he says, theorizing his savior's quirk and ignoring the pain in his back from the claws, but he gets confused when he sees how he laughs. Look for yourself. He takes out a knife from his robe and cuts his hand, seeing something. His BLD is purple. My quirk allows me to change color, temperature, density, weight and pH or the acidity of my BLD. Izuku opens his eyes. That has nothing to do with the speed that he acquired. In fact, he does not see much use for that gift, but it is understandable. He is a child who thinks that the most striking is the most powerful. Hey. So how did you move so fast? He asks, confused. Training like anyone would. This strength is less than what I had in my youth, but I'm still well preserved. Tadpole gets up. I'll take you to the exit of the forest and from there you'll go to your house, okay? He didn't expect anything. The child began to tear up. Is something wrong? Do your wounds hurt? He kneels in front of the little one. Oh well yes, a little. But I don't have a quirk and I want to be a hero, he murmurs. It seems slightly strange, but well, he's just a child, it's the norm. Let him tell those things to the first person he sees. Do you train? He asks, but Izuku denies. Then you will never make it. The little boy was going to cry, but the old man grabs him by the hair and makes him look at him. Nothing is achieved by crying. You have to cry BLD from the effort, sweat from every pore of your body. May the palms of your hands and your feet be filled with cats. May you suffer. Only then will you be able to be a hero. Now for your house. Jun Lain was going to take the child, but he kneels, sticks his head into the ground and takes him by the feet. The man goes blank, looking at the little tadpole kneeling in front of him, but then he smiles. This scene seems familiar to him. Train me, sir. They both shout with all their might, but Izuku stands up and looks at him surprised. I want you tomorrow at the exit of the forest. Now let's go to your house. Izuku can't even say go, because the man takes him like a sack of potatoes. Shodo, impulse. And in just an instant, the now teacher and student disappear in a BLD red flash. I need two things to be able to kill Redestro: information and someone who can help me use it to my advantage. For both of them I have two targets. The problem is, I will kill the one who will give me the information and those who will help me use her will have to do so if they do not want to die. My first target is the director of the show Aisha Publishing House, Chitose Kazuki, aka Curious. The reason is simple. He is part of the Superpower Liberation Army, created by Destro and followed by his son, Redestro. To kill him, I must go after his generals, Skeptic, Trumpet, and my current target, Curious. I also know one more member, Sliding Go, a pro-hero who follows the ideals of the organization, but I don't know any other members, so I'll make do with what I have. I know you'll wonder how I know so much. Let's say a few threats to Yakuzas and they give me everything. Midoriya-sen Giton calls me, making me sigh and laugh a little. I always get lost when I'm with him. Sorry, Giton-sen, I'm thinking about something, I say calmly. Giton and I have become friends, in our own way, of course. He is serious, rigid and very cultured, while I am relaxed and somewhat apathetic, so our personalities do not allow us to start a conversation in a normal way, so to speak. Normally I come to buy things at his store, like spare parts and metal for my equipment, and along the way I stay talking to him about my life and him about his. We contrast a lot. He did not study and only focused on using and strengthening his gift, to the point of becoming a MSTR of ice. He says that before he viewed strong people with disgust, but now he feels part of that small group of people who are strong because they have earned it and considers that society should not be based on how powerful your gift or quirk is, but on how good it is. You are using it. I tell him how bad things are going for me and what I build, assault equipment to defend myself, but obviously he doesn't know how strong I am, my armor or my real weapons. Although, there is something that makes me laugh. I'm leaving, I say goodbye, while getting lets out a small smile. Take care, Midoriya-san. That smile always makes me laugh. When he puts it on, I think he's a woman. In fact, I'm starting to realize that he doesn't identify with any gender. He's just Giton, nothing more, and that's what respect. But I've always wanted to tell him that he really does look like a woman, to the point that many of his clients think that. I leave the store and go to an alley, breathing deeply and then jumping and running across the roofs at very high speed, arriving at my house in just a few minutes. I enter with a small refrigerator in my hand, which makes my sister and my mother look at me strangely, but I just walk over to our refrigerator, take some energy drinks and put them in my small personal refrigerator, and then go up to my room. I put the refrigerator on its side and plug it in, sitting at my desk, while my trusty caterpillar is off to the side. I called her Cannon. The reason? Easy, this caterpillar always smells good, so I called it that because the name Kene means fragrant silvers, and the smell, combined with the slightly shiny tone of its skin that makes it look like metal, makes me think that that name suits it. Ring to the finger. Okay, let's get ready. I put my hand in and caress Kane's head in farewell. My way of killing Curious is simple, his combat style is not made for a surprise attack, and I will take advantage of that. His quirk is landmine, and it allows him to turn everything he touches into low explosives, so by my calculations the explosions will only stun me a little due to my keen hearing. The easiest thing will be to kill her, since her melee style is null and she is only equipped with a bracelet that becomes a hand cannon that allows her to give explosions at short range, but these explosions are extremely weak, so it is most likely I don't need very complex combat equipment. I'll save that for Redestro. The only difficult thing would be to reach her, since she has a group that is normally 20 people, who work with her and are willing to be cannon fodder, literally. Therefore, a single technique will not be enough, but it will not take me much. Where are you going? My father took me by the shoulder, because I was about to go out to my temple. I agreed to meet with some colleagues to do something, I explained, while I took his hand away. Liar, what partner would want to be with you? My sister joins in on the conversation, which makes me sigh. Imuto, you should stop interfering in the adults' conversations that makes her angry, because fire begins to come out of her hands. Well, you didn't ask my permission, a stern look that matters little to me, nothing in fact. Oh well, as far as I know, Izumi never asks for permission, you just tell her yes and to take care of herself. Is there any difference with me? I ask him in a flat tone, while I refine my hearing, listening to his heart accelerate, and as his breathing stops, he is going to use his quirk to intimidate me. What have I told you about disrespecting me? Fire comes out of his mouth, forming a snout of fire. My father's quirk is Dragon Lung, and this is based on the use of fire. He was born with the ability to exhale flammable gas and is able to control this gas, and this came with the ability to generate sparks by colliding his tongue against the roof of his mouth, allowing him to create and manipulate fire. I should pay attention. He is a little surprised when he notices my wooden face. Can I go now? I ask him, although I unconsciously begin to release some of my bloodlust, a classic ability that allows me to intimidate my opponents with my gaze. Okay, my sister is surprised, and my mother, who had remained silent since she saw me, was clearly shocked. It is clear that she did not expect him to let me out. Thank you, Oda-san, I promise to arrive before 11 with that. I go outside and then disappear at high speed. I get to my temple and take off my shirt, and then the weights, seeing how a crater forms and the earth on the floor of my temple sinks, they are indeed heavy. Upon entering, I head directly to my weapons area, meditating in front of my weapons. I have a total of 2 options, a fast one or a strong one. The fast one is very fragile and only covers me from small blows, but it allows me to use 40% of my speed, while the resistant one will protect me from both the explosion and the sound in exchange for only using 14% of my real speed, that is, a little less than I can move with the weights, which only allow me to move at 16% of my real speed due to their abysmal weight. Resistance will be the best thing to resist the explosions rather than dodge them. Sacrificing speed is not always bad, I must be ready for anything. I take the armor and put it on. It is very robust and covers me completely. It is composed of the Detnerat alloy and is made up of 3 layers of protection, all in turn covered in the middle of the intersections with insulating material to protect me from electrical attacks. Its design is that of a samurai from popular culture, but modernized, with a horned helmet and prominent shoulder pads, as well as an alloy cape in the neck area just in case. When I finish, I take 2 swords and look in the mirror. Why lie, I look super cool. To hunt, I take any 2 swords. I leave my temple and breathe deeply. Shoto, impulse. I shoot out at high speed, leaving the forest at high speed. Soon he arrived in the slums of Mizudafu, where many murders have been detected by Himiko Toga, a serial killer with whom Curious is obsessed, to the point that she is investigating every piece of information she can about her. I sigh and completely hide my presence, so they won't be able to locate me even with the color of my armor and how much it contrasts with the darkness of the night. I soon visualized a press building, so I surreptitiously entered it through the roof. I notice a guard, but I get behind him and punch him in the neck, knocking him out instantly. I won't kill innocent people, only the BSTRDS who deserve it, and that includes Curious Group. The bad thing is I will have to kill her quickly. A very extensive combat will attract a lot of attention due to the explosions. In pay, concealment, I whisper as I disappear from everyone's sight, a perfect camouflage technique, which is based on moving so silently that I simply disappear before everyone senses. I visualize a group of people walking towards the principal's office, so I follow them stealthily. I soon arrive at the office, watching everyone pass by, so I climb the wall and hold on thanks to some pads on the hands and legs of my armor, which allow me to stay on any surface despite the abysmal weight of my team. The office is large, gigantic, with multiple computers, bookcases and whiteboards with information. I notice many people, all journalists and followers of Redestro's ideals. I know this because I have researched every piece of information about them. They all have problems and are mentally dependent on Curious happiness, to the point that they could die to make her happy. I notice a woman with blue skin, eyes with black scaras and green irises, pale purple hair and full lips, who is dressed in a shoulderless dress with long sleeves and what appears to be a scarf. It is Chitose Kazuki, aka Curious. Who am I looking for, I think, while slowly unsheathing my swords. Hello, have you gotten something? The woman asks in a cheerful tone. Yes, ma'am, we have found information about Himiko Toga. In fact, it seems that there are reports that she has been seen this very night. It seems that she is badly injured, so she should not be far away. A man speaks with clear emotion, which makes the woman get up. Are we waiting for? Let's go now. She shouts super excitedly, which makes me smile a little. The reason for my smile is somewhat obvious. My plan worked. Let's say I'm good at spreading false information. It didn't cost me anything to plant the rumor that Himiko is hanging around Mizudafu wounded after murdering someone, since this someone had an offensive power. Obviously, I combined this story with a trail of BLD from a hospital to make everything believable. I notice the whole group leaving, so I follow them across the roofs. Obviously, the interviews begin and all those things about being a reporter, which makes me sigh. This will take time, a lot of time, but hey, the perfection of my art is something that I cannot sacrifice for the sake of haste and desperation. They arrive at the scene, a dead-end alley filled to the brim with quite a few BLD stains. Everyone starts getting everything ready, like the cameras for photos and videos and Curious analyzing the BLD. How strange, the BLD may be fresh, but literally it is fresh and the night is warm. Oh, I think I shouldn't have rushed so much with those samples. They are cold from the freezer. I don't think I should have used a refrigerator, I say with a smile under my helmet. Ah, well, thanks for explaining. Wait. She turns around next to each of her companions, managing to visualize me. And goodbye. Ken no Shogeki, impact of swords. I spin around on my axis quickly, causing the shadows of my swords to form small crimson waves. I disappear in a flash, reappearing in front of one of the men following Curious. I look at them with some regret, while I tighten the handle of one of my swords. At first I thought about cutting them into pieces, but no, they deserve a more dignified death. The real culprit is Chitose, so, after a simple movement, I decapitate several men and women with my weapon. Sorry for the inconvenience, I need something and you'll give it to me, I say seriously to Curious, who seems to have recovered from the initial shock. I hear its TSSS and quickly jump, watching the bodies explode into pieces, but the explosion only shakes my ears a little, it's not powerful at all. I disappear by hiding my presence and reappear behind a burly man, but he smiles and shines, so I put my swords in X to avoid taking damage from the explosion, which only shakes my body a little. I won't deny that I'm disappointed. I wanted to interview Himiko Toga. Curious complains with clear annoyance, but then sighs and looks at me with a strange expression although. Now that I look at you closely, you seem interesting. What's your name? He asks me, while forming a square with his fingers, making a pose as if he had a camera. That I am Chi no Kaze, BLD wind, but I like to be called Chikaz, BLD wind. I answer, that word, Chikaz, is my last name, the last name that my teacher gave me, which I accept and enjoy with pride. Wow, an interesting name, an intimidating appearance, shiny weapons and a stuck voice, just what I'm looking for my new article. I hear another tss and then I feel an explosion behind me, realizing that what exploded was the BLD on me. Good thing, I'm clean now. I'll hit you a little and then you'll give me the interview of your life. Literally, she lets out a small laugh. Oh, well, it was to be expected from Redestro's followers that my words made her open her eyes. How do you know? Serious question, very serious. The Yakuza are like chickens, with small brains and ingenuity on the ground. They peck you a lot at first, but with a single blow they start crowing. I say, while I get back into position. Ken no Shogeki, impact of swords. I go forward, cutting off the heads of several of those holding the cameras, although then they explode, but I only cover myself to avoid the explosion. TSK, what are you looking for? She points her hand towards me and some decorative rings that she has on her arm combine and install themselves, forming a box or what looks like a metal box that completely covers said limb, which he fires a blast at me, but I just dodge. Information about your leader and your group, so you will give it to me. Or you will die, I warn him. Well, I'll kill you and that's it. All the men lunge at me and then glow, but I just laugh a little and then launch 2 slashes, which cut off the explosion and the shock wave. Are you finished? I look at the alley, it is empty, alone, without anyone. Curious killed each of the men who were skirting her to try to kill me. Too bad it didn't work. I'll kill you. She points her gun at me, but I appear in front of it and raise my sword, stabbing it into the device and causing it to explode, destroying her hand in the process. She was going to scream, but I put my hand over her mouth and slammed her against the wall, muffling her screams. I take out my other sword and stab it into her shoulder, completely trapping her and preventing her from escaping. His eyes quickly fill with tears from the pain and the edge of my weapon rubs against his neck, while I breathe slowly and lift my helmet, making him surprised to see my face. Listen to me carefully. Tell me where the strong drive is with all the information, what it has and how I use it. If you say it, your death will be quick, if not. He tightened his grip on the weapon that is on her shoulder and turned it, making her start to cry. You will suffer. She nods quickly, so I take the gun from her. Hand from mouth. It's next to the mainframe. Next to my computer. In my office, he says between gasps and whimpers, so I nod. Well, that's why. You will die with dignity. I make a movement, decapitating Curious instantly, while his BLD completely bathes me like a waterfall. I sigh, feeling the cold of the night hit me, so I put my helmet back on and disappear with a jump, starting to run towards the publisher. Another sigh leaves my mouth. It is not the first time I kill, but it is my first massacre, my first sacrilege, and the truth is I don't know how to feel. I killed Curious, the first of Rikia's lieutenants, but I still feel a void. I must kill him, but his lackeys too. I will not allow a resurgence of this organization for anything in the world. I get to the office and, just as Curious told me, I see a strong drive next to Curious' computer, which should be full of information, so I take that too. It might help, but I hope that Weirdo Duo can unlock this thing. I'll leave you a gift. I take out my sword, which still has BLD on it, and I begin to make cuts on the wall, forming letters that finally take shape and make 2-word, you next. With this, he jumped out of the window and reached a building, disappearing when using Shoto, impulse, to leave the crime scene. I run at full power, reaching my temple, where I take off my armor and fall to the ground somewhat tired. Resistance is not my thing. I look in the mirror, noticing that some BLD stains dyed some parts of my hair red, which makes me smile. Villains. Someday they will be the ones who will dye my hair red. With their BLD, I begin to wash my hair. I don't want it to stay stuck yet. I still live with the Midoriyas. What do I do first, sensei? Asks the little boy with green hair, while making movements similar to an extremely pathetic karate or taekwondo, because he thinks what any child thinks, that before crawling he will already know how to fly. Do you know how to make a sword? Jun asks with his arms together. It was with. The boy scratches his head, not knowing what to answer. Follow me. At his words, the boy nods. They both begin to move a few meters and see a small well, or well, what appears to be a well. There are several things next to it. The most notable thing is that the entire ground is covered with dry earth and rocks, like a rudimentary pavement. The well has a huge rock at the top, which is supported by a very thick metal cable or rope. The old man takes out a small dagger and hits it against the edge of the well, watching as the spark ignites a powerful flame that rises several meters. We swordsmen are born blacksmiths, but blacksmith talent has been diluted by modernity. I will awaken that knowledge in you with a test. He lifts a bucket made of a rocky material with a chain. What's that? He asks innocently. Swords and armor don't come from nowhere, they are made with metal heated and bathed in magma. Here, in this well, there is a little. He lets the burning bucket fall, showing that it has a small amount of magma. You will have to take it to the chasm of that mountain. He points to a mountain located in the vicinity of the forest, which won't be so complicated if it wasn't because said mountain is at least 2 kilometers away. I can. The boy takes the bucket with his hands by a handle, but instantly lets go of it with tears. While he looks at his hands full of pots, he has been burned. See you in the chasm. Tadpole. The man disappears, leaving the boy alone, who only looks at his hands and prepares to give up, but a whisper sounds in his head. Deku. Plus Ultra AA. A powerful scream sounds throughout the forest. The minutes become hours and Jun Lain waits in a meditation pose at the top of said mountain. He knows it will cost him a lot, he knows he will suffer, he knows he could even die, but it is training that will make him strong. Unlike the current era, in the past superhuman abilities were achieved through such brutal and painful training. Feeling your lungs collapse, your eyes bleeding, feeling your veins explode from the tension you exert, only that will give Brdsh true strength, the strength of a true monk of swords, and thus the last of this lineage will be born, because he knows something, his days are more than numbered. A powerful growl makes him break out of the pose, so he looks over the cliff, seeing something that makes him smile. It's Izuku, who is climbing the rocks with his bare hands and has said vault in his mouth, with the lava still boiling and glowing red hot. He smiles more when he sees her hands, with the muscles almost exposed by the burns, full of stones, branches and her own BLD, but the most surprising thing is her eyes and face. Every vein on his face has been marked and his eyes are crying BLD, but a determined look appears in them. A strong stomp dictates the end of said martyrdom. The bucket falls on its feet and in front of it, a young man with his mouth and hands burned just looks at the sky and then screams. A scream even more powerful than the previous one makes him smile, as he watches how he slowly falls to the ground, but he only catches it when it appears in the blink of an eye. Impressive, very impressive, little tadpole. Wow. I notice father's surprised while he looks at the television, so I look out, seeing a lot of news shows showing the massacre I carried out, as well as my message, which makes me smile internally, but on the outside I show astonishment. Then, who would do something like that? Obviously, someone as skilled as me would do it. Who am I asking you, silly Deku? My sister, as affectionate as always, goes where not even God called her. Leaving that aside, how are your training for UA going? I ask with a calm smile. Obviously good, I will be the best in that entire academy. She speaks very confidently. It's a shame that while she said that, I could have killed her in 25 different ways with my bare hands. She is strong, but her power is like All Might's, raw and without control other than its regulation. She has no ability, combat style, nothing. She just throws fire and shapes it from time to time, but otherwise, she's pathetic. Understand? He confided that it was a wonderful time. I want to enter general courses. I would like to be close to you, I tell him with a sideways smile, while everyone goes blank. Hey, son, didn't you want to be a hero? Mom asks a question she should have told me a long time ago. No, not at all. I'm someone who never lived up to it, but I still want to be useful to society. That's why I will study at UA. It's still a school. My words surprise everyone, but then, Izumi lets out a small laugh. Wow, did you finally realize how useless you are? His arrogant tone along with an indifferent look from my father makes me sigh. Just this once, I won't stay silent. No, I just don't want to humiliate you in the entrance exam. Maybe my physical score is bad, but you, a brainless fireball, would have a strong time passing something that has to do with numbers. See how it stays on. White makes me laugh while Dad looks at me angry. Izuku Midoriya, you better apologize. Fire breath threatens me, while Izumi laughs, thinking I will apologize. With all due respect. Your grandmother will apologize because I won't do it. Oda-san, I stand in front of him, facing him without fear. In the end, I can beat him with my speed, even when I am limited by the weights that I carry. I tune my ears and listen to his lungs concentrate air, how it turns into flammable gas and how it prepares to spit at me. I just do something simple. I take something out of my pocket and quickly make him ingest it, so that something then explodes in his mouth, releasing white foam. It is a small portable fire bomb that I got from Detnerat, very useful for fighting with people with fire. Isashi. Mother approaches him, seeing how he doesn't stop spitting out that thing. Don't even try to spit fire at me, that thing you have will put out your flames every time you try, I explained calmly and with a serene expression. To your room, tomorrow we will discuss your punishment. Mom speaks, who, to her surprise, sees how I nod and bow, walking slowly and passing Izumi's side, so I bump her with my shoulder and then go up to my room. That was satisfactory, I think with a smile, while I sit on the edge of the bed and glance at Kane, who is calmly eating leaves. Tomorrow I will pay a visit to Detnerat. I feel even more. It's worth being careful, I wouldn't want to leave that company dead. Well, I'm here. In front of me is the building that is the headquarters of all Detnerat. Mom tried to scold me and Izumi tried to throw fire at me, but I just showed her one of the fire capsules and she decided to go train with Dad, while Mom just stayed silent and let me go. The building is shaped like a pentagon and is quite tall, as if it had several layers, each one different and with a different number of windows each. I tune my ears and look towards the highest part, managing to hear murmurs, but since there are so many people inside, I am unable to clearly hear what they are saying. I sigh and enter with my hands in my pockets. I want to buy material for my armor. I need something against fire. When I enter, I see many employees, managers, and people who seem important. This place consists of several floors. The first ones are the administrative part, but at the same time they are shared with the workshop part, so it is normal to see prototypes, equipment, and other things, as well as engineers working in the middle of the hallway. I sigh again with a smile on my face, walking until I reach the counter. Hello, is it Izuku Midoriya? A receptionist speaks to me, so I nod with some surprise. Well, Mr. Rikiya is waiting for you on the top floor. That catches me off guard, but I don't do anything. I just say thank you and I start walking. I look at the elevator and press the button to open said device, entering and pressing the button to access the top floor. I put my hands in my pockets and breathed a sigh of relief. I have equipment to fight, my fire pumps and a small scalpel. At least I can fight a little so as not to die. Yes, Rikiya is strong, very strong. There is a reason he is Destro's son. His quirk, stress, allows him to turn his stress into very powerful physical energy. The good thing is, I'm 1,000,000,000 times faster than him, but if I get close and he touches me, I'll die. The elevator soon opens, so I stiffen and increase my senses to the limit. I look ahead, seeing a middle-aged man, light brown hair, dark eyes, little hair that shows the beginning of baldness, and a serene expression. This one is dressed in breathes, L-teacher shoes and a green shirt, plus he has a drink in his hand. He is none other than Rikiya Yatsubashi. Oh, hello. Nice to meet you, Midoriya-san. The man greets you with a smile. A pleasure, Mr. Yatsubashi, I greet calmly, seeing that there is another glass of wine. Take it, it's for you, he laughs, so I nod and take it, but first I smell it. My sense of smell is also sharp, so recognizing toxins is easy. Okay, I take a sip. What am I calling for? I ask with a calm expression. Nothing is special, it's just that it's the first time they've bought me materials like this, so I couldn't help but be interested in you, a quirkless so little known. Even though his father is on the verge of entering the top 10, he acknowledges with a smile. See, but hey, I only make a support team. There's a reason I want to join the UA, he explained calmly. Do you want to be a hero? He asks with a curious expression. No, that's not for me. My sister wants to go to the USA, so I will accompany her. I speak to her with a serene expression. I see. He sits in a chair, looking out the window. Tell me something. If you had a quirk, what would you do with it? He asks me curiously. I don't know, I guess I would become a hero if it's useful for fighting, but if not, I would look for something to do with my life, I answer honestly. Oh, wouldn't you think of using it freely? For your work, for your life, to make everything easier, he acknowledges with a cheerful smile, but I just frown. That is illegal, only heroes and people authorized by the government can listen to my words. I hear how his BLD begins to flow faster and how his heart accelerates, in addition to hearing the tension with which he holds said cup. But that could change in the future. He talks to me, but I notice something, the veins on his face begin to stand out and one of his fingers turns completely black, so I simply tense my muscles. Yatsubashi-sama's voice surprises me, so I look back, seeing Giton, who has just entered. Oh, hello Giton, he greets my friend very casually. Nice to meet you, Yatsubashi-sama. Hello, Midoriya-san, he greets me with a smile, which I return. I'm glad you know my apprentice, Midoriya-san. His words make me let out an internal sigh. The possibilities of being part of the Superpower Liberation Army is even more plausible, which saddens me. I'm going to have to kill him if necessary. Yes, he's a very good person. I speak to him with a smile, while Ricky just nods, while I notice how his finger has returned to normal and the tension in his body has disappeared. Okay, with that said, tell me, what material do you want? Get straight to the point, so I think a little. I need 50 kilos of 3 metals with different properties. A metal that can store temperature, another that can store electricity, and a third that can store kinetic energy. Rikia puts his hand on his chin and then snaps his fingers, while making a quick call with his phone, so that he finally looks at me with a smile. Well, this will be expensive, very expensive, but we have an alloy created by us made with silver and hardened copper together with gold and a metallic modification, which can contain temperature. A variation with more silver and a different mineral modification, which allows it to contain electricity and release it more or less easily, but you must have special mechanisms that we cannot provide you. I nod at Rikia's words. Finally, there is vibranium, a mineral recently discovered, which has kinetic energy absorption properties. Due to its rarity, it is the most expensive of all. Everything would be for some 285010000000 yen. How lucky I have a card, I say with a smile while I take out my card and Rikia takes out a scanner, so I bring my card closer, enter the code and write the amount to deposit, hearing a beep and seeing how the device generates light green, indicating that the process has finished. Lucky that Detnerat works like Bitcoin, without any type of banking interaction. I'm surprised by the amount of money you have. Did your father give you a hand? The mere idea makes me laugh, especially since yesterday I made him swallow a portable fire extinguisher. I don't work. I sell cheap but quality support equipment. That's why I need more expensive and efficient metals. Better equipment is worth more and I earn more, so I can continue making even better equipment. I'll explain without further ado. It's simple, selling cheap gadgets works, but obviously most of the metal goes to my armor. Well, then have a good day, Midoriya-san, said Mr. Rikia, while getting bows. Take care, Midoriya, my friend speaks, so I nod. Take care of yourselves. I wave goodbye, walk to the elevator, press the button and enter, disappearing from his sight. A long, deep sigh leaves my mouth. I finally left. I am powerful, very powerful, but without my equipment and with the weights I am vulnerable to many attacks, and it would take me a few minutes to remove the weights to go at my maximum speed, minutes that Rikia would use to crush me. Giton is not far behind. His mastery of his quirk is enormous, and as I have noticed, that mastery will only be equal to the infinite loyalty he has with Rikia, which hurts me, but I will have to do it. I'm sorry, Giton, but if I have to fight you, I'm going to kill you, I think, while I go to collect the materials I ordered. Jun-san, calls a now 9-year-old Izuku. Yes, tadpole? Asks the man. When will I train with swords? Izuku asks, since he already knows how to forge his swords, but he doesn't know how to use them. First you have to go in parts. To use a sword you must know how to fight with a bare fist, he acknowledges, while he takes out a eldritch glove full of ants inside and, next to it, a butterfly packed in a jar. What's that? The little one asks curiously. A glove full of bullet ants and a butterfly. Swordsingers can hear very well and can control their pain easily. You must put your arm here and count each Durant flap for even a minute. If you succeed, your real training will begin. The boy goes blank. He has trained his ear with Jun Lain and is able to listen very well, but that is too much. I warn you, it will hurt every time if you make a mistake. I'll give you a good hit. The boy just looks at his fist and then clenches it tightly. While maintaining a smile, it's worth it to be a hero. Plus ultra A. He says that strange motto again, which he says every time he needs motivation. As soon as the little boy puts his hand inside said glove, he lets out a cry of pain and falls to the ground while agonizing from the pain. He begins to bite his tongue, to the point where it begins to bleed. Even so, before he can continue suffering, he receives a kick in the stomach from Jun Lain, which makes him sit up and look at him with a smile. He is going to do well. He concentrates while ignoring the pain, which causes him to be able to hear a slight flutter after suffering, so he begins to count. Qua. 40. He says, but receives a kick. No, try again. Izuku nods, concentrating again. 12. He can't finish, because he receives a kick directly to the hand in which he has the glove, so he bites his lip to keep from screaming. Jun Lain has his eyes closed. He trusts the boy, but it hurts him to hurt him. Izuku just stays still and tunes up his hearing, listening to everything, the squawking of the birds, Jun Lao's heartbeat, his own heartbeat, and finally opens his eyes, which are bloodshot. 450. And 4, he says semi-consciously, while Jun smiles. Right, tadpole. With that, he takes off the glove, seeing his hand red and swollen from the thousands of punctures. Come on, I'll apply the antidote to you. Now it's night and I'm running across the roofs in my armor. My target is 2 weird guys who document robbers and robberies online. Why lie, they SCK, but it turns out they're not that bad, they're just a couple of weirdos. These are Gentle Criminal and La Brava, a pair of criminals with a strange taste for committing crimes and publishing them on the internet with the intention of becoming famous. I look for them to obtain the information on the strong drive I stole, and they can do it, although I speak more for La Brava. Gentle is just the star of that strange show. I see a set of red and blue lights, which give me a clue as to how close I am to this unique duo, so with a jump I manage to advance many meters. I see 2 people running through the empty streets, while a patrol car and several people chase them. One is a man with white hair, a mustache and blue eyes, who wears a very extravagant jacket with an elongated collar, striped breaths, gloves and a cane. The other is a very small girl with red hair and a round head, wearing a striped shirt and breathes, and holding a camera. They both run from the officers and I can't help but laugh. They look so funny. I notice how some police begin to corner them, but they stumble and crash into walls of air that quickly form in front of them. Sigh, I'll give them a hand. It looks like they're having some problems in their peculiar escape. I jump and take out some small spheres from my armor, which I throw to the ground, causing a small explosion and a lot of black smoke. This smoke is special, because, with a great density and a temperature similar to that of the human body, it is impossible to see through it with any quirk or scanner. But what? Gentle whispers as he takes the redhead in his arms, so I fall in front of them. Turn off that camera and follow me, I tell them seriously, very seriously. How can we trust you? La Brava asks. Her voice is somewhat sharp and strong, but it is also somewhat tender. Because if I wanted to hurt them, I would have already done it. My eyes shine a little, which makes them both swallow a little. Will they listen to me? The redhead only looks at Gentle, who nods, so the little girl pays attention to me. We're leaving. Ekazo pseudo combination, Sukaburika Kato, escape combination, heaven breaking slash. I make 2 cuts against the sky. The result of my attack is that all the smoke expands in a powerful explosion of pressure, which floods a large area. I take advantage and cut the ground where we are in a circular shape, which I take advantage of and concentrate my speed on my feet, pretending to run or use my momentum technique. The result? We fall several kilometers away from the police. In fact, we are in my forest. They both run to vomit into a bush. The pressure, speed and agitation necessary to use that technique is too much for a common stomach. I'm sorry, heh. I rub the back of my head with a smile. Akoryu? Gentle wipes the remains of bile from his lips and instantly regains his elegant and serene posture, which makes me laugh a little. I'm Chikaz and I need your help, but first, follow me. They look at each other and sigh. It's not like they have many options. We start walking, me in front and them behind, something dangerous, but I need to give them confidence, although obviously I have my ears very attentive, managing to hear how they start to talk. It seems that La Brava does love Gentle. It can be seen from miles away, and her tone only confirms it with every word he gives. What do we do, Gentle-san? Asks the girl. I don't know, Menami, just stay behind me. He talks to her without using honorifics, another demonstration of the trust they both have. When we arrive I see my temple and walk, entering, so they follow me. When they enter they are obviously surprised, especially by the amount of bones in Jun Lao's skull and my recent acquisition, Curious Skull, to the point where I can hear their hearts racing quite a bit, which makes me laugh. I won't kill them if they collaborate. I take out some folding plastic chairs from a drawer and place them so they can sit. Now that I think about it, I need furniture and paving like my forge. It would be more convenient and I wouldn't have so many problems with scorpions. Those unfortunate stings strong and hurt. Good, now we can talk, I tell them calmly, sitting down and leaving my swords aside. Are you a murderer? Gentle asks, which makes me laugh. Something like that. I am a sword chanter or a sword monk, expert in sword combat, murder and stealth. I introduce myself, but I notice something. They keep looking at me with fear, which makes me sigh. Well, I guess to present myself better. I take off my helmet, seeing how they open their eyes with genuine surprise. You can call me Chikaz no Izuku, Izuku of the BLD Wind. I speak calmly, seeing how La Brava or Manami looks at me. A child? She says with genuine surprise. You have no right to call me a boy, I would say that you are a girl, I tell her, noticing how she lowers her cheeks and begins to jump and wave her arms in annoyance. I'm not a girl, I'm 22 years old, you dumb hormonal teenager. He shouts at me while jumping and waving his arms like a butterfly, while Gentle just laughs. Whatever you say, what are your names? I ask relaxed while Gentle sighs. I'm Danjuro Tabita. He introduces himself, while taking off his scarf. It's obvious that it's hot, at least my armor is well cooled. I'm Manami Iba, says La Brava, much calmer and leaving her tantrum behind. Okay, let's get to the point. I show the strong drive. This disk next to a computer I got has vital information for me, and you could help me decrypt it. I hand them the disk, so Danjuro takes it and passes it to Manami. It looks complicated, but it could be more so. It would take me a few days or weeks to decrypt everything he acknowledges, while superficially analyzing said disk. You say it's a deal, what do we gain if we help you? Gentle asks seriously, so I just raise my shoulders. Whatever you want, tell me what you want and we can reach an agreement. I kill criminals, not influencers. Danjuro holds his mustache, as if trying to think about how he could get me lost. I know, I want you to help us surpass 1 million views. I remain blank. Will he only ask me that nonsense? With your appearance, you will surely attract attention if we say that you are my assistant. Wow, he does have a shark mentality. Yes, that would be very useful for Gentle-san. Manami says that she prefers to call him by his nickname. Okay, I accept the deal, Ibe-san, Tabita-san, I tell them, while I extend my hand, so Danjuro squeezes it and Manami puts it on top. Call me Gentle, Chikasan, Gentle says, so I nod. You can call me Manami. The red-haired girl seems happier, so I nod. Okay, so what will we do to surpass 1 million views? I ask with curiosity. I must know how to equip myself for the occasion. How about a robbery? Manami says, but Gentle denies. It's what we always do. We should do something more impressive, the white-haired man clarifies. How about they steal the mini statue of the hero that they will give to the mayor? I ask, as they both open their eyes. It's brilliant. Both respond. The hero statue is given to the mayors of Mustafu when, in their loss of government, the crime rate is below 6% for more than a year, which has happened, so they will give him a statue of a man with a cape and armor made of gold representing the purest heroism. Nonsense, but it is very expensive nonsense. There won't be many heroes since it's nighttime, plus they won't expect an attack, so I could hack and disable the lights, says La Brava. I can knock out all the police in a wide area, so I could give you time to enter, take the statue and return with me so we can escape with my escape combination, I tell them, so they both nod with a smile. They liked my plan. You are a genius, Chikasan, they both say while I just smiled a little. I will be happy to help you. We have until the day after tomorrow to prepare, be ready. Now I take them home. They both turn white and deny. WC can go on foot, Gentle speaks nervously. It's obvious that they didn't like the trip I gave them one bit. Okay, I'll go quickly, but I'll take you to the exit before you can complain. I take you by the shoulders, Shoto, I whisper, while both of them appear completely disheveled outside the forest, but this time, they didn't vomit. Thank you, Manami murmurs, who doesn't stop staggering. Your quirk is really surprising, Gentle Criminal acknowledges, but laughs. You're wrong about something. I don't have a quirk. Both open their eyes in shock and La Brava chokes on her own saliva. Here we separate. By the way, I throw a paper at Gentle, which he catches. See you. I disappear in a jump before they can ask, while maintaining a smile. This will be fun. Welcome to Gentle Video. Gentle introduces himself, in the middle of a building, while La Brava is just recording with emotion. Today, we will not rob a simple opening, a simple store. He extends his arm and points to the town hall, in which there is a crowd of people and police, while the mayor himself, on a pedestal, waits with a smile for something. Today we will steal the statue of the hero. He winks, but I won't do it alone, we'll do it with help. Meet you. Chkaz. With that, La Brava quickly focuses on me, showing my modified armor. I use extremely modified assault gear, to the point where it's more of a unique set that has nothing to do with my regular armor, called Reef Cutter Mermaid Gear, or just ASEC. This consists of heavy two-layer armor. The first is a suit of purple metallic fabric and the second is a set of very light greenish-yellow plates, looking brown, with more purple fabric on top in the form of rags, as well as purple spikes or thorns that come out of some areas or intersections of the joints, which release a bluish glow due to the internal system they have, which is based on connecting with my swords through the contact of the handle with my hands to be able to change their blades. The swords have 5 double-edged blades that resemble purple claws, with fabric in the middle of them that resembles the membranes of the legs of aquatic animals for simple aesthetics, which I can say, I like to have style. My pleasure, I'm Chikaz, Gentle's assistant, I say seriously, which makes Manami puff out her cheeks. I was supposed to sound happy, but my voice next to the modulator that my mask has makes me sound bitter. Excuse him, it's your first time, huh? He laughs elegantly, while he takes a cup of tea from who knows where and pours himself some. Do you like it? Yes, so I nod. Come on, I take the cup and drink with my mask on. Shall I make a way for you? I ask with a little more excitement. This is going to be good. Please, Chikaz, Gentle says, so I nod and put the cup on the floor. Swords contained, I say, so I put my weapons together, forming a blade with no edge exposed on each one, so I jump off the building and spin, falling to the ground. Ken no Shogeki, I whisper, while everyone turns to look at each other. Look at me, but it's too late. In a flash I destroy every police officer in my path, giving them direct attacks to the head and neck that knock them out as my weapons have no edge, although the bruises will hurt. I notice how Gentle also jumps, but it creates a kind of elastic barrier that allows him to bounce, as if he had a trampoline. The Brava stays on an air platform made by Gentle to record better, so I look at it and wave to the camera. Attack. 2 heroes approach Gentle, but when he attacks him, they are crushed by walls of elastic air, which immobilizes them. Nice to meet you, Mayor. Could you give me this? He asks elegantly, while the mayor trembles with fear. Maybe it's for me, for him, or for both. You can tell that Gentle is no common thief even though he carries out his robberies with a kitchen knife. No, I won't. Heroes will come and I appear next to Gentle in a second. And they will be knocked out by me. Simple heroes can't beat me, so pay attention. I release Bloodlust, watching him become paler. Ho, 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 Shikazen, there's no need to scare him either. We are civilized people. He once again takes out a jug and a cup of tea from who knows where, pouring, although spilling a little, and giving said cup to the mayor in token of peace. With that said, I will take this. Gentle takes the gold statue with great care, putting it in a briefcase. Ready, now we're leaving. I get into position and tense my legs, but instantly I feel something coming towards us from above at high speed. Moon Arch. I take Gentle quickly upon hearing said movement. Heike, escape, appeared a few meters away from the impact zone, which shattered and raised a huge cloud of smoke. What was that? Gentle asks. I don't know. The technique I used is a faster version of my escape technique, but this one tires me more and only works at short distances. I say between some gasps, the weight of my armor, the Gentle and the simple fact that I did it from more than 2 meters tired me more than I would like. Gentle-san, Chikaz-san, you must get out of there quickly. The heroine has arrived. La Brava does not finish speaking through her communicator, because I put my arms in X, receiving a kick that sends us both to fly several meters. The smoke reveals a woman that makes me feel chills. Tan skin, red eyes and white hair combined with rabbit ears, this muscular woman wears metallic boots, gloves and a white suit that exposes her legs along with a scarf. She is the top 5 heroine, Mirko. I can't believe it, they called me for the theft of a FNG statue. And to top it all off, nobody does it. The woman complains, while Gentle only seems nervous, and rightly so. She is the strongest heroine in Japan, and no wonder, one kick could decapitate anyone. What do we do? Gentle asks with clear nerves. The people around him are no longer afraid. Now they think the obvious. They think they will crush us like flies. Point 2 things. Gentlemen, when I say 3, run with the Brava. And La Brava, don't stop recording, I tell them with a smile. That? The 2 ask. Give up already, I want to start a fight. She shouts at us. What? My body tenses completely too. My swords shine. Chikaz-sen Gentle looks at me, not knowing what to do. I hope he complies with what I told him. -3. I shout, starting to run at full speed, to the point where I generate a wave of wind that sends everyone flying, while Mirko is a little surprised. I'll finish this quickly, lunar arc. She jumps and does an axe kick. The result of the collision of my swords against his leg is a very powerful shock wave, which covers the entire area. I see Mirko in shock. His kick did not break my swords, nor did it crack them. They are fine, made with the best for a combat of this level. She then turns her body and kicks towards my face, so I somersault and do another kick, which creates a loud bang. My leg went numb. My legs are strong, but they are made for speed, not for attack. You're not doing it wrong. I cut towards her head, but she kicks me and sends me flying. Fly a few meters, but I get up. You're not an average villain like that weird Frenchman, she admits, slightly surprised, but she has a smile. Perhaps, infiltrating and killing Chitose Kazuki proves that I am not ordinary. She widens her eyes at my revelation. Were you the murderer? Wow, it seems like you're just a psychopath. She tenses her legs and kicks at me and then punches me, but I dodge everything. Not a psychopath, perhaps an anti-hero. I respond as if nothing had happened, but inside I'm nervous. This thing is heavy, I can't keep up. I think seriously. Yes, this armor is good for resisting due to its extreme hardness and the ability of the metal fabric to absorb and withstand powerful energy attacks, whether electrical, kinetic or heat, but not for running. My available speed percentage is 14%, and the effort required to run is too much. I decide to get serious, so I tense my whole body and breathe deeply. Swords released, my blades once again take the shape of claws and expose their powerful edge, which makes Mirko become serious. She knows that I will not play games. Debirurangi, devil's move. I disappear from everyone's sight, and when she doesn't expect it, I leave behind her, digging the claws of my sword into her back, although not very deeply. Biasuri. Another kick hits my helmet, cracking it and making a fissure in my face, which allows my eye to be seen. It made me angry. I unconsciously release all the bloodlust I have stored, which causes evaporated BLD to begin to flow from my entire body and come out through the only hole there is, the hole in my eye. To everyone's surprise, Mirko takes a step back and shows some fear while I continue walking. My weapons begin to glow in a light crimson tone and my skin begins to burn. This is part of one of my most powerful techniques, but I should only use it without armor, but since I just have to keep fighting if I want them to. Get out of this situation. Chi no Kyorin, BLD Frenzy. I say seriously, I will protect the dreams of Gentle and La Brava, and I will help them fulfill them. I swear it by every villain I have killed, by every child I have saved, by every monster I have annihilated. I, Chikaz, will protect the dreams of Gentle Criminal and La Brava. I rush forward at full speed, so Mirko starts kicking debris to try to crush me, but I just use my swords to try to cut Mirko in two. Ken no Shogeki. Impact of swords. I shout, while launching a powerful dual attack with all my strength, cutting the articulation points of Mirko's arms. You will be a BSTRD. He tries to kick me in the head with all his might, so instead of dodging I stay still and take a stance, receiving the blow. Hengeki, counterattack. I use the accumulated kinetic force to release it with my fist even with my weapons in hand. I fall exhausted to the ground with my weapons on the ground and my helmet broken. My body stops releasing evaporated BLD, ending my BLD frenzy. BLD frenzy is much more powerful than what I did, which was just maxing out my physical power, but with my armor I couldn't. BLD frenzy heats my body to the point where evaporated BLD pours out of it, my eyes become bloodshot, and my skin turns crimson. This mode gives me a lot of strength and speed, but it also makes me agile and gives me the option to attack and even sharpen my swords with my evaporated BLD, but, as I said, this is not used well with my armor on and with so much weight. Moon Arch. I went blank, watching Mirko kick him directly at my head, and with this state, I won't be able to dodge it. Gently Sandwich. I hear a voice and see Gentle covered in a pink aura above me, while he creates several air platforms and then launches them at Mirko, crushing her like a fly. I notice something. Gentle is next to La Brava, holding her in just one of his arms, while more of that pink smoke comes out of him and her, making me notice that she is the source of said smoke and that temporary increase in power. He raises his hands and repeats this movement, crushing Mirko again and again to knock her out, but she escapes and launches a kick at him, so I take my swords and slash upwards, so she retreats, but still I manage to cut off his cheek and some hair. It's time for us to go, don't you think, Chikaz-san? His elegant tone makes me smile. He is a villain who deserves my respect. You already said it, Gentle-san. He takes my shoulder. He obeys without thinking, so I concentrate. They will not escape. She runs towards us, but it's too late. Ekizo pseudo combination, Sukaburika Kato, escape combination, heaven-breaking slash. With a single slash, we appear on the outskirts of another city, while below us is a large piece of the ground. Both vomit again from the trip. Heh, are you still not used to it? I ask with some mockery. La Brava. Cut this part, says Gentle, dizzy, who lost that pink aura, which makes me laugh. Why lie, this was fun. It's been months, many months since Izuku started training swords with Jun Lain and the results are noticeable. First of all, Izuku is a learning prodigy, a reverent prodigy. Jun Lain did not doubt this when he chose him as his heir, but it does continue to surprise him, as he combines talent with determination, which gives a more than deadly result. Still, there is a problem, and that is that Izuku has slowly begun to lose his initial drive to be a hero, which is reinforced by the mockery and attitudes of his family and friends towards him every time he says he wants to be a hero. That has made his longing to be a true hero slowly fade away, although a part of him tries to keep those little embers still burning. Be faster, Jun scolds as he gives Izuku a good blow with the blunt part of his sword. TSK. I'm supposed to be getting faster than you, why can't I touch you? Izuku asks with some annoyance. It's no use being the fastest if your opponent has better reflexes. That's why I can do. Jun gives him a powerful kick that he can't avoid. Things like that. Izuku inevitably falls to the ground on his knees. He is exhausted and has been defeated. Izuku drops his weapons with some anger and sighs. Child, are you okay? He asks while taking him by the shoulder. I would say yes, but I would be lying if Izuku opened up a little. I don't want to be a hero so much anymore. They are not good, he frowns. Oh, and why do you say that, if you are the biggest fan of heroes there is? Today, I asked a hero if someone without a quirk could be a hero. I dreamed, aspired, trusted that he would tell me that he could, but no, he told me no, that it would get in the way, that he couldn't and that I should do something else. He tears a little angrily, a lot angrily. I'm not useless, I can be a hero, but what good is it if a hero tells me I can't? He shouts very angrily. Do you know something, child? Jun calls Izuku's attention. Have you ever felt like you don't fit in this life? A lot too much. I think angrily. Well, that's something a little real. Jun sits down, so Izuku imitates him. We are small, very small, insignificant in fact to the flow of life, or so is the common thought. In fact, someone as small as you or me can do great things. Nikola Tesla changed how electricity works forever. Albert Einstein innovated in various areas of engineering and science, and finally He trusted that I am raising the greatest hero that could exist. He smiles a little, which makes Izuku tear up a little and on impulse hug him. Thank you. Just tell me, Jun, child. He stands up and takes his sword. It's time to fight again. Out of curiosity, which hero told you that nonsense? Just someone insignificant. It was just all might with that. A new duel began. Peace, appealing and infinite peace. Since the theft of the hero statue, Gentle and Manami have become good friends, so why not lie? They are good people. After the robbery, Gentle threw the statue there, something that made me laugh. He doesn't want money, he just yearns for the fame that he could never get with heroism, and he trusts that it makes those who see him happy, and I trusted that it's true. There came a point where I invited them to my temple for a drink, and they did the same. Obviously they have already stopped their crimes for a while. They should rest and wait for the heroes to stop looking for them because of my battle with Mirko. And speaking of that, I became a trend because of the video, which reached 1 million views in a few hours and 20 million in less than 2 days. Obviously the heroes are looking for me. It's a shame they didn't find me. That armor isn't one I use much, and since I always use different armor and weapons, they can't track me, plus my escape combination is untraceable, so there is nothing to worry about. Hey, that's where my peace came from. Katsumi again, the annoying and boring Katsumi. Hello Katie-chan, do you need something from me? I am relaxed, although inside I am irritated. A few days have passed since the fight with Mirko and my ribs and face continue to hurt. At least I have no visible wounds thanks to my ointments, but this pain is preventing me from staying calm. Yes, the stupid girl with the green bush told me that you were doing stupid things in your house. He scolds me in the middle of the break. Obviously we are the center of attention, to the point that Katsuki and Izumi look at a medium distance. With all due respect, Katie-chan, you're not my mother to scold me for I get up as I face her. It's obvious that she didn't expect that from me. As she takes several steps back, I'm leaving, I have things to do. You're not leaving. Being an increase in temperature, which makes me sigh a little, I don't want to fight, so I'll just receive it. The explosion sent me flying several meters, but rather than hurting, it just shook me a little. I somersault and fall to the ground on my feet. I stretch my legs and look seriously at Katsumi, while I clean the dust from my uniform. I really hate this uniform, it's uncomfortable and it takes away my agility, but what can I do? She obviously gets angry at my indifferent expression and throws a punch coated in her BLD to make an explosion. A fairly simple attack, easy to dodge. And easy to counter. Predictably, I just take her arm and bend it quickly, bringing her closer to me and putting her in a headlock that causes her face to hit the ground and her arm to be constantly pointing in the wrong direction, making a measly movement enough for me to dislocate it. He yells at me, but I tighten my arm more, threatening to bend it. I'll be honest with you, Katie-chan, I'm stressed today, so I won't hold back so much or put up with your bullshit, I say with slight annoyance, but then I jump, avoiding a fireball and an explosion, 2 attacks from Izumi and Katsuki. The explosive boy rushes towards me with the intention of hitting me and then explodes my face, which makes me sigh. Hengeki, counterattack. I whisper, receiving the blow, but before I can even think about making the explosion, I return the attack with triple the initial force. The result is that Bakugo goes flying, crashing into several tables in the room and impacting each of the students. I think he pulled out a tooth, which is a good thing. He won't suffer from wisdom teeth. My sister and Katsumi are shocked, looking at Katsuki's bloody face, who is still breathing strong. I think I knocked him out. I crack my neck, while I look at the teacher, who doesn't know what to say. You know, Katsuki, I never fight because I'm a pacifist. For me, matches are only worth it if the rival is worthy, and none of you are. I say calmly, while looking at the teacher, who is pale. Go to the address, Midoriya. He yells at me angrily. Will you send me to the management and not those who attacked me? I ask, while I release my bloodlust, which scares him greatly, because I hear his heart going 1,000 per second. That okay, go to your seat and take Bakugo to the infirmary, says the somewhat calmer. Then I stopped releasing my anger. Something good, I regained my composure. Two guys whose names I don't even remember take Bakugo to the infirmary, while I calmly return to my seat. The truth is I just close my eyes and start meditating, closing my eyes and starting to think about nothing, a quiet way to waste time. Soon I open my eyes, noticing something. It is the last class and possibly one of the last of the year, since it is the last PRD of the school year and we graduate. Then, there will be a PRD of time of 10 months for the UA Hero Academy exam to occur, which I will attend, not to be a hero, but to be a general course student. Well, we're in our last year now and I'm glad you're all graduating. Also, I received the letters that they want to study, but who am I kidding? Everyone wants to be heroes. Everyone starts celebrating and disturbs my meditation, which makes me sigh a little. Shut up extras, yells Bakugo, who has a medical patch on his cheek from my hit. I will enter the UA. He shouts louder. The UA asks a student. I heard that only 5% passed the exam, says another with equal surprise. Yes, I will be the only one to get to the UA and. Before he can continue barking, the professor speaks. Katsumi and Izumi also want to come in, he acknowledges, while he looks at my sister and his own sister angrily, but he doesn't shout at them and just sighs with disappointment. Maybe he was hoping they would go together to some hero school for women only or something like that. It was to be expected. The three of them are the strongest in the school, a boy acknowledges, and it is true. Izumi with his pyrokinesis and the Bakugo brothers with their powerful explosions make them true monsters for them, but evidently, they are still weaklings in front of them. True monsters, like Mirko, Endeavor or All Might himself. Oh, and it seems that Izuku Midoriya also wants to go to the UA. A few seconds of silence turned into loud laughter, while Katsuki and Katsumi looked at me angrily, but I just smiled. Professor, you should read better. It says there that I will attend general courses and see if I go to the support course, because I don't want to be a hero. It's a waste of time. My voice silences everyone, while I get up and take my things. See you. I go out, but before the teacher can tell me anything, the bell rings, so I walk away without him being able to scold me. I walk with my hands in my pockets, whistling and meditating as I walk, leaving the academy. I was going to use a boost to escape, but I heard several people walking. They are that crazy trio. Sigh, I don't want to fight with them right now. I want to rest. I see that the three are behind me, so I get ready, but a voice makes me breathe calmly. Izuku-san, a somewhat squeaky voice, calls me, so I look down, seeing Manami, who is next to Gentle. Obviously both of them do not have their villain outfits, but are wearing casual clothes. Hello Denjiro-san, Manami-san. Just like them, I call them by their names and not by their happy villain names, just like they don't use my real last name and my anti-hero name. Bakugo again, seriously, that guy can't get enough. How savage. Denjiro just looks at Bakugo with some annoyance, but regains his serene expression. And who are you? Izumi asks, so nosy. A friend of Izuku, so, let's go. He starts walking, so I follow him, but I hear a TSS that indicates that Katsuki will make an explosion. Down, I whisper, so Gentle nods. Bakugo points his hand at us, but I just pick up a rock from the ground and throw it at him, resulting in the explosion being deflected and two of Bakugo's fingers shattering, making a loud crack. Gentle and Brava laugh a little when they see Bakugo scream in pain and how my sister and Katsumi help him. He really is a weakling. The three of us retreat calmly. They can't do anything to us, absolutely nothing. We arrived at a quiet street to talk quietly. So, Izuku-san, what do you plan to do with the information? Manami asks me, which makes me sigh. With that information I will create a plan to attack Detnerat, destroy it and kill the members of the Superpower Liberation Army. I explain calmly as I walk. We go to their home, where they both live. It's something dangerous and you know it. Izuku-san Danjuro Sai's Kazaki is well known and Redestro is feared in the underworld. His quirk and resources make him too dangerous. But I'm more so I release a little bloodlust, which makes both of them step back a little. You're scary if you try Yuke face. Manami acknowledges, which makes me laugh. Heh, whatever you say, Mini Strawberry. She gets irritated by my nickname, but she doesn't say anything. Well, don't fight. Gentle takes her and puts her in one of his arms, which makes her blush at the affectionate gesture of his. Nah, I don't know what the hell they are. They seem like friends, boyfriends, husbands, lovers and friends with benefits, but it's not like they're interested either. They just are and they're happy with their relationship. We soon arrived at his home, a more than elegant apartment, so much so that it seems like a pretty good French home despite being very poorly located geographically, as it is in a somewhat poor area. La Brava gets off Gentle's arm and walks, sitting in a chair and grabbing the computer and starting to type, while Gentle makes tea and pulls out chocolate chip cookies, so I grab one and take a bite. Well, Izuku-san, the decryption is ready, so the information is free. She puffs out her sissy with pride, while I am surprised. I didn't expect it to be so fast. That speed, I admit with a smile. You're talking to the best hacker there is, she says with her fist raised, while Gentle drinks tea and puts his head on top of her. What is information? I ask calmly. Well, there is a lot of data on Himiko Toga. Whoever you stole it from, he was a very careful, obsessive. Manami acknowledges. While a drop of sweat falls from her forehead, there is also information on Detnerat and the army release of superpowers. They are in Daika. This city is sparsely populated and 100% of its citizens are part of the army. That surprises me, so I will have many enemies and many people to kill. Who are its members? I ask calmly. There are many names and nicknames, but the most important ones stand out. There are Redestro, Curious, Sliding Go, Trumpet, Skeptic, and my gaze turns cold and I clench my fist for a few moments, but then I sigh. I knew that at some point this was going to happen. I'm sorry. Geeton, then I guess I'll have to wipe out the entire city. I theorize with some annoyance. This will take a lot more time than I have. Theoretically, yes, but in Daika there is also the central base and the one that has connections with other places such as the hive mind, all organized in the Detnerat headquarters, which means that if I destroy the building, all the information, plans, influences and problems end forever. I end up happy. Izuku-san, I don't know if you know, but we are with you. Gentle laughs, and so do I. This will be very, very, very fun. Tadpole. Jun calls to Izuku, who stops training with his sword to look at him. What's wrong, sensei? He asks curiously. I'm Jun to you, I've already told you. Well, I'll tell you about the other 3 clans. Izuku tilts his head strangely. Do you think that sword monks are the only ones with superhuman abilities without a quirk? Oh really? Is there more? The boy asks with surprise. Indeed, there are 3 clans which, like us, are almost extinct. That saddens Izuku a little, but it doesn't say anything. The 3 were important allies in ancient times, fighting and appeasing entire kingdoms to fight and defend themselves, in addition to gaining territories. These groups are the Templars, the Amazons, the Dragoon and the Cantespadas or the Sword Monks. Out of curiosity, why do we have 2 names? The boy asks again. Easy, we have 2 variations, the monks and the dancing dancers. The monks are the ones who forge, build and perform masses, in addition to sacrifices. The dancing dancers are the warriors. I decided to teach you both disciplines without you knowing so that it would be easier for you. Izuku nods. Well, let's start with the Templars, and I'll show you the strongest Templar. Jun takes out some very old and well-preserved canvas photos from a drawer. He puts 3 photos on the floor as he sits, so Izuku follows suit. Jun also draws 4 logos. The first is that of 2 crossed swords. The second is a shield with a cross in the middle and a sword behind it. The third is that of a Venus symbol, female sign. which is surrounded by several spears. The last one is that of a large dragon skull. The first are the Templars, and I'm not talking about those of the Crusades. These are resilient warriors with impressive physical abilities. Their skins are so tough that a normal sword bounces when touched, and when they put on armor they become walking walls that cannot be knocked down. Their signature attack, Arterial Slash, allows them to cause their opponents to bleed out in seconds. They normally use great swords, but also use swords. Its greatest representative is Artoria Pendragon. Wow, he looks strong, Izuku acknowledges. And she shared an era with Zoro Roronoa in the time of the pirates. A few centuries ago, Jun explains calmly. Now let's go with the Amazons. This clan was mostly made up of women. Speaking of physical strength, they are the most powerful there is. It is known that their connection with nature is such that they can talk and have conversations with animals, know what they feel, etc. Another thing is that they use spears and do not have armor, although they do not need it. Its representative was a woman so strong and primitive that the most powerful weapons could not defeat her. That woman was Princess San, also called Mononoke. Wow, she seems powerful too, the green-haired man acknowledges. Obviously it was. She met Kokushibo and Hashira, and fought equally with both at the same time, but they remained on good terms after the three allied to kill a daimyo who enslaved thousands of people in a somewhat distant kingdom. Izuku just admires the woman with super abilities. Finally, the Dragoon. These are people who consumed a flower called Dragon Lily, an extremely rare flower with unique properties. To consume it, one must meet several requirements, and one of them is to be dying in order to allow the flower to regenerate tissues. Another is that the person who consumes it must possess very little physical power, that is, they must have a weak gift, since a strong gift would be overloaded by the lily and cause the host to explode, in addition to nullifying the powers of the flower and the host itself. Finally, the user must have mental stability and not have physical illnesses, or, otherwise, their nervous system would explode. There are many things, says Izuku. Yes, but in exchange it gives you powers superior to any quirk. Gives the ability to handle dragon energy, a type of moldable energy generated by the body and can be released in any form, fire, lightning, aura, or even physical forms. It also gives them strength and regeneration, not to mention dizzying senses. The most important thing is that they make armor and weapons with reptiles, and this equipment has lilies or dragoon lily essence inside, and with this the dragoon can manipulate their own armor, direct their weapons, etc. Its greatest exponent is Tatsumi, the tyrant. Everyone is super great. Izuku shouts with excitement. And I hope that one day you will meet his successors. I trusted that. It's been a month since Manami decrypted the computer and strong drive. The truth is that not much has happened. I finally got out of that crappy school and Katsumi, Katsuki and Izumi went to a month-long training with my father at his agency, so they always leave early and arrive exhausted, with no time to bother me. For my part, I was doing everything I could, training and building the best team I could, since I have some offices to destroy. It's already night and we are in one of the largest buildings in Daika. Gentle, La Brava and I are ready, with a plan and an objective, to destroy Detnerat forever. The plan is simple. I will enter and massacre everyone I meet, while La Brava hacks the systems to delay the efforts and Gentle places explosives at the bases of the building, so that when he kills Rikia, Gentle activates them and destroys them. Everything that may be inside. Right now we are in Daika, in one of the largest buildings which is next to the Detnerat headquarters, a building just like the one I visited the first time I saw Rikia, only this one is much taller. There is a skeptic problem, a guy who is not physically strong, but his quirk will make it difficult. He can create human replicas anywhere and from anything human-sized, so I'll have some problems getting close to Rikia's office, although nothing serious. My team is one of the most efficient I have. It's called Hidden Blade Equipment, and it makes me as agile as a shadow. It allows me to use more than 50% of my true speed without hurting myself, which helps me move at the speed of sound or even a little faster. All my armor is made of sharp black metallic feathers, the CST is dark gray and there are multiple red ribbons on my arms, on the shoulder pads and on parts of my mask, which only has 2 deep holes that allow me to release a lot of space. Part of my bloodlust, and also has red ears along with a part that exposes my hair, which I temporarily dye black. Finally, my weapons are 2 double-edged multi-feathered blades that make just holding these things very dangerous. Ready, Chizaki-san? Gentle asks me, who has his suit and inside it are different explosive discs. Yeah. Don't forget, La Brava, if something happens, call us and we will come running. I clarify, because we will have to leave her alone so she can hack and monitor everything. Of course, take care of yourselves. She throws herself at us and hugs us, something we reciprocate. Well, let's fight without thinking. I jump and begin to fall down the building. The fall causes the wind to start crashing into me, so I tense my body and make a move and push my feet back, leaping into the air and propelling myself towards the Detnerat building, which I use to stab my swords on the walls, stopping my fall. I use my swords and begin to climb quickly, gaining enough momentum to start running up the wall, climbing quickly until I reach the 10th floor, finally camouflaging myself and entering through a window. I notice the hallways dark and empty, except for some security guards who go in a specific order. I look down, noticing Gentle doing elegant jumps in elastic air to place explosive discs on the building. He smiled a little and then I focused, quickly throwing my gun, impaling a guard's skull and then jumping to the roof, smashing the security camera. I repeat this process quickly, slaughtering and destroying everyone on this floor, leaving only a trail of BLD. Security alert. Maximum level 1. Hear a loud alarm and notice how multiple metal plates close, locking me in a cube. Not bad. I laugh a little while I gather my weapons and put them in an X-shaped burrito kato, BLD cut. I whisper, launching an attack that cuts the wall into 4 parts. I start walking but I quickly avoid a strange-looking man, completely white skin, strange facial features with cartoon-like eyes, big lips and great muscles. He is one of Skeptic's dolls. I avoid 2 others and start jumping, making them unable to see me because of my speed. I just clash my swords and make a move, cutting them in half, but without decapitating them. That death is only deserved by the true and most ferocious humans, not pathetic puppets. I start walking and cut through each barrier that appears in front of me, seeing the elevator, so I take the doors and open them with a little brute force, entering and then making a hole in the ceiling. La Brava, give me a hand, I ask the communicator. Sure, Chikaz-san. Out of nowhere, the elevator shutters and starts to rise quickly, so I crouch down. Out of nowhere, other puppets fall and try to crush me, but I somersault and kick them in the face and then split them in 2, although they get up again and try to kill me, but I simply dodge and cut their heads into multiple pieces. The third tried to crush me with a bear hug, but I just jumped into the elevator, hearing a loud bang. That thing crashed strong against the ceiling. You could have killed me, La Brava, he laughed a little. Yes, but I know that you wouldn't let yourself be killed so easily. Hee. She lets out a laugh, which makes me sigh. I touch a button and the elevator opens, entering a completely dark room. I notice something. It's Rikia's office, only this one is much bigger than the one in the office I visited. I take out my swords and sharpen my senses, feeling something, a cold wind. The lights turn on out of nowhere, noticing 2 people, Rikia, who is sitting with a glass of wine in his hand. Next to him is Giton, who has his hood up, and it only presents total darkness that covers his face, except for his bright eyes like ice crystals. Wow, a killer, Rikia greets, but I only release a small part of my bloodlust, although this doesn't intimidate them at all. Yes, and I'm coming to kill you, Redestro, I say, noticing how he is a little surprised, while Giton just begins to concentrate his quirk on some glasses of water, which explode and transform into ice that begins to spin at speed. Around him. When why? He asks me. Easy, you are a danger to everyone. The heroes will lock you up and you will get out easily if they manage to discover you, something that will not happen soon. So, I'm going to cut off the root of the problem, and that root is your neck. My swords begin to glow crimson as I prepare to attack. Well, nice speech. Giton speaks seriously. Yes, Yatsubashi-sama, my instincts have become more refined. Kempakina t-shirt. Perfect parry. I block a huge ice spear that almost impales me, but I still fly away. Multiple ice crystals come out at me, but I just start spinning on my own axis, cutting off each of the icy attacks. I throw my weapons at Rikia, who just sits there with a smile, while he watches my attack being stopped by Green's ice. "Die super, dispel," he whispered, quickly disappearing from everyone's sight in a small cloud of evaporated BLD. I appear in front of Rikia and prepare to decapitate him, but he extends a black finger and it releases a shock wave so powerful that it sends me flying, slamming me against an armored glass and making me spit out some BLD. I cough for air, but instantly dodge more icy daggers. More and more ice begins to come out from all directions like water that quickly hardens and solidifies, which Geeton uses as powerful attacks that I must try to cut, mostly succeeding, but my armor begins to show small cracks. I sigh and concentrate. I think it's time to attack with even more force. "Dance, dance," I whisper. It is time to use the greatest teachings of my teacher. I begin to spin rapidly, so fast that sparks begin to fly from my metal boots, while the wind begins to compress into a funnel shape. Geeton surrounds me with ice spikes and prepares to attack me, but I only activate a large part of my bloodlust, which causes my BLD to evaporate and surround my swords. I jump and slash the ground, causing the entire floor to shatter, so we fall a few floors down from the power of my attack, although Rikia falls intact and Geeton just floats. Skeptic Rikia picks up a phone and calls, but something happens that makes me smile. "That I'm sorry, sir, but your gorilla creator friend is sleeping. Have a good day." Gentle's voice makes me laugh, but Rikia is not happy at all, as he destroys his phone with a squeeze. "I see that my friend is causing you stress. Haha, I make a joke, but then I avoid another ice spear. "I won't hold back so much, assassin," says Geeton very seriously. "Well, then I don't either. Dance. I start spinning again, only now I move much faster, so I can condense my cutting power even more. It begins to shake and the roof is blown into pieces by the powerful wind coming out of Geeton. Once the ceiling and walls come out to give it space, a huge ice dragon with a serpentine appearance and wings appears in front of me, while it roars. I stop in my tracks, while the red wind is impregnated with my swords, which shine and roar fiercely, as if they were ready to tear. I run out with both weapons, preparing to cut down the dragon, which comes flying towards me. We clash our attacks, causing a powerful wave of icy wind that sends me flying into a building, while Geeton is slammed into the opposite building. I shake my head and jump with all my strength, returning to the floor I was on, while Getting imitates me. We both look at each other and then more ice is thrown at me in huge pillars, so I quickly avoid, starting to spin on my axis to use dance. Once again, only this time we both get even closer, managing to grab each other's hands. Masks to hit us in the face, one that broke my mask and another that destroyed his hood, so we fell to the floor. I look at the remains of my mask and put them together to put it back on, managing to cover my mouth and part of my left eye, but it doesn't matter. Geeton saw me, and I saw him. "Midoriya-san." Geeton looks at me surprised. "Did you always have a quirk?" he asks, but I deny. "Not at all, this is all training like you did. I trained like crazy to do this." I look at my fist and clench it. I'm tired of looking. I see something and quickly dodge a slap, noticing something. It's Rikia, who has black spots around his face and his arm, which has become gigantic. "Geeton, I know you won't leave and I know you won't let me go. So, as a sign of respect, I will attack you to kill you," I say seriously, while he nods. "How kind. Then I'll do it too." More ice comes out and spins around me, so I just tense my muscles and make a cut, destroying the spears that were going to impale me. I go forward with the intention of decapitating Rikia, but he slams his hand downwards, causing me to cross the floor and reach the next level of the building, so I get up quickly to avoid an attack from Rikia, which was going to crush me. With a giant arm, I use my speed and start spinning around them, doing it so fast that they can't see me and all the air starts to form a funnel, starting to drain the oxygen. Even so, a wave of Green's hand causes spikes of ice to almost pierce me, but I manage to dodge, sacrificing the tornado. Release 80%. Much of Rikia's body is covered with black parts. I launch myself at him with Dansu, but slower this time. I'm getting tired faster than I thought. I managed to avoid a blow from him that was completely covered in dark energy, but the shock wave sends me flying, and I manage to be impaled by one of Green's ice spikes, which hits my shoulder directly. I fall on my feet and muffle the scream, tearing off said frozen piece and concentrating my strength to make my BLD boil, closing the wound. This BLD control thing is very useful. Still, I have no luck with the next hit of dark energy, landing a powerful blow straight to my stomach, causing me to vomit BLD and lie on the ground. I get up and manage to turn to avoid Redestro from crushing my head with his foot. I'm not one of those who forgive Chikaz-san. He launches another powerful blow that also manages to hit me all over the face, breaking part of my mask. I need more power. I whisper as I get back up. Chizuki-san, the bombs are ready. Gentle says through the communicator. Take La Brava as far as you can, activate them when she says. I tell them so they don't hear me. Rikia throws a slap that releases a powerful wave of black energy that slams me against a wall, so I get up and quickly start jumping on ceilings and walls like crazy so they can't hit me. Redestro and Geeton attack me at the same time with great force, one with increasingly large ice attacks while again launching powerful shockwaves, which I dodge with difficulty. Even so, I won't be able to with this. I'm putting my body to the limit. Sigh. It's time to attack even more seriously. With a button, the gauntlets and boots of my armor come off, allowing me to accelerate and turn even faster, managing to get close and give a fairly effective cut to Rikia, because, although he is covered with that energy, I manage to pierce it and cut him. 2 fingers, making him scream. Geeton launches an attack at me, but I dodge again and throw my weapons at her, stabbing her into her shoulder. Rikia manages to grab my arm, squeezing it until it breaks, making me scream, but smile. He's right where I need him. Activate that now. I scream with all my might. An explosion occurs at the site and is followed by multiple smaller explosions in a row, which causes the ground to shake. Geeton was going to use his ice to rise, but he slashed and grabbed the sword that was still on his shoulder, using it to cut the net full of both arms. Rikia tried to flee, but I threw my weapons at him, cutting his knees and causing him to lose momentum. Quickly, everything began to crumble and bury us, so despite everything I put away my weapons and used my only available arm, took Get on my shoulder and used all my strength to take one last leap, narrowly avoiding being buried. With the entire building. Once all the noise passes, I only see the remains of Detnerat, which completely buried Rikia. I'm still exhausted, but I leave Geeton kneeling in front of me, so I take my sword and put it on his neck. But you're going to kill me, do it now, Geeton asks me, so I sigh and take off my mask so he can see my face. It was an honor to meet you, my friend, I acknowledge with a smile. Tells Izuku-san. With that, I made a movement and saw how his head fell. He finished decapitating him. I kneel and say a prayer for the deceased and then take his decapitated head, leaving it in a bag and saving it to take with me and use to decorate my temple. I was going to retreat, but I felt a powerful blow on my back that slammed me against a wall, making me vomit BLD. I slowly get up, seeing something, Rikia, but he is not alone, rather he is equipped with a huge armor and equipped with a large armor that covers his body, which has become even more massive than before. Liberation 150% cloister. He shouts, throwing himself against me. I manage to avoid his attacks with difficulty, but my swords alone cannot pierce him. I think I will have to attack with more head than simple speed. I activate my bloodlust and make red vapor surround my swords, causing them to turn a deep crimson. I launch myself and cut my right arm, managing to cut it in 2 quickly, but then I receive a kick that ends up destroying my armor into pieces, leaving only my boots, my gauntlets and a part of my mask. I don't have to hold back so much anymore. Chi no Kyurin, BLD frenzy. BLD starts to steam out, my skin starts to burn and my eyes become bloodshot. It's time to put an end to this BSTRD for good. Izuku launches himself at an insane speed towards Rikia, who only covers his head with his only arm, seeing my attack hit and noticing how his armor breaks, but before I can finish cutting him I receive a kick in the stomach that crashes me against a huge building. I get up again and begin to spin, using Dansu again, throwing myself forward with the intention of decapitating him, but he dodges and tackles me with his body, managing to hit me. I spit out BLD and get up. I can't stand for much longer, The BLD loss, pain and fatigue are draining me of the little resistance I have left. Hanmano Kato, Royal Court, he whispered, launching a powerful attack with Shin no Damage, true damage, managing to see how his body was cut without him being able to do anything, tearing off his arm and part of his face. His armor begins to fall apart, noticing Rikia with no arms, one eye, and part of his jaw missing. He falls exhausted and without that black energy. It seems like I'm done. I was going to get closer, but my legs gave out and I almost fell, but I managed to keep my balance, slowly approaching him. I raise my gun and put it on his neck. Rikia Yatsubashi, tell me, was it worth it? I ask him, while he looks at me with his only eye. Was it worth killing, kidnapping and torturing innocent people to be able to fulfill your promise to free everyone? Asked. Yes, it was completely worth it. He tells me, sure, although of course, it's not clear to understand not having part of his mouth. Well then, this will do it too. My sword dances and then impales the Yakuza's head, finally cutting it into pieces. I fall exhausted, but then I hear a roar followed by sirens, people running and fire. I look up and see helicopters, many people, many enemies, and the most notable thing, a man with armor and flaming hair, blue eyes and a threatening look, is the top 2 hero, Endeavor. He is not alone, as he arrives with Mirko and a giant dragon, another top 10 heroine, Ryukyu. I fall exhausted, dropping the bag and my sword, while completely undoing my bloodlust and frenzy. I can no longer move. I notice something. Endeavor is talking to me, threatening me I guess, but I ignore him. I see Mirko getting fed up and starts running to kick me, but she is buried by walls of elastic air. So I look up, noticing Gentle carrying La Brava, and both of them are surrounded by said pink air from the little redhead's quirk. Shizuki-san, relax, we'll cover you. I try to raise my sword, but I can't. See Korin. I whisper, but Gentle laughs. Ha ha, what a good joke. He lets out a laugh. We won't leave you, we will fight until the end. Manami smiles, which makes her smile a little, but there is nothing to do. They can't even come close to Mirko, much less with Ryukyu together with Endeavor, and much less will they be able to escape with so many good-level heroes surrounding us. Shizaki, you will be tried for mass murder, so ask your servants to surrender. A fire spear appears in Endeavor's hand. Hey, he's my help, not already. He complains, which makes me laugh. Well, I guess no one would complain if they arrived a little burned. He pointed his hand toward us, so I started to get up, but something interesting happens. Dragoon Rock. A man shouts from the sky, while multiple rocks appear from the ground and grow rapidly, attacking Endeavor directly, so everyone dodges the attack. A man falls with enormous bluish armor that covers his entire body. This armor is shaped like a dragon and metal spurs come out of its forearms, as well as spikes. There are some red gems on his shoulder pads, and a white mane of hair appears to emerge from the inside of said armor. Finally, a large ribbon emerges from his horned helm, and a red eye leaves a large crimson trail. Dragoon, he muttered in shock, looking at the armored man. Well, I finally found you. Swordsinger, he speaks to me in a joking tone. Identify. Ryukyu shouts, he has forgotten the details that we are surrounded by. Ha, my name is Frederick, the last dragoon. He shouts to the 4 winds. Endeavor stops listening and releases a powerful flare, so Frederick inhales and then spits a flare of bluish fire from his helmet, countering the attack. He throws a sphere of energy at me, which collides with me and, to my surprise, heals me a little, giving me strength. He looks at me, so I nod, grabbing my only sword and preparing to use my escape combination. Don't even think you'll run away again. Mirko runs and prepares to kick me. Dragoon Rock. Frederick hits the ground again, summoning bluish rocks that hit Mirko directly in the stomach. We're leaving. I say exhausted, so the man standing next to us Ekizo Pseudo Combination, Sukaburika Kato, escape combination, Skybreaker slash, everyone rushes towards us, but with a single slash, we disappear in a flicker. A few seconds pass until the 4 of us fall into the forest, although, luckily for me, neither Gentile nor La Brava vomited this time. The dragoon stares at us, so I nod, starting to walk with a limp to get to my temple. As soon as we arrive, I take off all my armor except for my helmet, leaving me in my underwear. I put Keaton's head in a special bag made of eldritch and shake it. It is a bag with special worms that eat meat and leave the bones clean, very useful so I don't have to sand everything by hand. Then I take out my ointments and start applying them to my wounds. These are very useful and powerful, healing wounds without leaving a scar, but I will have to deal with the broken arm for a while. I'll give you a hand. Frederick takes my broken arm and blue fire comes out of his hand, healing my arm. Thank you, I say while I stretch. And tell me, are they your companions? He asks, pointing at Gentle and Manami. No, they're my friends, I say with a smile, while they share my expression. Wow, sword monks are solitary, although I see that you are the exception. Are you the last one? He asks me, so I nod. Wow, I'm also the last dragoon with that. I extend my arm, seeing how he squeezes my hand tightly while fire surrounds him. By the way, I know the last one. Amazon and the last Templar with that, I stay cold. Oh really? I ask in shock, but he nods. Shizuki-san, what's wrong? He asks me, so I just sigh. I have a lot to explain to you guys, but first, who are you? I ask, but he denies. No, you introduce yourself first. I sigh a little and take off my helmet. Izuku Chikaze, Izuku Midoriya, the last Kanta Espada. I speak seriously. I'm Denki Kaminari. Or Frederick, the last dragoon, a pleasure. It's time for a life lesson, tadpole, says Jun. Dazzle me, Jun-sensei, the green-haired man says with a smile. And you continue with that. Jun takes out a short katana. Today I will tell you about the 3 types of damage. Izuku tilts his head strangely. In that way? The boy wonders. Easy, tadpole, the damage varies a lot. There are a total of 3, physical damage, special damage and true damage. Let's start with the physical. He points at the blunt side of his sword and delivers a powerful blow to a tree, cutting it in 2. Physical damage is what you can deal with any physical element, such as punches and cuts. Physical damage can also be blocked with armor. So my attacks are physical, right? Asks the boy as he nods. Next is the special damage. This is based on special attacks that cannot be blocked by resistant armor, but can be blocked by specific resistances. For example, the attacks of the hero Endeavor. Its flames cannot be blocked by armor, but if you make armor with specific resistances to heat conduction, you can almost nullify its damage with this. Izuku is left pondering ideas. We could also use armor with several layers, he thinks. Well, yes. But now let's get to the real damage. This damage cannot be blocked, stopped, or nullified, so you will always take damage. An example is All Might's blows and Jun takes his katana and makes a slash, cutting several trees in 2. Brilliant! Izuku shouts, he will never stop being shocked by his teacher's power. I'm glad you like it, because it's time to teach you how to do it. That I don't understand how you convinced me of this. Kaminari-san, I murmur with some boredom. The reason? Easy, I am in front of a large institution with H-shaped buildings, with blued glass and various parts, plus everyone is walking inside. Yes, we are at the UA and today is the entrance exam, but the worst thing is that I'm going with my blonde friend to take the hero course. Oh come on Midoriya-san, it will be fun, he laughs, which makes me go blank looking at his blonde hair. The truth is I expected his hair to be white and his eyes to be red, but no, the crimson flashes are just an effect of the Dragoon Lily that he ate when using his powers. Well, will you tell me who the Templar and the Amazon are? I ask. He told me that he would only tell me if I attended the exam with him. It seems like a way he has to make friends or something like that. Ha ha, obviously not. I go blank and grab him by the neck. Relax bro. I sigh and let go of. You're aggressive. I don't want to be here. I say boredly. Heh, do you want to be a hero? I deny, so he just nods. I do, I want to help people with my powers and what my teacher taught me. He appears melancholic, which makes me sigh. It's something mysterious. He has a relatively quirk. Strong, so I still don't understand how he became a dragoon. Although I think you'll notice who the last Amazon is. She also wants to be a hero, and the Templar too. He smiles, which makes me sigh. Let's see what happens. We both began to walk calmly with our hands in our pockets, relaxed, calm and with an indifferent expression. In the meantime, I will tell you what happened these months. Since I met Kaminari and saved me from the heroes, I became his friend. Although his attitude bothers me, he is somewhat perverted and relaxed, which contrasts with my serious attitude. He is a nomadic dragoon, meaning he goes from place to place when he becomes the last dragoon, although he tells me that he is Japanese like me. Although he doesn't tell me anything about his past, I know that he doesn't like to remember it, because it seems like it wasn't pretty. Another thing is that Gentle and Brava temporarily retired from villainy and paused their videos. Why? No idea, but I like it, now they can live more peacefully. Speaking of them, they gave me a gift. Manami hacked some files before activating the bombs and gave me several files to make equipment, which I appreciate. Now I am designing new armor, as well as more powerful equipment to easily kill villains, in addition to not always using my double sword so as not to raise suspicions here. In the end, I'm going to have to fight. Speaking of fighting, yes, I managed to get special permission to bring a weapon designed with the information that Manami gave me in a briefcase. This weapon is the Magnet Spike, a weapon based on the use of magnetic fields to move quickly despite having a large size. Midoriya-san Lama in Denki. Yeah? If you see a girl in Era Rock clothes, say hello to her for me, heh. Hey. I remain blank. Well, Midoriya-san, I'm leaving, goodbye. Kaminari runs away, which makes him sigh angrily. That BSTRD is going to pay me. I think seriously, entering the academy, in the end, they will have to meet for the explanation, or that could happen. It is a gigantic place after all. Deku. I sat on everything of all existing beings. I had to run into this trio of idiots. Hello, I greet, but Katsuki grabs me by the collar of my shirt. What are you doing here, Deku? He asks me furiously, while Izumi looks at me with reproach and Katsumi looks at me with the same anger. Aiming for the exam, so let me go or they'll take points from you for being savage. He was going to yell at me, but he came to his senses and pushed me. Although I don't fall, my balance is perfect to lose it to a fool like him. I walk inside, passing through the rooms until I reach where everyone takes their exams to be heroes, only running into Katsumi. Thank God, I couldn't stand those three together in the same room. I look at my summons and look for my seat, walking for a few minutes until I find it. I sit next to a girl with dark hair, a purple shirt and quite noticeable rock decorations, such as bracelets and chains, but the most striking thing is that her left ear has a long, thin appendage like a cable that ends in a headphone jack. But the other one doesn't have it, as if she had lost it. Yes, I edited it myself XD, all for the story and for it to make sense. Hello, the truth is, the exam has not started and I have nothing to do. She turns around and looks at me. I have sports clothes, shoes and my briefcase. Hello. Her apathetic attitude makes me tilt my head a little. Are you ready? It's kind of strong to get in, heh, I ask him. Obviously, I'm strong and I study, he explains in a calm tone, while continuing with his work. Do you happen to know Denki Kaminari? She is surprised and turns to look at me. It seems like I got it right the first time. She sends you greetings. She frowns and then sighs. That cheap Pikachu. How do you know him? He asks with curiosity and a more relaxed attitude. I've known him for a few months. She frowns and seems to analyze me, but then she falls, because the teacher arrived, handing out the exams, so I sigh, it's time to work. A few hours passed and we all finished. It was complicated, but I'm ready for the really fun part, the physical exam. I have to get 60 points to pass to the hero class, so I have to get 59 or less. I don't want to pass. We sat down to wait for the instructions, and once again, I bumped into this girl next to me, who still hasn't given me her name. Oh, twins. Both she and I cover our ears. It seems that we both share sensitive ears. We look up, noticing a man in an 80s punk suit, Elticher shirt, blonde hair, dark glasses, which he shouldn't wear because the room is dark, and a curious microphone-shaped necklace. He is the hero present Mike. I had forgotten, UA is unique in being the only school in which all of its teachers are professional heroes. He decides to start explaining how the exam works. This exam works with robots, which are within a simulated urban area. Robots represent villains and our goal is to destroy them. Teacher. A guy with glasses stands up and points to the form. Is something wrong? Candidate number 3497? Mike asks curiously. Yes, they haven't talked about this robot. He points to a robot in the brochure. It is disrespectful to me that a prestigious institution forget that detail. How annoying. I think it makes a lot of noise. And you. He points out to me you have not paid attention. If you don't want to participate, remove. He yells at me, which makes me a little angry, but I stay silent. If you had paid attention, as an aspirant, you would realize that I am about to talk about the hero speaking, while the screen lights up and shows 4 robots. The largest is the 0 points robot. This is, as indicated, an obstacle. Even so, we have an appealing surprise for you. The screen turns off and shows a shadow of a humanoid robot. I present to you the hostage robot. He shouts with a smile. This robot represents a hostage controlled by a villain. It is the strongest robot by combining power, speed, and agility. Unlike all the others, this robot removes points as you hit it, and destroying it will remove a total of 100 points, including the points scored in the written exam. He clarifies, making everyone surprised. With this explained, we all began to walk to an area with gigantic metal doors, which separate us from the urban area where we are going to fight. The girl with short hair begins to stretch her body, cracking her fingers, neck and back, while at the same time doing small jumps. I open the briefcase and take out my weapon, which is disassembled, but soon I can build it under the eyes of everyone, including the weird guy and Katsumi, who arrived as a gossip. At first glance, it looks like an arch, but no. It is made up of a heavy, curved metal structure, with blue metal edges and a dark-colored inner core, as well as special handles that allow me to take them. I activate it, seeing how a bluish aura begins to come out of my weapon, indicating that the magnetic system is activated. Wow, what is that? The girl asks, so I sigh. I acquired permission to carry a weapon. This is my magnet spike, a weapon based on the use of electromagnetism, and I can launch special needles that have a magnetic charge that gives me great mobility. I explain calmly and without problems, while I press a button and a very fine metal spike sticks into the metal doors. Well, good luck. I'm Kyokajiro and she greets me, so she smiled. Mike shouts as the doors slowly open. I hate waiting. I press a button and instantly the aura becomes stronger, shooting forward, but I am surprised to see how Kyoka begins to run at high speed at the same time. What are you waiting for? Get out! He shouts, making everyone react. I look at a robot, so I raise my gun and make a move, managing to impale it and cut off its head with my gun. I shoot more magnetic needles at different areas, propelled forward. I see more people fighting, but I focus on spinning on my axis, turning and throwing my weapon, watching as it destroys the robots and finally returns to me. I use my pick magnet to reach the ceiling, getting a good view of everyone. I survey the area and notice Kyoka fighting. At first it seemed normal to me, but then I noticed how she easily grabs the arms of the machine and tears them off with brute force, and then uses her jack and incapacitates it. Not bad, I think, jumping to be able to fight. On the other side, in a dark room there are multiple heroes, who are in charge of monitoring the applicants. One of them is Firebreath himself, Izuku's father. All of them look at the screens, which are responsible for counting the number of points of each candidate. In the middle is an animal similar to a very small bear or rat. This strange mutant is Nizu, the director of the UA and one of the most intelligent beings in the world. There's a lot of potential today. Nizu speaks. Yes, a man with blonde hair, sunken blue eyes and a scrawny body speaks. Any interesting applicants? Asks the rat again. This girl, a woman with a DMNRX outfit, blue eyes and raven hair, points to a screen that shows Kyoka. Let's see the rat take out a document. Kyokajiro. Quirk, earphone jack. The appendages of his ears can capture and transmit low and high frequency sounds, in addition to the fact that these appendages can stretch. Notes, due to a major accident, she lost her right jack and only keeps the left one. Despite that and not having a physical augmentation quirk, she is extremely strong and skilled when it comes to fighting. The screen shows the girl destroying a robot without problems, by hitting him with his bare hands. Impressive, says the scrawny man. Even so, she still seems better to me. He points to a blonde with blue eyes, who is covered in light blue rays. Melissa shield. Quirk, energy accumulation. Her body is able to store energy slowly over time. At first it was so imperceptible that it went unnoticed as quirkless, but now there is so much energy that she can only release it in small amounts. Percentages notes. As explained, she did not know about her quirk until a few years ago, and therefore, Melissa does not have good control of her quirk and can only control a maximum of 5% of it without it being done. Damage, Nizu explains, while the scrawny man smiles a little. My daughter is the best. Hisashi points to Izumi. Izumi Midoriya. Quirk, Wyvern Flame. She is capable of breathing fire from her mouth and skin. She can also manipulate any flame by mixing it with her own, and is able to absorb fire to a limit. Notes. Izumi, she has enormous control of her quirk, since it has been seen how she combines her flames with fires, managing to put it out and absorb its flames, although she ends up burned by her own fire. Not bad, Hisashi, she acknowledges. Nizu, which makes him raise his fist proudly. And what do you say, Aizawa? He asks a man with long, unkempt hair, black eyes, and an exhausted look. That one over there, he points to a boy that makes Hisashi go blank. What the hell is Izuku doing here? He thinks seriously with his son there, he could ruin his reputation by making a fool of himself in such a prestigious place. Not bad, Hisashi, your son does very well, says the mouse with a smile. Izuku Midoriya. Quirk. None. Weapon. Magnet spike that catches everyone's attention, both for the fact that he has no power as his weapon. The magnet spike is a weapon designed by Izuku Midoriya, described as cumbersome and complicated to use, but with enormous potential. It is based on two parts, the spikes and the bow. The spikes are pieces of highly conductive metal that are charged positively or negatively as required by the user. The bow is a metal structure that fires spikes at high speed at fixed points from the center of it. With these spikes, the user can activate magnetic fields and fly towards them or attract objects stuck in them. With that explained, everyone was shocked. It was cutting-edge technology. It looks heavy, says the sadomasochistic woman, because said weapon is gigantic. And it is. According to technical specifications, the bow weighs 20 kilos and each spike weighs half a kilo. Everyone is surprised. That's a lot of weight. Notes. Despite not having a quirk, Izuku is strong enough to be able to use his weapon with one hand, and he has great mastery with it, since he can make agile movements and change his trajectory in the air. Your son is quite interesting, to be honest with that. The miniature bear approaches a button. It's time to free the heavyweights. He presses the button while laughing, to everyone's discomfort. With Izuku, a tremor? I wave my weapon and go up. I must see the situation. I notice something. A gigantic green robot with a menacing appearance and multiple red eyes begins to destroy the buildings, causing everyone to start running. It is 0 points. I notice something. A brown girl is stuck in several rubble, so I prepare to jump, but Kyoka arrives quickly and lifts the stones, putting the girl on her back to start running away from the robot, so I jump. I must help them. Tisuke, I can't get there in time to attack that thing. I think I won't get there fast enough with this weapon. If I could only use my speed. Out of nowhere, a blue flash comes out. Noticing something, a blonde girl with blue eyes surrounded by lightning has come out of nowhere. His veins are marked and shine with a very bright tone, as he prepares to throw a blow. She inhales and then shouts something that makes my stomach turn a little. It's one of All Might's attacks, the Detroit Smash, watching as the robot's face is destroyed. I notice something. Her legs and arm have been broken, which surprises me a little, but I use my magnet pick to catch her and fall gently in the air. Hello again, I greet Kyoka, who also has the brunette on her shoulder like a sack of potatoes. Arg, I must do. More points, the blonde girl murmurs. Shut up, you're hurt badly, you couldn't do anything, I simply clarify. I see that it didn't go badly for you. Kyoka leaves the brunette on the floor, so I imitate her. We were both going to leave, but then we avoided a cut. I notice something, a very different robot, with bluish armor and greenish details. A humanoid appearance, a head with a crest and what appears to be a huge metal backpack with a cannon protruding from it, but most importantly a huge green energy sword, is the hostage robot. We have problems. I murmur, while I spin my weapon. Jiro-san, how many points do you have? I ask him. About 67, she says, so I nod. Okay, I'm 58, you're more likely to pass, so I'll hold it. She is a little surprised, but doesn't say anything. Well, take care, monk, she tells me with a smile, confirming my theory. She is the Amazon. And you take care of yourself. Savage takes both injured girls and starts running, so I rush forward, crashing my weapon against the blade of the hostage robot, and then kick him in the face. -1 point, says the robot. Tiny points are starting to drop on me. I activate the magnet spike and go back. I have to move away a little to gain distance and think of a plan. Before I can meditate, I receive a powerful shot of energy that slams me against a wall, which makes me angry. Screw the plans, I'm going to reduce this DMN sheet to nothing. I hit the floor with my weapon and release multiple spikes that stick into the floor, then spin the weapon, causing several pieces of the ground that have the spikes to stay up, and then shoot towards the robot, which cuts several, but a fragment manages to hit his body and stick the needle into his shoulder. -3 points, says the machine. You know something. You're a hostage. So I'll show you why I can't be a hero. Jiki Kaimusho, magnetic prison. Several spikes impact the robot, immobilizing it by the opposing magnetic power. -30 points. I start hitting it strong every now and then, listening to how I quickly start losing points, but I ignore it and continue hitting them with the sharp part of my blade. I launch another attack, but I notice how the needles detach from his body as they lose their magnetic charge as they have been overloaded to imprison him. He lunges at me, so I clash his gun against mine, causing a small tremor. The crashes go on, but I'm intact while he just keeps taking damage. I find an opening and cut off the arm that has the sword, watching it fall. -60 points. Getting fed up, I decide to cut the other one. June 6th, 60 points. It's over. I make the final cut, decapitating the robot, watching it fall to the floor. Total BUBU points lost. -386 points. I crushed his head with my foot, while sighing. I don't think this will happen. Haha, I let out a laugh while I listened to how the test ended, so I started walking to the exit. I would like to buy more things for my beloved pet. Kato, cut. Izuku receives a powerful attack from Jun, which ends up slamming him against a wall. Izuku falls to the floor with a noticeable wound on his ST, but gets up again. This time you come closer, Jun throws him a jar with ointments to cure himself, so Izuku takes off his shirt and applies the medicines. Yes. I'll kill you soon, Izuku says with a smile. Yes, Izuku is psyched to complete the training of the swordsman, the murder of your teacher. This rule applies when the teacher and student have no BLD relationship. Although Jun Lao does not appreciate this rule, he will apply it so that his student can learn to kill, but yes, he would not allow that practice to continue. Yes, Tadpole, you better do it, only then will I know you're worth it, Jun says with a smile. Izuku is left meditating, so Jun sits down and joins him. Meditation is the swordsinger's greatest form of training, and this form allows them to increase their bloodlust. Although Izuku does not possess much power and bloodlust, he is only a young man with little motivation, but he has learned to scheme and torture himself psychologically, which he does by remembering and increasing the denigrations he receives from Katsumi, Katsuki, and his family, which not only kills his affection for them, but also allows him to awaken a longing to kill them that he can then use in his combats, as if it were a battery. I hope one day you can find a target to fight, Izuku Jun thinks, while watching his student meditate. It's been a week since the exam and not much has happened, to be honest. The only interesting thing is that Denki and Jiro have started visiting my temple, so I started chatting with them to get context, but they quickly became my friends. They are good people. They knew each other before they became heirs, and as they tell me, Jiro is the only one who has her teacher alive, since Denki's teacher died of old age and I directly killed my teacher, although the old man was not going to last long. True. I also know that Kyoka lost her jack due to something related to a villain, and that same thing caused her to become an Amazon. Although Denki didn't tell me anything, I easily associated that the incident with the villain is also related to him, and possibly said incident caused him to become a dragoon. Leaving that aside, Hisashi stared at me for several minutes when I arrived, and that triggered a curious scene. Izuku out of nowhere, he calls me, so I turn around while Mom and Izumi also look at me curiously. He rarely calls me. Is something wrong, Oda-san? I ask strangely. Show me your magnet pic. They both go blank, but I just raise an eyebrow. Okay, wait a moment. I go up the stairs and take my briefcase, going back down and carefully leaving it on the floor. If it falls, it would break the floor. I slowly open the briefcase, surprising my family with the gun in pieces. Together with the bow, which is divided into 3 parts next to the handle, which quickly stick together due to magnetic attraction. Then I press a button and the aura is generated, causing various appliances to flicker, such as lights, all due to the aura magnetism. But what? Izumi murmurs, while I just look at Hisashi. Ready? Why do you want to see it? I ask. I already know that he will be a professor at the UA, but I'm still curious. Nothing, just that you used it in the exam and you did very well. You could have passed if you hadn't destroyed the hostage robot. His less violent tone takes me a little by surprise, but I don't say anything. I don't want to be a hero anyway. I only did it because I lost a bet, I say without further ado, putting my weapon away and leaving, while Izumi and Inko don't know what to say, so they better stay silent. After that, not much else happened, apart from the result, which was minus 335, but I still moved on to general courses having scored 98% on the written exam. So I just have to relax for now. My goal is hidden. Yes, I already have a more important objective than Rikia. It is the number 1 villain, who is presumed dead. All for one, a man with a power comparable to All Might. I don't know much, since everything is in the deepest part of the underworld, but despite this, Manami got me information that he is still alive and that he had a great confrontation with All Might, which ended with his supposed death, but he claims that he is still alive, but is inactive and recovering from his serious injuries. So I'm just going to wait, and when I get him in front of me, I'm going to kill him. But leaving all that behind, I'm in my classroom. I've entered the general course class and I can't stand this FING tight and uncomfortable uniform, so much so that I have to order 3 sizes bigger so I can put on the weights. The only good thing about going to the UA is that Jiro and Denki passed, apart from the fact that they explained to me that the Templar also passed, which is very useful for me. I will be able to meet a possible ally. In the room there are many teenagers like me who did not pass the heroism test. In fact, I recognize several, and they all seem to be good guys with weak quirks, but wanting to be heroes, whether for fame, money, or longing. Do the right thing, but everyone wants to be what I no longer want to be. Hello guys, a man with gray skin and a rigid appearance, a square head and strange features enters, making everyone sit down. I am Cementos, a professional hero, and I will be your teacher in charge. So that you feel comfortable, we will do the typical presentation dynamic with this. Everyone begins to introduce themselves and say the usual thing, their full name, their age, their quirk, what they want to do, etc. Although then something interesting happens. A boy with purple hair and purple eyes stands up. I'm Hitoshi Shinso. I'm 16, my quirk is brainwashing, and I'll be a hero. Wow, how interesting. Boy, you're missing. Is it my turn already? I must have been very distracted. I'm Izuku Midoriya, I'm 16 years old, I don't have a quirk and I don't know what I want to do. I like making weapons and support equipment, plus I like taking care of pets. I hope we will be good friends. I bow and sit down. Don't you know what to do? The teacher asks me curiously. No, I just want to reinforce my knowledge and then I'll see what I want to do with my life. The only thing that catches my attention is making weapons, but these are very complex to use and only I know how to get their maximum potential out of them. Let me clarify without further ado. The teacher doesn't say anything, starting the class, which makes everyone yawn. The UA doesn't mess around, they go from one to the class. A few hours pass in which it was just class after class of math, English and literature, things you would see in a normal school, only much more difficult. Finally I left classes for a well-deserved rest, going to the cafeteria wanting to eat a feast. As I leave I see multiple students, recognizing Jiro and Denki, who are going along with others because they have the same path, so I sense that it is class. I also notice what seems to be the other class of heroes, since they are separated from the others and they all seem to have combat quirks. I notice a girl with very long, mushroom-shaped brown hair that covers her body, who quickly approaches Jiro and Denki to the surprise of both groups. Denki looks at me and winks, so he smiles. I'm going to test a theory. I take advantage of the fact that everyone begins to disperse, which allows me a clean attack. I take out a blade from my pocket and run quickly and stealthily, approaching the mushroom-haired girl. Huh? She turns around, seeing how I'm about to decapitate her. Let's see how it goes. My blade collides with his neck and I see how it cracks, breaking into several pieces. I jump and retreat, hiding again so that no one sees that I made the noise that was heard throughout the cafeteria. Everyone continues with their thing and the mushroom girl grabs her neck curiously and looks at me. I smiled and waved my hand to greet her as I approached her. And Kyoka approach us, and the four of us sit at a table somewhat apart. Nice presentation, Midoriya-san, Denki tells me with a smile, but Kyoka elbows him. I don't know who told you that attacking to kill is a good way to present yourself, stupid, says the girl with a jack seriously. Well, nice to meet you, Templar. I'm Izuku Chikaz, but call me Izuku Midoriya, I whisper to her, so she nods shakily, looking a little shy. I'm Kinoko Komori, but you can call me Koki. She blushes a little, so I look at my friends, who only laugh a little. It seems like it's normal. Koki-sen, I say relaxedly, while she just blushes a little and plays with her hands and with mushrooms? Yes, some mushrooms that came out of his fingers. Well, I guess it wasn't worth destroying the hostage robot. Izuku-san, you ended up in general courses. Kyoka laughs a little, which makes her smile. I just wanted a heroine to follow her path. Heh, I say, while Denki joins his arms and puffs out his cheeks in annoyance. I wanted her to pass the exam. TSK, you took the opportunity. He just frowns. Obviously, I don't want to be a hero. Although I'm glad you guys went to Class A, and I see that you went to Class B. Kinoko nods. That you're very strong, she tells me in a looser tone. Thank you, and you are very tough. That blade was made to cut concrete, but I see that you are as strong as steel. I praise her, making her blush a little. Well, finally the four of us are together. Denki becomes happy and extends his arm towards the sky with optimism. Yes, whatever you say, cheap Pikachu. Kyoka appears apathetic, but I tune my ears, managing to hear her heart, which is strangely accelerated, which makes me smile. I'll play you Tsundra, Denki, I think with a mocking smile. And why are you smiling? Jiro asks me. Nothing, I answered without further ado. The four of us started to talk relaxed. It seems that the three of us have a great affinity between us. Denki is the extrovert, Jiro is a little more serious, Kinoko is very shy and I am more relaxed and serious, which makes us a quite striking group. We start telling anecdotes, so I explain my family situation and my quirkless situation, which makes everyone angry, but they quickly forget it so they can continue having fun. Kinoko says that she lives with her aunt because her mother did not want to take responsibility for her, but that she does not hate her and that she wants to solve things. A pretty good attitude. I do not want to and I do not intend to forgive any of the three. They want me out of their lives and they have killed the affection he had. So Izumi did pass? I ask curiously. Yes, and it is as you describe it. She's very annoying. Jiro frowns when he remembers her. Although a busty girl named Yaoyorozu likes him, Denki receives a small blow for his comment, but it was without force and was only intended to correct his vocabulary. Wow, although it's expected as I know she's good at making friends, I say. Well, I can't do it with me. Jiro puffs out his issy with pride. Kinoko looks at me, so I turn my head. What are you planning to do? An interesting question, so I'll answer. Easy, I will continue with the murderous work of the swordsman, I say, so the three nod. I forgot. The four clans have functions. The work of the Dragoon is that of combatants due to their enormous power, their multiple abilities and their exceptional combat. The work of the Templars is that of defenders, serving as protectors who resist attacks to protect the innocent. The work of the Amazons is that of explorers due to their knowledge of nature and their superhuman strength. Finally, the work of the swordsman is that of assassins, due to their combat skills and their deadly cuts. As I explained and you will notice, my job is the only one that is not compatible with the job of a hero, while all the others can take the liberty of being heroes or not, but I can only be a vigilante or a villain by nature. Murderous and deadly. I see. If you need a guardian, I can help you. She smiles a little and brushes the bangs out of her hair, showing 2 big brown eyes with a 4-pointed star in each one, giving her a curious look. Likewise, I will gladly incinerate any fool who messes with you. Denki smiles and multiple yellow rays come out of his hand. And I will crush whoever messes with you. Kyoka bumps fists, causing a shock wave that shakes us. Heh, does this indicate that we have an alliance? I ask and they nod. Well, then I propose to cut and decapitate anyone who dares to threaten them. I take out my broken blade and spin it, which makes the 4 of us laugh. This is pretty good. Tell me something, kid. Are you ready? It's time to end everything. It's time for Izuku to finish his training. It's time to kill his teacher. It's time to kill Jun Lain with swords forged by him and his teachings. Yes, Jun-sensei. Izuku looks serious, but tears run down his face. He knows what he will do, and he knows that his sensei won't let him have it easy. Chi no Kyorin, BLD frenzy, he whispers, as BLD begins to evaporate and to leave his body. Ho ho, I can't do that anymore, so... Kato, slash. A slash is sent towards Izuku, so he jumps, watching as the wave of sharp wind cuts several trees behind him. Izuku clashes his 2 swords against Jun's, who does not retreat even a bit. On the contrary, he only counterattacks and launches an even more powerful slash that slams Izuku against a tree, but he gets back up and begins to run and spin quickly around Jun, forming a powerful tornado around his emistar so that he then deviated into the interior of the tornado, prepared to decapitate Jun, but he stopped his attack with his sword, completely canceling the damage. Kenbu, sword dance. Izuku begins to spin rapidly, while he begins to appear and disappear so quickly that it seems like he is teleporting, moving at dizzying speed towards Jun's neck. Kempakina T-shirt, perfect parry. His attack stops dead in Jun's hands. He didn't even move. He just stood still and his beloved student's swords were filled with cracks. He didn't do anything. Izuku begins to run through the forest, so Jun quickly follows him, starting to move and launch cuts that were then countered by his student, and then this process was repeated over and over again, leaving behind a huge amount of cut trees. 2 by Jun's sword. The boy with green hair holds his breath and disappears in a cloud of evaporated BLD, so Jun closes his eyes and repeats the technique, disappearing. Everything remains silent until a tree falls and it is seen how Izuku and Jun Lain have reappeared, clashing swords. Take this. A diagonal cut is directed towards Jun, but he stops his attack and counterattacks with a direct blow to his stomach, causing him to spit BLD and remain kneeling. Don't forget what I told you, tadpole. Speed is not everything. The old man raises his hand and prepares to cut him, but Izuku disappears again. If my speed is not enough, it will be random then. Izuku shouts, starting to attack. To Jun's surprise, Izuku's attacks are simply random. None of the attacks have a pattern. They are just quick slashes and coated with evaporated BLD, which makes each attack have true damage, meaning that he can't block it properly because he can't. Using frenzy being so old, which makes me sigh a little. Jun launches an attack that hits Izuku's hand, forcing him back. Eric. Izuku looks at his hand. He has lost 2 fingers. This is nothing. Turns. Again at high speed. Jun smiles and runs, taking the severed fingers and putting them inside a jar, and then starts running against Izuku, clashing swords again and again. With each cut, Izuku began to overwhelm Jun, who only kept a small smile. As he saw Izuku grow, each cut motivated him to be stronger. That's it, hit harder Izuku. Jun Lain shouts with a smile, so Izuku nods. I'll show you. Izuku out of nowhere begins to listen to what they have told him, all the demotivation he has received. You must give up, child. You are not my brother, you are useless. I'm sorry, Izuku, I'm busy. You shouldn't follow Izuku anymore, you can't be a hero. You are miserable. Go away, Deku, I would never be with a pathetic person like you. For me, a quirkless person cannot be a hero. I will show you that I can be a hero. Izuku's swords shine brightly and he launches a move, which collides with Jun's sword, resulting in it breaking into pieces, while Jun receives the move in his stomach. Wow. Jun vomits BLD and falls to the ground on his knees. Izuku sighs and stares at his teacher, then clenches his fist and puts the left sword against his sensei's neck. Should I do it? You can. Izuku, upon hearing his name, the green-haired man's heart squeezes a little, watching as the man throws his severed fingers at him to glue them later. Goodbye. Dead. Izuku says while tearing up a little. Goodbye. With a quick cut, Jun's head is separated from his body, which falls to the ground. The boy falls to the floor crying while hitting the ground again and again, but then he breathes deeply to control himself. He has fought a lot and has trained for this. It is not time to cry. Izuku gets up and looks at the body and head of his sensei, so he takes everything in a black bag, and then he lets out a sigh and vanishes into the air. Going home, it was time to make his own temple. With this, Izuku's training arc ends, so you won't see the flashbacks of his past for now. At this moment I can say that interesting things have happened during my time at the UA. The first thing is that Jiro and Kaminari have informed me what their class is like, and it seems full of good people. If we forget Katsuki, Katsumi and Izumi, I still say that putting those three in the same place is a FING danger. They also explained to me that each one could defeat everyone in the class, even together, but to do so they must combine their physical qualities with those of the clans to which they belong, and obviously they must remain hidden as long as possible. They also explained that there are people with strong quirks, like Shoto Todoroki, who managed to finish a combat test in less than 5 minutes by freezing an entire building. There is also a girl named Melissa Shield, who has a quirk so powerful that she can only use small percentages of her own power or else she will break her bones, like what happened in the entrance test. We also had the honor of meeting Kyoka's teacher and she's as strong as I thought. Are you sure it's here? Denki asks. It seems that not even he knows that Kyoka's teacher lives in a small wooden house on a beach far from the city. Yes, she's not a fan of the city, she prefers the peace of the beach. Kyoka knocks on the door. Aiko, open up already. She hits the door with such force that she accidentally makes a hole in it. Oops, she says while slowly backing away, looking at the huge hole. The door slowly opens and a tall, very tall woman with short blonde hair and green eyes appears. She is dressed in what appears to be a strange type of uniform, green shirt, skirt, and shoes, which makes her look like she has just returned from college. I refine my hearing and manage to differentiate several organic factors that let me know that it is more than 40 years old, but it is surprisingly well preserved. It almost looks 20. Hello. She shyly approaches and takes Kyoka, lifting her easily with one hand and putting her in front of her to cover her face. Aiko Torisawa, teacher of Kyoka. How busty? Denki says, so Jiro punches him so strong that he sends him flying several meters towards the sea, seeing how he ends up in the middle of the deep sea. For idiot, she's my teacher. He shouts from the beach. And nice to meet you, the woman murmurs very nervously. A pleasure, I'm Izuku Chikaz, but tell me Izuku Midoriya, I'm the last swordslinger or monk of swords, whatever you want to call me. I introduce myself cordially. I'm Kinoko Komori. The last Templar. Koki introduces herself shyly, which makes her laugh. They are very similar. And the idiot I hit is Denki, the guy I told you about, the last dragoon, and the whole BLWJB. Out of nowhere, a blue flash is seen in the sky and Denki falls like a meteor. You wet me all over. He cleans himself and covers his body in draconic energy, which dries him completely. I'm glad to meet Kyoka's friends. She smiles, but I get straight to the point. Let's fight, I want to see what a fight it is, I say seriously, so she looks at me for a moment and then nods shakily. You're sure? She's very strong, Jiro clarifies, but I smiled. Yes, I want to see how much potential you have by having her as a teacher, I say, while I take out 2 metal blades. I only stand on one side while Aiko stands on the other end. I sigh and hone my skills to the limit, feeling the enormous level that Aiko has just by seeing her. She takes out a metal bar, which breaks in 2 when she gives it a small blow. I lunge forward, clashing my swords against the woman, who only trembles, but then looks at me with determination, beginning a rapid clash of attacks. This guy is not normal. I think seriously, her attacks have made my hands numb. I won't resist much more, just a few more minutes and I will lose. Crustacean style, he whispers, as he begins to move his weapons like the claws of a crab, delivering attacks so powerful that my weapons crack. You artised me! I shout as I activate my Bloodlust Ken no Shogeki, Impact of Swords. I shout, crashing my attack against Aiko's weapons, watching as my swords break into parts and the wind wave throws me several meters, while I lose the knowledge. Yes, she is very strong, she crushed me, she crushed my pride and partly my confidence, but I recovered easily. That was a lot of fun. Then Denki and Koki fought, obtaining a similar result. Denki was crushed with one blow, but Koki put her arms in X and Aiko began to hit her for hours until Koki passed out from exhaustion, but she lasted much longer than she expected. With that we learn more about Aiko. She is an architecture student, although it seems that she only studies because she has a taste for demolishing buildings, hehe. But the most important thing was that there was an attack on Class A while they were practicing at the USJ, which luckily ended well, because All Might arrived and the only injured person was Melissa, and by her own quirk. Kaminari explains that he had to hold back a lot, so much so that he couldn't even use his combat skills and also couldn't show his good mastery of his quirk as he was only a new student, while Kyoka only fought with her jack, an amplifier and giving kicks to ward off the villains that came to him. The good thing is that today is the Great UA Sports Festival, a festival with multiple physical doctrines to show the national potential of UA students. I asked Director Nizu again for permission to use weapons, which he allowed me and, to my surprise, he allowed me to use more than one weapon. He let me use 2 different ones, but he asked me not to use my magnet pick again, maybe because he wants me to use different equipment to see my potential. Denki, Jiro and Koki are determined to show the potential they can get out of their quirks without using their clan abilities. For my part, I am willing to show what I can give. Hello now, the entire general course class is in a tunnel that separates us from the stadium. I know that you have not earned my affection because of my condition. I know that all of you see me as someone weak, but I want us all to do our best. You can be future heroes. Just give it your all and let's finish. I'll invite you to a pizza. Do you think? Everyone smiles and nods determinedly, even Shinso, which makes him smile. Here it is, the general courses class. Present Mike calls us and, to my surprise, they all push me, making me walk in front, leading them despite not being the delegate, which is led by Izuku Midoriya. He shouts as the light invades my eyes. When I recover my vision, I see a gigantic stadium, full of people to the top, but the most important thing is the other classes, but I only look for my friends, finding them, each one in their classes, which makes me laugh a little. They look prepared for everything. I put my briefcase on the floor, making a loud noise that catches everyone's attention. I take out a pair of short batons similar to very modern police tunfas, with metal details and handles, as well as multiple holes. I just press a button and a large amount of blue energy comes out of them. They are my new weapon, the Hunter Tunfas. Now continues the cavalry battle. Midnight shouts, which catches my attention. Midnight explains how it works. It is a fight based on the points we get according to the position, starting small and then that score is multiplied, which ended with Kinoko, the first place, having won 10 million points, so the world looks at her wanting to intimidate her, but I begin to release my bloodlust, making everyone have to stop looking at her because of my bloodthirsty look that makes them think I want to kill them, although I wouldn't mind taking down some of them. Going back to the explanation, the points are in bands, which one can put on any part of the body. For students must form a structure where one, the captain, will ride on top of the 3, like a horse. The goal of all of these teams is to snatch each other's points, and if the captain touches the ground for any reason, the ability to snatch and defend his points will be temporarily lost until everyone returns to the main formation. Jiro, Koki and Denki look at me. They already know what to do. Kinoko nervously gives me the 10 million band, so I smile and put it on my forehead, while the other bands go on my arms and waist. More and more teams are forming, seeing us as prey, but I smiled and threw my briefcase to the ground, which opened with the impact and ejected a different weapon from my tunfas. It is a gigantic sword made up of a very long handle with multiple tips similar to mouthpieces. My tunfas fall apart, leaving only 2 thin, strong steel gauntlets, while everything else goes into the briefcase. I press a button and large amounts of fire come out of the nozzles and some parts of my gauntlets. The fire turns into plasma and hardens, forming a large star-shaped blade made of fire, not to mention that his gauntlet continues to release small flames. I present to you Agni, the hell weapon, I say seriously, as the heat begins to flood the place. And another one. Izuku Midoriya shows another interesting trick. Mike shouts, "Hey, can't you turn down the heat?" asks Denki, who has started to sweat a lot. "I'm fine," Koki murmurs with some shyness. Me too. Jiro is apathetic and makes fun of the blonde, who has a noticeable vein. "Well, get ready, I have a few tricks up my sleeve, but I'll have to spend them on this." I'm serious, so they nod. "Oh, and Denki, I hope you have sunscreen," I scoff. He doesn't understand. "Then let's go." With that, Present Mike takes a deep breath. The battle begins in 3. I breathe deeply too. I see how Katsumi and Katsuki generate explosions, each one on a team and obviously with both as captains, and I see how Izumi, who is on Katsumi's team, generates fire, prepared by absorbing the fire of my weapon Uno. He shouts with all his might, starting the chaos. My weapon begins to spin very quickly, so much so that all you can see is a gigantic burning wheel. The fire begins to generate more force and surround us, so that finally a powerful tornado of flames forms around us. Denki smiles and decides to join in, creating huge amounts of electricity that sticks to the tornado, making one hell of a tornado. I close my eyes, listening as attacks begin to collide with my flames. "Jiro, throw me when a gap forms in the tornado, then go get my briefcase." Everyone nods. Quickly, my tornado fire begins to deform rapidly and begins to expand rapidly. Izumi is trying to break my tornado. I see how a small ice gap forms. Todoroki is attacking with power. Jiro looks at me, but I gesture for him to wait. We must wait for the right moment. At one point, Denki stops creating energy, which makes it easier to absorb energy and allows the ice to pass through the tornado, heading towards us, so Jiro throws me before I can cut it, seeing the attack hit squarely. In mid-air I use my weapon to expel fire and start moving quickly, not as fast as if I had my tonfas, but I can maneuver. I see something that makes me smile. Todoroki's attack hit, but all the ice is broken and shattered, while in front is Koki with her arms crossed and behind her are Jiro and Denki. She received the attack squarely and did not care. Did nothing. What do I see? Student Kinoko Komori received a direct attack from Shoto Todoroki and did not move. How is this possible? She asks in shock. She covers her skin with strong mushrooms, so her skin is impenetrable. Another voice speaks, with everything tired and exhausted. "I think I know who it is, Eraserhead, night hero and teacher in charge of Class A, in addition to being also a referee for this event." I quickly fall onto Kinoko's shoulders, who just sighs in relief, and the other two return to their position, while Jiro throws me my briefcase and I take it with my free hand. I quickly open it and take several pieces of metal, but I quickly react and see something. A blonde guy almost snatched the 10 million band from me, but I did a somersault and hit him with a blow that he received with rock skin? Ho, Komori-san, why are you helping these useless people? The blonde asks in a joking tone. He reminds me a little of Bakugo, but I think it's more bearable. "Behind you!" he shouts, seeing how out of nowhere, an explosion destroys the ground, breaking the balance they had, being the work of Katsumi, who is with Izumi, Melissa's shield and a guy with a raven face. Dark Shadow. The guy with the crow head throws at his shadow as if it were some kind of symbiote. I hear a scream, seeing Katsuki launch a powerful explosion straight towards us. I also see how ice and a strange type of purple ball come out towards us. I sigh a little, but then I open my eyes and activate all my bloodlust, which is so powerful that everyone except my team takes several steps back, although that doesn't stop the attack they launched at me. My sword begins to heat up even more, forming blue fire, and then I make a swift slash, watching as the combined attack is simply cut in two, followed by a surrounding explosion. The weapon loses power and the fire goes out, making him sigh angrily. This prototype is flawed, but I didn't expect this. We have problems. This thing is a prototype and it broke down. I need a while to fix it, I say, watching how everyone quickly gets up and begins to recover their formations, although the good thing is that some give up and start stealing points. Others, like the blonde's team. I'll take care of it. Midoriya-san. Koki looks at me with determination, so he smiled and accepted. It's time to see what this little mushroom can do. You should use more reliable equipment, Denki jokes, while Jiro just listens with his jack. Don't worry about the boy who throws ball from his head, the guy with many arms and the girl who looks like a frog. They gave up and attacked other unsuspecting teams. Nod, a break, at least something. Tika, you stay here. Katsuki begins to fly with explosions, heading straight towards us, while I take my weapon and begin to open it to fix it as quickly as I can. An attack hits Kinoko, but she doesn't even flinch. On the contrary, she reaches out, catches it and pulls it, bringing Katsuki closer to her, and then gives him a powerful blow to the stomach, which makes him vomit BLD and fly away. I watch with a smile as ice attacks hit her, but they simply make her take small steps back, maintaining a somewhat shy, but cheerful expression. My gun lights up again and fire comes out of it. It's time to attack with everything. 5 minutes left and Izuku Midoriya's team keeps their heads with the 1,000,000-point band. Mike shouts, "Melissa, can you use your quirk with everything?" Izumi asks her partner. "Maybe, but it could do a lot of harm, both to them and to me," she admits, which makes her a little frustrated, but she doesn't insist. "TSK, this will be complicated." The crow-faced guy looks at other teams, so I guess what he wants to do. "Uraraka-san, make us levitate." "I prepared something for this competition," screams the guy with glasses and blue hair I saw at the entrance exam, who is also part of Todoroki's team. Slowly, all the teams that were attacking us begin to disperse, except for 3, Katsumi's team, Shoto's team and Katsuki's team, or well, only Katsuki, who can attack me freely as he is constantly flying, but the rest I was going to take points like a beast. I hear something, the sound of a powerful engine, so I notice something. The guy with glasses looks at me with a challenging smile, so I imitate him. He looks interesting. "Hold on," the boy shouts while I breathe deeply, listening to that engine sound get louder and louder. "Koki, get ready." My partner nods. "Hardening," he whispers in Hebrew, while I watch his skin release a small glow. Out of nowhere, fire starts coming out of the glasses guy's calves, to the point that the ground behind him cracks from the pressure of his feet. Out of nowhere he shoots towards us, so I close my eyes, noticing something. Only Denki, with his great power, can follow the attack, but he won't be able to react in time. I watch as Todoroki gets used to it and quickly snatches the band from my head. After that powerful impulse, a large cloud of dust and black smoke is generated by the shock wave and the result of the powerful movement of the boy with glasses. Jiro covers his nose, while I focus on avoiding the smell. My team realizes what happened. They have just removed my headband, which makes them panic. Incredible! Tenya Ida made a super great move, so much that he was able to remove the band from Izuku Midoriya. Mike shouts if I had used that move in the race, I would have won. He theorizes, but I continue to maintain a calm expression. "I'm sorry, Todoroki-san, but this was a one-use trick. Black smoke comes out of its engines. I can't use my quirk anymore." "No problem, we have the..." Before he finishes, I let out a laugh. Look carefully, he looks at the band and the points, so that then he opens his eyes wide. "It's not the 10 million band, it's mine." "WN?" He stutters a little, while his team remains just as surprised. "Impossible, you never moved." The raven-haired girl speaks, but I deny. Speed is nothing without agility, like everything in this life. An enormous power is useless if you just unleash it like crazy, like All Might. I explain to Ida, who listens with a longing to learn. The only thing I did was take advantage of each attack to quickly change the bands. I started it when I was in the air when they destroyed my tornado, then with the clash of attacks, and again when Katsuki attacked me as if calling him. Katsuki lunges like a berserker at me, but I jump and avoid him, so he screams like crazy, but Jiro's Jack grabs him by the ankle and throws him back, almost falling to the ground, but his team manages to catch him. Huge strategy. Izuku Midoriya shows that he's still in the lead. Mike shouts, and now only 1 minute left. "Now, it's all or nothing. I will attack with everything. You take off the band." Melissa seems to fall into despair, so her entire team nods. Here they come. Jiro prepares, giving a strong stomp. 100%. Melissa's arm begins to glow and her entire body is filled with bright red marks like veins, so I prepare myself. Koki, receive it, I ask, so she says it with a smile, while pronouncing those words in Hebrew again. Hardening. His skin glows and he begins to breathe more deeply. Detroit smash. His entire team approaches quickly and Melissa throws her fist directly at us, but Koki puts both hands in front with the intention of catching the blow. A huge shockwave was generated, so big that I flew away, seeing how a shadow was going to attack me, but it was no longer there due to the force of the wind that pushed me back. I make a maneuver and start flying with my sword, seeing a gigantic screen of smoke from the power of the attack. The smoke slowly goes away, noticing something, a large crater, and behind only destruction from the attack. What I see makes me smile. Melissa has her arm extended, purple and full of BLD from the force of her own power, while her fist is held by Koki with both hands, which is shown intact, but somewhat shaken, as if it would have tired him to receive that attack. The entire stadium remains silent. No one expected that to happen, not even Melissa herself, who screams loudly due to the pain of having a broken arm. Mike shouts, which makes him sigh and fall to the ground. It's over. The cavalry battle ends with Izuku Miridia's team in the lead, leading the competition with 1,000,000 points, followed by Shoto Todoroki's team. Then Katsuki Bakugo's and finally Katsumi's team Bakugo. He shouts, making me let out a sigh of relief. We won. Denki shouts, ignoring the blonde girl on the floor with serious damage, while some robots take the girl away. How indifferent, says Jiro. Koki watches as Melissa is taken away, maintaining a sad expression. Calm down, it was his fault for attacking you, I tell him, taking his shoulder. That he doesn't want to hurt anyone, she says with her eyes closed. Calm down, I caress his head, making him blush a little. I guess I'm embarrassing him. Well, I think now the interesting part happens. I think with a smile, it's time for individual battles and now I can attack with less passivity. After the cavalry battle and the humiliation we gave everyone, in addition to the hundreds of compliments Mike gave us, combat has finally been declared. Now we look at a screen, which shows our names with the rival we are facing. Kyoka Jiro, Katsumi Bakugo. Ijiro Kirishima, Hantasiro. Melissa Shield Shoto Todoroki. Mina Ishido, Kinoko Komori. Momo Yayarozu, Fumikage Tokoyami. Tenya Ida, Izuku Midoriya. Katsuki Bakugo Ochako Uraraka. Denki Kaminari, Izumi Midoriya. Yes, I see that they will be interesting fights, as interesting as they are shocking. Jiro, Denki and Koki told me that they want to show what the three of them can do, and obviously I won't be left behind. There was a half-hour break to eat, so I had a mini breakfast, fixed my weapons and talked to Shinso. He is fine and wants to continue, especially because I motivated him enough to become strong and gain physicality and combative skills. But no, he is my friend. I am very close in terms of my social circle because of everything that has happened to me at my old school. They call us, so I start walking. It's time to see how Jiro crushes Katsumi. Jiro narrates. I walk with my hands in my pockets, while I play with my jack calmly. This will be easy, but it doesn't mean I'll do it fast. Oh no, it won't be fast. I will break every bone of that explosive BSRD. Since Midoriya told me what this girl is like, I already know that I should crush her, but now I can do it with all the freedom in the world, and in the process I will show Denki that I can defend myself. Now, to start the first battle of this festival we have, first of all, the most explosive girl of all, Katsumi Bakugo. Bakugo climbs into the arena and on the other side, ice the strongest girl of all, Kyoka Jiro. I sigh, entering the platform, where Bakugo looks at me with boredom, thinking it will be easy because of my defective quirk. There, it's time for the rules. Midnight approaches them. If they leave the limits of the platform or become unconscious, you lose, and if things get out of control, I will stop them. The arena has a red line that marks the limits of the sand. Okay, I say calmly, so she nods and steps back. Then start. She pulls out a WHP from who knows where and hits the ground, starting the fight, but I don't get into position. I'll finish you quickly. BLD comes out of Katsumi's fists, which makes him smile. It's a pity because I don't want to. I take my hands out of my pockets and raise my fists rattlesnake style. I begin to quickly tap my foot against the ground, while I crouch down and put my hands curved, forming a threat posture similar to that of rattlesnakes. A punch to the ground throws Bakugo towards me, so I take a deep breath and prepare myself, watching as she approaches me and prepares to try to hit me with her explosive fist, but I dodge and stop, slamming my foot against the ground to stop. Then I give her a powerful punch straight to her stomach, lifting her into the air, and then I kick her that throws her a few meters back. Katsumi falls in pain and falls over, but I just laugh a little. Huh? Wouldn't you finish quickly? I ask with a smile. Bithi. She throws her fist and then crashes it into her hand, causing an explosion that heads towards me, but I easily dodge it. Slow, I mock, this will be fun. I begin to hit my foot against the ground again and return to my guard position, attacking until I destroy it. Katsumi, as stubborn as ever, throws a punch and then a kick at me, but I simply dodge, avoid and return the blow with great force, causing her to start spitting BLD, because I have landed a powerful punch directly in her face, breaking his lip. Katsumi, seriously, I'm getting bored, hit me harder. I haven't even used my jack, although I don't need it. I say, it's only been 5 minutes and she's already on the floor. Be quiet. A blow to the ground generates a powerful chain of explosions that surrounds me, and then the fire along with the shockwave is directed at me, but I jump, avoiding the attack easily. Minefield. Minefield? She spews multiple streams of slimy BLD that falls all over the field, so I sighed, but smiled. This is interesting. I think I'll stop defending myself. Leo style, lion style, I say, leaving the defensive and going to get on all fours, crouching my back and taking a stalking stance. I hit my fists against the ground, using them as a grip so that I then pulled with all my strength, shooting forward. I spin in the air and give him a powerful kick in his stomach, making him spit up BLD, and then I kick straight at his jaw, hearing something crunch, but I didn't hit him with the force to break his jaw. I want to hear his attempts to beat me. She hits the ground and generates explosions that combine with those in the minefield, while I notice that there is one at my feet, so I can't dodge, receiving a burn from the explosion that collides directly with me. I sit up and return to my stalking stance, launching myself forward to hit Bakugo with great force and speed, reaching his face and giving him a powerful kick, and then taking his leg, taking it and lifting it with ease, smashing it against the floor to stop him. Then step on his stomach. TNT crash. TNT shock. She delivers a powerful punch covered in explosive BLD, slamming and exploding my face, causing a small burn. Midoriya-san hits harder. I grab his face and headbutt him strong. What does that Deku have to do here? She asks angrily, while trying to hit me, but I catch it, and although it explodes and burns me, I firmly hold her hand, and then take another. Easy, that Deku is stronger than you, because yes has pushed me to my limits, but you have not even tickled me. Another headbutt hits Katsumi's head, causing her to start bleeding from her nose and forehead from the wound, as well as making her kneel. You lie, and you, a defective beefy, can't beat me. She generates a lot of BLD and covers her entire body. Grenade concussion. Concussion grenade. His whole body glows and explodes, but I don't back away. The smoke shows that almost all of Katsumi's clothes were burned, this one with the bottom shirt of the uniform and the sweatshirt half damaged, but her shocked face makes me laugh. I continue holding her and I don't plan to let her go. On the contrary, I give her another headbutt even harder. I quickly put him in a headlock, making his head against the floor and having one arm at my mercy, and I don't plan to waste it one bit. Katsumi, let's play a game. If you answer, everything is good. If you get angry, everything is bad. I explain. Let go of me or I'm going to. I firmly take one of his fingers and don't think about it, turning it until I hear a crack. A powerful scream stuns me for a moment. Hey, don't blame me, you just didn't play along. Now let's start. What did you do to Izuku? I ask her calmly, while she looks at me with her eyes full of tears. I didn't do it. I break another finger, making him scream again. I. She begins to hyperventilate, which makes him laugh. Talk to me well. I hear people complaining about my brutality and others asking for the combat to stop, but they can't. Theoretically, I haven't done mortal damage, so they have to leave me. I bothered him. I broke a third finger. No, talk to me well, I ask him. I tortured him, she whispers so subtly that only I can hear her. I would tell you to shout it, but I'm not cruel, so let's test your general culture. But now the game changes. If you make a mistake, I'll break your finger, and if you give up, I'll buy your entire arm before they can stop me. He smiled, making her tear up. How many people are there in Japan? I broke his finger at once. -10? You're an idiot, there are 127 million. I don't know the exact figures, he laughed, seeing their suffering. The sword singers are murderers, but we Amazons enjoy torture now. The last question. What is the truth? I ask her, watching how she tries to move. Before she reacts and finishes the sentence, I tense my body and twist it, completely destroying Katsumi's arm, and then kick her in the mouth so powerful that I break her jaw, in addition to throwing her several meters back. She was going to scream, but she notices something that makes her cry harder. She can't speak, so surrender is not possible. She tries to get up, but I step on her knee, breaking her right leg and making come out of her. I grab her by the hair and lift her up, looking at her face. Listen to me carefully, Katsumi. This isn't about me. It's not about the times you've bothered me and made fun of me for not having my quirk right because of what happened to me years ago. This is about Midoriya-sen, I explain. You're just a jealous BSRD who thinks he's strong because of a power so useless that you can't beat me. Still, I'll show you some mercy. I throw her toward the center of the arena. Crawl out of the arena like the demed, pathetic worm you are. Katsumi uses his only arm to drag each movement with agonizing steps to get out. I walk next to her, watching as she moves to escape, reaching the edge of the sand, but before she leaves, I lift her up and grab her face, making her look directly at where Izuku is. I look at her seriously. Do you see it? She nods. Well, if it weren't you, Midoriya-san would have stopped me a long time ago, but you are different. You have lost any place in his cold little heart. He is someone who is closed, he doesn't accept friendship because of you. But I managed to enter his heart, just like Denki and Kinoko, but you are exiled. I smash her against the floor, taking her out of the sand. I have won. Nobody applauds, nobody says anything, and I'm not interested. I just look at Midoriya, who has his classic wooden face, but with a small smile. I close my eyes and then give a powerful scream, so loud that several people cover their ears, while at the same time I hit my Z, and then hit the ground with my fist, causing a small crater. I start walking with a smile, but deep down I'm angry. With this Denki, you will see that you will not have to sacrifice yourself for me anymore. You won't die for me once AG. You can see all the UA professors in a dark room with cameras and some computers, but something interesting happens. You can see Present Mike next to a man with red armor, white hair and fangs protruding from his mouth holding Hisashi, which breathes fire from its mouth with the intention of incinerating Midnight. Now tell me, Midnight, why the F didn't you stop that girl? Hisashi, angry and breathing fire from his mouth, is blinded and with reason. Katsumi is his goddaughter and he esteems her very much. For some reason he trained her to be the strongest next to her brother and Izumi. Stop. Hisashi Aizawa opens his eyes and they turn red while his hair rises, watching as his quirk turns off. Let's calm down, please. Aside, it was also because of Cementos, Nizu explains seriously, but with his usual tone, which makes Cementos sigh. I'm sorry, Hisashi, but I couldn't move, Cementos explains, which makes everyone raise their eyebrows. What do you mean? Aizawa asks strangely. I was about to stop the student Kyoko when she made the key, but I saw a flash and looked at someone and then I paralyzed. Midnight explains with shame for not having stopped her. The same thing happened to me, Cementos clarifies. Let's see what happens. Nizu activates a computer that shows a recording. You can see how Cementos and Midnight are watching the fight, and then they see how the situation begins to get out of control. So Midnight takes his suit and tears it, preparing to use his quirk, while Cementos hits the ground, but then something interesting happens. A very small flash collides with them, causing them to look in one direction and then stand still, staring at nothing. Another camera shows that who they are looking at is Kaminari Denki? Sure enough, it's Kaminari, who has his eyes shining so much that you can't see his irises. How strange, can your quirk cause hypnotism? Hisashi asks, trying to connect the dots. No, it's impossible, All Might murmurs, unless. He has another quirk, he theorizes nervously, because that means someone had to give it to him. Gentlemen, I have a theory, and Aizawa, I recommend that you keep an eye on your student. Nizu shows an image of the human nervous system with all the nervous networks glowing. As you know, humans function with electrical pulses, and the quirk of the student Kaminari works by generating electricity, which, combined with full control of his quirk, seen as a shock hits the body and then, some connections are turned off that can allow him to block the brain's pulses with the own, while the glowing eyes are due to keeping the electricity afloat, allowing temporary paralysis until it runs out or the electricity discharges. That makes sense, Mike says. But then why? Midnight wonders. Easy, the student Kaminari has a relationship with the student Jiro, the student Komori and the student Midoriya, so it is likely that he did not want them to interrupt their confrontation. Well, then let's disqualify her. Hisashi sees it as the most logical thing, but Nizu denies it. We can't. We already allow inhumane emotional and physical destruction. We can only prevent so as not to seem hypocritical and show that we can learn from our mistakes. Nizu clarifies. Seriously, Mike, say that the show is going to continue, and the mouse lets out a laugh. Naruhiko. I'm surprised. Jiro-san looks like a calm girl, very calm. In fact, she always accompanies me when I'm not with Midoriya-san and Kaminari-san, but today I saw her very bestial. I know she's an Amazon and I know she wanted to avenge Midoriya-san. But it seems to me that she shouldn't have gone that far. She just had to educate her, not break her physically and psychologically. I feel someone grab my shoulder and I blush when I see that it's Midoriya-san. Are you okay? You just stared at nothing, he explains to me in a relaxed tone. Oh no, I just wish Jiro-san wasn't like that, I say with some embarrassment. You can't change that. It's his nature, like mine, that of a murderer. His tone saddens me. They are both very violent, but you can try. He laughs a little, which makes me I blushed again. I'm seriously embarrassed. A few minutes passed and present Mike Sensei explains that he is going to continue with the event, while security measures are maximized to prevent something like this from happening again. Jiro arrives and everyone looks at her in fear, but she doesn't care and just walks up to Kaminari-san, high-fiving him, which makes him sigh. They had it planned. The show will continue with Melissa shield against Shoto Todoroki. Mike Sensei shouts in his cheerful tone, which makes the stadium completely liven up. I tilt my head in interest, as a blonde with blue eyes and a boy with white and red hair arrive at the arena. They are the strongest in Class A. I hold onto the railing in excitement, while Midnight Sensei just explains and then he gives a whiplash, indicating the start of the fight. Shield-san covers herself with lightning and begins to run against him, while ice and more ice comes out of Todoroki-san's right side, to the point where the entire arena turns cold. Kaminari-san notices this and only generates electricity, which he uses as a heater. Delaware smash. Shield-san puts his hand forward and prepares his middle finger, while it shines brightly, and then launches a powerful wave of wind that collides with Todoroki-san. But something also happened. His finger broke, causing her to scream, but she clenches her fist and starts running again with lightning covering her. But it's not electricity, says Kaminari-san, which makes me confused. What do you mean? I ask curiously. His rays are charged, but not with volts. It is another type of energy that is more powerful and unstable. It is not like my rays. He touches one and holds it with 2 fingers. I can control factors of my electricity and I can use it to my advantage, but theirs don't even seem to work. It's as if they were some kind of waste. Like the heat that animals release from food, Jiro-san finishes, which makes him nod. They're fighting and not arguing? I wonder, they're talking about something but I can't hear anything. An ice pillar comes out towards us, so Jiro-san just hits it, breaking it into several pieces and avoiding everything, although I could have easily received it, but his kindness is appreciated. Out of nowhere, Shield-san launches attacks again with all her power, quickly breaking her fingers, while still yelling at Todoroki-san, something that I can't hear. The boy with two-color hair seems to get angry, because a new pillar is thrown, but this one is smaller, and he has started to shake. He's weakening from the cold, he won't last long, says Midoriya-san. Yes, but doesn't his quirk allow him to cast fire too? Jiro-san asks curiously. Actually yes, but he doesn't want to use it, that's why he's arguing with Shield-san, he wants her to use her fire side, my green-eyed friend explains, so we all nod and appreciate his good hearing, even Jiro-san, who with his quirk can hear extremely well, is unable to match Midoriya-san's hearing, but makes up for it with an excellent sense of smell. Out of nowhere, huge amounts of fire come out, which surprises us, since Todoroki-san has activated his left side. A second scream catches our attention, seeing the hero endeavor hold the railing of the VIP area with great emotion, while the fire that covers his body grows more and more. It seems that he became excited. Shield-san is not far behind and both arms shine very brightly. It seems as if he is hitting with all his power. Ice and fire come out equally, causing a very great contrast. Midoriya-san and Jiro-san get up. It seems that something strong will happen. Midnight Sensei tears his suit and smoke comes out of his skin, but it is too late, the attacks are launched, so Cementa Sensei creates multiple cement walls, but none of this stops the attack, which hits and generates a very powerful wave of wind, while various debris comes out towards everyone, but a joint blow from my friends is enough to completely break the largest debris, while the smaller ones are stopped by Cementa Sensei's barriers. Once the shock wave dissipated, we could see Shield-san with both arms broken and stamped on the wall, while Todoroki-san is with his shirt torn by the fire and breathing heavily, but he is inside the arena. And a crushing victory for Shoto Todoroki. A celebration throughout the stadium revives the excitement, an epic, cool, and not very bloody battle. After that follows the battle between Eijiro Kirishima and Hantashiro, which is won by the former, but what caused me a lot of curiosity was Kirishima-san's quirk. He is able to harden any part of his body and it becomes strong as a rock, but not only that, he is also able to sharpen the parts of his body, so it is offensive and defensive, something very cool that I can't do. But it gives me a lot of ideas to do things with my mushrooms. Now, Kinoko Komori and Mina Ashido get down to the arena. Mike Sensei shouts, which makes me look at my friends. Tear it to shreds. Jiro hits his fist, which makes him sigh a little. Luck? Kaminari-san says with a smile, while Midoriya-san puts his hand on my head. You can do it, show that you are the best. I nod and begin to walk with my sisi up. I am going to show that I am strong, that I can defend myself and be at their level. I go down the ladder and head to the arena, as I see the light at the end of the tunnel, running into a girl with pink skin, pink hair, yellow eyes with black scara and horns. She looks happy and is jumping around, which makes me wonder if she is confident or nervous. I look at the stands and see my three friends, who are smiling, so I put my arms in X. Now, on one side we have the most proactive of Class A, the peculiar and extremely acidic Mina Ashido. With the presentation, Ashido-san begins to jump with joy. On the other side is the wall of Class B, the one who has received shocking attacks without breaking a sweat, is Kinoko Komori. My entire class and my friends scream, which makes me blush. Well, the rules will be much stricter. Midnight Sensei seems serious, too serious, which scares me. She looks at me a lot. Any major damage, such as amputations or signs of torture, will be punished with immediate elimination, he clarifies. But also I notice something. There is a man who looks like a homeless man looking at Kaminari-san very seriously. I hope he is not a drug addict trying to sell him something strange. Understood, I say shyly. Ashido-san jumps and smiles with confidence. I hope you don't underestimate me. I want you to take me seriously and not just as a wall. Start. A whiplash begins the fight. Ashido-san begins to slide with a transparent substance that he begins to shed from his skin, functioning as a kind of soap that he slides with. I slam my feet against the ground, spreading them shoulder-width apart as I extend one fist in front of me and keep the other on my torso, taking a totally defensive position. Spores are starting to come out of my skin, but I'll have to wait a bit for them to take effect, so, in the meantime, hardening, my skin releases a slight shine. Ashido-san's liquid falls on my arms, causing a slight tingle. It's supposed to melt me, But I don't feel anything, although I could do it with anyone else. I guess she doesn't hold back on me and attacks with everything she has, which doesn't hurt me one bit. For now. Jets of acid hit me, causing me chills, but I stay in my place. I will not move from here. I will stay here. I will be a wall. I'm a wall. I whisper to myself, while more and more acid begins to hit me, little by little melting the ground around me and my clothes. Luckily it hasn't fallen much and only small openings are shown. I'll win for my class, Mushroom Girl. Ashido-san shouts happily, as a new jet hits me. He smiled a little and then I hit my fists, divine blessing. I whisper, as steam leaves my body, moving the acid away from me. I won't leave my promise in the wind either. I step on the ground and I start running towards her. I hit Ashido-san directly, making her step back a little, as she covered herself with her arms, but they have a bruise and she appears in pain. I slam the ground, causing it to crack and allowing me to pull out pieces of the ground to throw, while an even larger piece allows me to make a small barricade to protect myself from Ashido-san's acid. I take off my shirt and throw it away, leaving me in my sports bra. It's sad, but I don't want to be left with the semi-melted shirt, although I hope they give me another one. The uniforms are expensive. Its acid becomes viscous. It seems dangerous. I notice how the acid melts with more force, but I put my arms in X and release steam. It is my increase in power, divine blessing, which cleanses my body of any poison. It allows me to heal my wounds and also, the steam is very hot, so it is semi-offensive. Ashido-san begins to slide against me with his thick acid, hitting me in the face with his acid-coated fist, but he recoils in pain, because his hand is red from having hit me. I am strong as a rock. I return my fist and hit her, making her go backwards, but I don't hit her strong. I don't plan to hurt anyone. I will incapacitate her as best I can, but I still need a few more seconds. Mina starts hitting me with her acid-covered hands over and over again all over my body, my face, stomach, arms and legs. My entire body is riddled with blows, but I just don't move and stay in my place. And Kinoko Komori lives honor to her name. He has not moved even a millimeter. Mike shouts with all his might. You're making me sick. I want to win. She begins to slide to turn on one of her feet without stopping, while acid and more acid comes out of her skin, beginning to melt everything around her. I stay in my place and put my arms to cover myself and prevent all that acid from melting my clothes. It would be very embarrassing to fight naked. She starts moving around while spinning, doing ballet-like movements, then comes out and knees me in the face, but she instantly steps back and holds her knee, which hurts. I analyze the situation. I can catch it, but I need a little more time. Mina gets desperate and starts hitting me over and over again with increasingly powerful acid, to the point where her own acid burns her, which worries me. I don't want her to get hurt. Mushrooms reborn. I touch the ground and many mushrooms grow rapidly, quickly enveloping Mina, so I jump on her and grab her arms, completely incapacitating her. I'm sorry, a small blow is enough to completely knock out Ashido-san. Mina, Ashido can't continue. The winner is Kinoko Komori, the immovable one. Mike-sensei shouts, while everyone shouts, especially Jiro-san and Kaminari-san, while Midoriya-san looks at me and smiles, which he does make me blush. I touch the ground and undo the mushrooms, picking up Ashido-san so I can take her to the infirmary, while everyone praises me. I don't know if it's the friendliest thing to do, but I want to help others. That's what I've been taught. Always help others before yourself. They have always taught me that. Boys, please, promise me that you will always be the way you are, no matter when you suffer, you will always continue to help those in need. Can you promise me that, Kinoko? I will always keep that promise, Mom, always. Nara Izuku. It's only been a few minutes to relax and something boring has happened, a pathetic battle, Momo Yaoyorozu and Fumikage Tokoyami. Tokoyami is a boy with the head of a crow or bird with black feathers, and his quirk is a type of symbiote that allows him to control his shadow, while Momo has a creation quirk, which she took advantage of to be able to make a sword and shield. The bad thing, it was of no use to her. He expelled her from the arena with a single blow, which made me laugh a little. It was pathetic. It didn't even last 5 minutes. I feel a nudge and see how Kinoko looks at me with puffed out cheeks. Ho, don't look at me like that, Koki-san, I mock a little, while Denki and Kyoka laugh a little at our interaction. Now, get down Tenya Ida and Izuku Midoriya. He smiled and took my briefcase, while I took Koki's head. I think this is going to become a habit. See you, I promise I'll put on a fun show, he smiled, while bumping fists with Denki and Kyoka, but, to start, I'll go down in an unconventional way. I throw my briefcase into the sand, causing a powerful crash due to the weight. I lean on the railing and jump, while the briefcase opens and launches the hunter's tonfas, which shoot towards me, so I take them and equip them in my arms, starting to shoot energy into the air and then spin and fall to the ground, generating a crater in the ground with the typical superhero landing. And we see Midoriya make an epic entry. The entire stadium comes alive for my presentation, while I bump my fists with a smile. It's time to demonstrate my power. How great Ida arrives walking, as he approaches the sand with me. Now the presentations. First up, we have Class A's Speedster, the fastest president on Earth Tenya I. The entire Class A lets out a cry of excitement. On the other hand, the non-president of the support class. Do not underestimate him, it will cost you dearly, and if you don't believe it, ask the poor robots he has destroyed. That is Izuku Midoriya, the UA Quirkless. With that shout, I bump my fists and release energy. Well, you know the rules. We both nod and get into a fighting stance begin. A whiplash starts the meeting. Okay, Midoriya-san, I'll show you my speed. Blue fire comes out of his engine's engine boost. Engine boost, he shouts as he darts towards me, launching a kick that I block easily, but I step back a little. Not bad, he smiled a little. Ida-san, I'll show you something. I'm faster. I begin to run around Ida, while my tonfas begin to shoot circular waves backwards to propel me quickly, reaching a speed comparable to 15% of my real speed. My speed causes small fragments of the ground to begin to levitate due to the wind, which is pushing everything up, including oxygen. Ida was going to use his engines, but there is no fire coming out, only air. Fire does not work if there is no oxygen. The speedster quickly begins to choke from lack of air, but I stop, preventing him from passing out. A long breath allows him to recover. See? You can't beat me, but I won't defeat you that easily, I say seriously, but with a smile. Because? Asks the strange man. Easy, I see you as someone with potential, but you can improve, and today I will be your sensei. My tonfas shine. Are you willing to listen to my teachings? I ask with a smile. With pleasure, Midoriya-sensei bows, so I nod and get into position. Attack me with your engine boost again and again, I ask, so he nods. Blue fire comes out of its engines and comes towards me with the intention of kicking me, but I put my arms in X, receiving the attack without problems. He repeats the attack over and over again, while I just block, although each attack makes me retreat a little, but I remain solely defensive. Before long, Ida falls tired, with his engines red-hot from the heat. Well, I'll give you your first lesson. I move quickly, getting in front of him. Analyze the situation. We are fast, but not only our bodies must be fast, our minds must also be fast, so tell me, what did you understand about my boss? I ask him seriously. You just blocked and stayed defensive. Did you expect me to get tired? Yes, so I nod. So, if it were a real battle, I'd be lost. Yes, but that's why it's training. Now that you've analyzed my pattern, did you find any kind of opening? My relaxed tone makes him smile. I think he liked me. Yes, your back. I tried to hit you from the sides, but I couldn't. Your back is a blind spot. Your weapons are huge, and the thrusters block part of your vision, he explains to me determinedly. Interesting theory. Now you must put it into practice. He nods and begins to run again, while activating his engines and beginning to move around me, but I just close my eyes, listening to his heavy steps. Fast, not very agile, resistant and strong, but full of openings. I could polish him a little, she smiled. I could teach him several things, so I hope that one day I will have the benefit of being his teacher. He has will, good power, and a pretty good attitude for a student. Contained reciprocation. Contained reciprocal explosion. Very bright blue fire erupts from his engines, reaching a speed higher than what he had, but not approaching the movement he used in the cavalry battle. He spins even faster, reaching the speed I could reach with my combat tonfas. She spins around quickly, as her powerful move begins to knock the air out of me, which makes me smile a little. She copied me and did a great job. I get into a posture and take off my tonfas, which are momentarily deactivated, while I close my eyes and concentrate on my hearing. Before long, he lunges at me from behind, but I laugh and duck, easily avoiding the high-speed kick. Incredible, without his tonfas, Izuku Midoriya has avoided Tenya Ida's kick. Mike shouts as Ida spins and falls to the ground with his engines red hot, but still functional. Heh, it doesn't seem to work, Ida says, which makes him laugh. Yes, good theory, but you lack speed or think that I could take off my tonfas, I explain calmly, while I jump around. My tonfas propel themselves and re-engage in my arms, while energy comes out of them, so I go out towards Ida, giving him a fairly light blow, but it throws him several meters back. A crash to the ground propels me upwards, beginning to use my thrusters to stay in the air and enjoy the view. Tenya recovers his quirk and begins to rotate rapidly around me, trying to remove the oxygen so that it loses power, but it doesn't work. My tonfas do not work with combustion, they do it with a process of generating and expelling energy, which does not require oxygen. Even so, I am surprised to see how Ida has pushed himself, managing to get close enough to me to give me a powerful kick in the stomach, making me hit the ground strong, although he didn't fall very well either. And finally, after a long time, he has managed to deliver a direct hit to Izuku Midoriya. Nick's shout motivates everyone. Ugh, that hurt, I say as I get up with a powerful impulse. Ha ha, and for you to say it, he also sits up and hits his fists against the ground with a smile. I want to show you what I can do. He lunges towards me, so I do it too, colliding legs and causing a small crater. Surprising him, I didn't expect my legs to be so strong. My arms aren't my only trick. I spin in the air and then I knee him strong in the face, breaking his lip, and then I do an axe kick that slams his face into the ground. Let's get turbo in it. Ida begins to spin quickly, breaking dancing by standing on his head, extending his legs, activating his quirk and starting to spin his body very quickly, landing a kick to my ribs, throwing me to the side and almost taking me out of the sand, but an impulse lifts me up and prevents me from touching the limits of the ground, crashing into the wall and firing a shock wave that takes me away from the limit. The pseudo-gust shouted, releasing a powerful wave of wind that collided with him, but it didn't come out. He's willing to show that he's worth it. Well, if everything, let's deal with everything. I launch myself to hit him, landing a blow to his face and then repeat my wave attack, dragging him back, but not launching him from the sand. He runs, so I push off, colliding kicks again and starting a constant exchange of propelled kicks and shock waves, slowly destroying the sand. I hit the ground, fragment it and shoot, throwing a large piece of the ground at him that I kick, destroying it, but I take advantage of this to get closer and give him a powerful punch, making him spit BLD, but he smiles and gives me a roundhouse kick. Tired? I ask with a smile. Could do this all day. He smiles exhausted and raises his fists, then throws a punch at me that he uses to distract me, kicking me in the head. Then let's continue all day. I throw myself at him, crashing my fist into his face, but receiving a good kick in the face in return, although I stand up and counterattack. I won't tell lies, I'm not being serious. If I were, I would have finished a long time ago, but I want to try one of the few in Class A that I think are worth it, and I haven't been disappointed. He is weak, yes, but he is not a Katsumi either. He knows how to fight well, he respects those who are stronger than him, and most importantly, he has an open mind which has allowed me to mold him as we fight. A punch hits me, but I respond with a powerful kick that pushes him away. Ida-san, I'm going to let this tonfas come away from my arms. Attack me with everything you have. He smiled a little, let's see what he does. Yes, Midoriya-sensei. He stomps very strong and blue fire comes out of his engines. He is going to use that single-use technique against me, so I tune my hearing to the maximum burst. Reciprocal explosion. He shouts, shooting towards me at full speed. The attack causes a powerful explosion of dust and black smoke, which blinds everyone, but I smiled, I already knew what happened, and I won. Once the smoke passes, everyone sees me in their place, but not Ida, but there is a path of fire that finally leads him out of the arena, with his leg stuck in the side, as if he had kicked and missed. This? He asks in shock, which makes me laugh a little at his reaction. Easy, my mind is faster than yours. While you delivered the blow, I processed and deflected your attack, making it impossible for you to redirect or avoid it as you were focused on maintaining your direction, so. My Tunfas return to my arms. I want a blow to the ground, and a release of energy ends up turning my monologue into something epic. Epicard. Izuku Midoriya has proven his superiority to the end, and he moves straight to the next round. With that, shouts from the audience and from my class, but especially from my friends, make me smile a little, while Ida sighs, but approaches me and shakes my hand. Good fight. I hope I can learn more from you, Midoriya-sensei, he says with a smile. Believe me, Ida-san, you will. With that, I start walking straight to the cafeteria. I feel like eating some takoyaki. I'm hungry. After my match, I remembered why I hate Katsuki. He faced a girl named Ochako Uraraka and he crushed her, almost killed her. The girl attacked intelligently, with great skill and power, showing him that her lesser power did not make her an insignificant rival. Although Midnight released the gas to put him to sleep, it did not act fast enough and he managed to do a lot of damage, but luckily, I managed to stop him quickly using an attack from my Tunfas, which launched an energy attack that hurt him and killed him. Weakened to be able to knock him out. Now we are all waiting for Denki to arrive. He is going to finish this first round, fighting Izumi, which makes me smile. I know he will win, and I trust that he will do it in the most brutal and elegant way possible. Wait, where is Denki Kaminari? Mike asks, because no matter how much they wait, he doesn't arrive. He chickened out, Izumi laughs, while Midnight sighs and stomps her feet to wait. Where is that effing imbecile? Jiro asks angrily, while pulling her hair, but I look up, the weather is cloudy and I notice a slight lightning bolt between the clouds. Making an entrance, I say with a smile. Well, Denki Kaminari will be. Before she can finish, lightning strikes Midnight's side, scaring her and causing her to back away. It begins to rain and powerful thunderclaps are heard, forcing me to cover my ears for a moment until I get used to it. Thunder and more thunder crash into the sand, leaving parts destroyed and burned. It stops raining and a powerful bluish lightning falls in the center of the arena, and from this a figure of a smiling young man is revealed. It is Denki, who has made the most epic entrance he could, and I will not tell lies, it came out very good. What's up? Sorry I'm late, but there were offers at the supermarket. Yes, this will be very interesting. Nara Denki. I hope that looks super cool. If not, Kyoko will hit me, haha. Although the thing about the offers was true, a 3-by-1 offer on Pitahaya's FNG deal. The good thing is that at least I think I intimidated that stupid Izumi, this pale fool, so I'm going to annihilate her, but calmly. I collide my fists and generate electricity, while I stomp my foot, causing the drops of water that have fallen to begin to float through the static, to finally explode, ending my epic entry. Incredible, I don't know if I said it, but I bet my entire salary on that blonde. Mike yells, which makes me laugh. Well, you know the rules, so let's stop talking. Start. A whiplash starts the fight. I will finish you. She throws a flame towards me, so I throw lightning and counter her flames. Shock paralysis, I say, while my hand generates a flash and a discharge hits her body, making her stay static. Do you know how annoying you are? I'm glad I can shut you up, but I can't beat you like this, I explained. What happened? Kaminari's eyes shine brightly and Midoriya has stood still. Mike wonders, so I sigh, time to explain. I'll explain to you before undoing this. I have practiced my quirk a lot. So much so that I have managed to extend my limits so much that I barely notice it, but not only that, I also have total control of my electricity. With it I can charge and direct storms wherever I want. I can charge objects and make them levitate and affect the electrical pulses of the body as I am doing, paralyzing you with my quirk. But all this tires and leaves me immobile, so it is something that I only use it when I go as a team. A sigh leaves my lips, but then he smiled, so let's give everything. I undo my technique and start running against her. Dim and cheap battery, I will kill you. A double flare comes out of both arms. Try it, fire girl. I shout with excitement. I'm going to have fun. Volt build. Sword. Volt build, sword. Lightning forms in my hand, so I shape it with ease, turning it into a sword of yellow electricity. I cut the fire with my sword and in turn begin to cut distance with Izumi, but a new flame is launched, so I jump and retreat far enough to avoid being burned. I take the handle of my sword with both hands and then separate them, transforming one sword into two, launching a slash that sends several discs of electricity that she dodges. The fire caused by her attacks begins to float and spin rapidly in front of her, so that the fire then burns strongly. The fire burns brightly and the floor of the arena begins to melt. Hell ring. Infernal ring. He shouts, throwing the disc straight at me. Hey, that's really cool. I say with a smile, as I cross my swords. Then me too. I launch a slash that collides with Izumi's infernal disc. The crash causes a shock wave that sends everyone flying. The unbearable heat is starting to burn my skin a little. Good thing, I'm going to have a perfect tan, but first I have to cut this so that it's medium rare and not charcoal. The disc begins to soften as my swords enter it, finally cutting it in two, causing a powerful explosion. The flames hit me, but they haven't burned me much. I'm as good as new. I take advantage of the cloud of black smoke and run towards Izumi, managing to hit her and then a powerful cut on her arm, making her scream, but look at me angry. Burns. She grabs my face and starts to generate heat, so I cover my face with rays, seeing as a powerful flare to incinerate my face, but I'm covered. Hey, are you crazy? You could melt my appealing face. I shout angrily, but I keep smiling. My control battery is more attractive than yours. A flare comes out against me. Control of your personal VBR2, because with that attitude, you won't even have a boyfriend, I mock, hearing the entire stadium burst into laughter. Even Midnight has to cover her mouth. Son of a beach. She puts her hands on the ground and injects fire, causing the floor to melt. Soon, the ground explodes, causing an explosion of hot cement, so I run, avoiding the super hot projectiles. More fireballs begin to be shot at me, so I touch my feeling a small shock in my heart. I'm going to STMLT it a little. It's a technique that allows me to increase my quirk capacity a little. Lightning bolts and more bolts come out of me as I bump my fists. I start running at her and undo my swords, throwing a punch that sends a bolt of lightning that hits Izumi's EC, making her vomit BLD. It doesn't matter how strong you are on the outside, my electricity burns you inside. Another beam hits her, causing her to kneel as she vomits BLD and gasps, her mouth and eyes bloodshot. She breathes heavily. Did I now? A flare hits me, so I cross my arms and create an electric barrier that protects me. Oh, are you tired? I ask mockingly. This will be Izuku's revenge against her. A powerful flare comes out against me, so I jump, but said attack is redirected, impacting me. Although it doesn't hurt because of my voltaic armor, I am well shielded against any attack. She touches the ground and fire begins to come out, and then the ground cracks and the cement melts, transforming the entire place into a kind of volcano. A huge rise of cement and molten rock rises in the middle of the sand and she screams, causing it to explode and a lot of lava to begin to fall. Izumi laughs, but her hands are burned and her skin is red, while smoke comes out of her. Incredible! Student Izumi Midoriya has terraformed the entire arena. Mike shouts with excitement. You're lost, this is my land. She shouts with great confidence. Nice setting, now my turn. I raise my finger up and a powerful lightning bolt falls. This initial is followed by multiple other yellow and blue rays that impact the sand, so that it then begins to rain and strong winds manifest. I sigh, exhausted and grateful that Izumi was stupid and let me do this, because I was motionless for about 10 seconds, and she could have taken advantage. With the weather modified to equalize the conditions, it touched the ground, electrifying the water and causing it to explode quickly, wetting the place even more and hurting the flaming girl in the process. She hits the ground and opens a large crack of fire that almost traps me, but I manage to hold on and get up, although said crack explodes, burning my back a little. I'm Art, I'm going to kill you and that defective beach will follow. She shouts angrily, while I remain serious. Helsing. A large amount of fire comes out of all the cracks, heading towards her body, while she absorbs it and horns, claws, tail and goat. Legs made of fire manifest on her body, causing, with her attitude, to be a worthy representation of the devil die. A powerful flame comes out towards me, while I see how Midnight prepares to stop it, but I use my shock paralysis to avoid it, receiving the attack squarely. The attack causes me a little damage, not so much because of my increased resistance, but what it does cause me is melancholy and pain, not physical, but mental, because it reminds me of that incident, the one that marked me and made me become a dragoon, that incident that made me realize how weak I am. Izumi laughs happily. She thinks she has won, but I just take a deep breath and, instead of a roar coming out, several thunderclaps fall that remove the entire cloud of smoke. Everyone lost their breath. The attack destroyed almost all of my clothes, but I just wiped some of the BLD from my lips and looked serious. Nice sauna. Oh, now I'm angry. My voice is distorted a little by my quirk. This because lightning bolts have come out instead of my voice. What the F dash? Even Mike cries out at seeing my scarred body, all from my training in that battle. I don't care, A flare comes out against me. Don't you know how to say anything else? I slap my hand, destroying the flare, while Izumi retreats despite still being in that demonic form. I will show you a true transformation. Thunderlord, I touch my CC and hit it, causing lightning to fall on me. This discharge stimulates my heart to the maximum, causing all the electricity at the edge of my limit to come out in the form of blue rays instead of yellow electricity as always. This powerful electricity condenses with a bluish mist that begins to come out, making my body look like a storm. My whole body begins to glow white, while I look seriously at Izumi. Incredible transformation. Again I say it, I bet everything on this boy. Mike shouts with great emotion. You're supposed to be impartial, Aizawa-sensei says. And sheet, I support him. He shouts again, which makes me laugh. I take a step and appear in front of Izumi, giving her a powerful blow that makes her spit out BLD, being thrown to the side of the arena. I raise my hand and lower it, causing lightning to strike her, electrocuting her. Something should be clarified, the lightning bolts are not as strong as a real one, since they are made with my quirk and, although they multiply in the clouds, it does not make them as strong or destructive as a real lightning bolt. Izumi stands up and shoots out a flare, as she controls the fire and makes it surround me, but I clap my hands and make my aura expand, calming the flames with ease. You're very weak, I tell him seriously, very seriously, because I'm upset by what he said about Kyoka. Shut up, you son of a beach. Fireballs are thrown towards me, while I easily dodge, approaching her again, kicking her so strong that I take out a tooth, even though it burns my foot. You won't worry about braces and stuff anymore. I will leave you without any teeth. I punched him in the face again, breaking another tooth. I will break you to pieces. She grabs me by the neck and slams me to the ground, then steps on my face and throws fire at me, but I grab her foot and kick her in the face, sending her away with a broken nose. Does this hurt the girls? I approach her and quickly give her an electric shock that paralyzes her, which I use to raise my leg, and then I give her a powerful kick straight to the crotch. She falls to the floor without air. It didn't hurt that much, but I had heard that it hurts more here. I raised my leg and kicked her just as strong, but it went straight to her bust, causing her eyes to roll back for a second as she vomits. The pain. The first phase of fighting has already passed and everything went somewhat well, leaving aside that Katsumi will have to stay in the infirmary for a few days and possibly requires some psychological attention. Kyoka also punched Denki for being an Exich tea, but it makes me laugh that she hasn't stopped bleeding from her nose. That's the attitude of a true closet pervert. The strange thing is that the four of us have been called to the middle of the arena, preparing for the second phase. What do you think it is? Denki asks curiously. I don't know, Kamini-san, I say in a relaxed tone, while my hand is still on Kinoko's head. I don't want to separate her, her hair is very soft. Midoriya-san called me Koki. Is something wrong, Koki-san? I asked curiously, seeing her face all red. Don't caress me. In front of everyone. Red asks me, but I deny. Seeing your red face is worth it, Koki-san, I mock a little, while she puffs out her cheeks. How cheesy of you. Kyoka says, even though she has some paper plugs in her nose to stop her bleeding. Hello my dear viewers, I am Present Mike, your trusted presenter, and before the second phase, I am going to introduce you to the 4 favorites of the public. I'm left blank. Am I one of the 4 favorites? These are the 4 paths of the UA. The spotlight hits us, stunning us a little. We notice that Midnight constantly hits her WHP to get the public's attention, but nothing, the 4 of us are the real center of attention now and no one will lose sight of us. The first is the Path of War, the most powerful of the 4 and the most capable when it comes to using his quirk, with superhuman abilities, determination and battle wounds around his body. He who roars thunder. The thunder, or the storm, is simply exceptional. He is Kaminari Denki. An image of Denki using his quirk is seen. Who said he is the strongest? That's me. Kyoka shouts angrily, while Denki celebrates. Kaminari-sama. To our surprise, a large number of girls from other classes have made multiple posters of Denki with hearts, plus they are all looking at him and blowing him embraces. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Kyoka gives him a powerful punch. I will kill them dirty dragged cats. I have to hold Jiro so he doesn't throw half the sand at them. Next is the Path of Peace, the toughest of all, capable of withstanding attacks like a champion and without flinching. The description makes me laugh. I already know who she is. That pacifist who doesn't want to hurt anyone, she only wishes good for everyone. The pacifist, the immovable one or the unbreakable wall, is the little big one. Kinoko Komori. A photo of Kinoko nervous and with her hair covering her eyes is shown. You are great, Kinoko. Her entire class praises her and several boys compliment her somewhat softly. What a shame. She hides behind me. One look is enough for me to silence the men who couldn't stop complimenting Koki. That makes me a little angry. Now goes the most controversial and savage of the 4, the Path of Wrath, and the second most powerful, a wild, violent woman with a supernatural bloodlust, an unstoppable force of nature. Kyoka puffs out her zitsi. It's the wild one, the indomitable beast, or the UA monster. It's the wild Kyoka Jiro. Jiro roars as a photo of him appears on the screen. Get out with me, Jiro-sama. Several much more animated men shout at Jiro, but thunder falls in front of her, while Denki's eyes shine. A dragon protecting its treasure, I think with a smile. Now goes the weakest, but also the most versatile of the 4, the Path of Serenity, a young man who has everything except a quirk, but he does not need it. He is much stronger than most with his weapons and his intellect, in addition to his unsurpassed reflexes. You know, it's the sensei, the supersonic, but I like to call it Izuku Midoriya, the ultimate quirkless. An image of me showing how I am teaching Ida is shown. Sensei. I see Ida laugh and praise me, which makes me laugh too. After that, the 4 of us appear on the screen with our photos together and, in front of us, a kanji of our respective path, all in the form of a somewhat pretty collage. With the favorites presented, it's time to see the matchups. Mike shouts with a smile as the screen shows the names of the combatants. Kyoka Jiro, Denki Kaminari. Kinoko Komori, Katsuki Bakugo. Izuku Midoriya, Shoto Todoroki. Fumikage Tokoyami, Ijiro Kirishima. I swallow deeply as I am the pressure in the place, and I am not the only one. The entire stadium remains silent as I feel the pressure of both of them, who look serious at each other, without that attitude that characterizes them so much. Jiro clashes their fists, causing a wave of wind, while Denki's body is covered in electricity. I sigh as Midnight asks us all to stand down so the 2 of them can fight, and whatever happens, I hope it turns out well. The writer narrates. You can see Denki and Kyoka look at each other seriously, while their eyes release an aura that scares everyone. Midnight just explains the rules and then lashes out, starting the fight. Kyoka just starts running against Denki and raises both arms, throwing a double fist at the blonde, who barely catches both fists with his palms. Jiro raises his head and headbutts Denki powerfully, causing his head to begin to bleed, but he continues to hold it firmly. Kyoka-chan, I'm going to beat you, I swear. Denki shouts seriously, while giving him a powerful shock that does nothing to him. And I will break every bone in your body. A kick throws Denki against the limits, but he spins and falls. Kyoka runs and punches Denki directly in the face, but he grabs her arm and throws her into a quick lock that slams her to the ground, although he didn't expect that she would be flexible enough to escape from him easily, hitting him in the face again. Denki and Kyoka grab each other's hair and drive their fists into each other's faces. "I will beat you." Both begin a fierce exchange of blows, both without using their quirks. They just want to win with a bare fist. Incredible, no one backs down. Mike shouts as the entire stadium goes crazy watching the two strongest paths fight. Fault. Massacre. Jiro shouts in Latin, launching about 6 rotating blows at Denki, making him spit BLD. "Is that all?" he asks with a smile, landing a powerful punch on Jiro's face. They both stare, and then activate their quirks, Jiro digging his jack into the ground to lift a large rock while Denki generates electricity. The rock is shattered by lightning, but Kyoka quickly approaches and kicks him in the stomach and then holds his face, slamming him into the ground. A stomp causes a tremor and Kyoka begins to slide her foot against the ground, like a rhino charging towards its prey. Triceratops slide. Triceratops punch. She throws her head and both fists, so Denki tries to cover himself with an electric shield, something useless, as he receives the attack squarely, being sent flying. "Attack me, you beach, what are you waiting for?" She asks angrily, rather furious. "You're cute when you're angry," says Kaminari, while spitting BLD from the blow. "Gra, you're annoying," she says, but she has a small smile now. "And it's true, I haven't attacked everything. What a shame. Raise, cover him. I'll show you everything I trained to become strong and protect you." He shouts with determination. Volt build hammer. Volt construction. Hammer. Lightning strikes his hand and it transforms into a gigantic hammer. "Protect me. You think I need you to protect me?" She hits the ground, causing a tremor and the sand to fill with cracks, while showing how the veins on her face stand out. "Never, I'm going to need protection more, not since that time." She shouts loudly as she runs towards her, colliding fists against Denki's hammer, causing a tremor. "I died once because I was weak and now I can beat you. And I'm going to show you." He hits her with his hammer and then grabs Jiro's face. Electrical cataclysm. Electrical cataclysm. He shouts while a lot of electricity, which condenses to finally generate a large explosion. "I saw you die for being a weakness, but now I am strong, and with that strength I will protect those I love, including you." She delivers another Triceratops punch, pushing Denki away from her, but he grabs her arms and electrifies her. The two begin another exchange of blows as bloody and brutal as the previous one, starting to bleed from their noses due to the wounds that were beginning to appear due to the enormous physical and special power that the two exerted over the other. The arena was being destroyed by the enormous power. They were incredibly strong, and easily reduced the area below them to nothing. Denki and Kyoka raise their heads, headbutting each other that cracks their skulls and makes them both start to bleed, but they smile and repeat the action several times. "I will win." A final headbutt causes both to walk away with a broken forehead and a noticeable wound at the base of their heads. "These two are crazy, I love it," Mike shouts with excitement. They both raise their fists and throw a full power punch at the other's face, causing them both to fly the other way, but they get back up and start running towards each other, punching each other again. Denki quickly coats his arms with electricity and suplexes Jiro, then throws her away. "Get out." A blow combined with electricity sends Kyoka against the wall. She punches and jumps to avoid going out of bounds, starting to run and then tackle Denki, grabbing his arm and then elbowing him, breaking it and exposing the bone, causing him to scream. Midnight was going to stop him, but sees a message from Nizu that just says, "Let them continue," so she sighs, thinking about what the director wants to do. Komodo Morse. Komodo bite. Kyoka launches herself at Denki, so without further ado she uses her broken arm as a shield, watching as Kyoka launches a bite and manages to tear off a part of his wrist, causing him to lose his hand, while everyone loses their breath at the same time. "See how Denki looks at his hand," he says, looking at his hand, or well, what it once was. Everyone in the stadium screams in horror. "Oh, come on again?" Denki, now used to the pain, just looks at his bleeding hand and broken arm, impressing everyone. You taste bad, she smiles with her mouth full of BLD, while wiping herself with her shirt. The same, I didn't even need the arm, he says with a smile, ignoring the pain, whether due to his dragoon ability or just his willpower. Kyoka begins to run against him, launching a powerful kick towards him, hitting him in the face and breaking his nose, and then begins to hit him from all possible points, massacring Denki like crazy, while he only tries to defend himself with his own electricity. But aside from the light burns, Kyoka resists easily. He uses his only arm to hold Kyoka and use electrical cataclysm again, generating a new explosion and showing Kyoka more injured, with burns all over her body. Take this. She points her only jack at him and it vibrates, while she prepares to attack. Let's try this. Denki holds his T and gives himself a powerful discharge. Denki smiles as he points his broken arm towards her. Kyoka generates a powerful sound wave towards him. Denki sighs and his veins are marked, and then something happens that shocks everyone, as matter comes out of his arm and electricity quickly spreads, while his hand regenerates completely, so he creates an electrical barrier that protects him from the explosion that passes behind him. You know something? My heart hurts a little. If I continue like this, I'll have a heart attack, he says as he falls to the ground and spits out BLD, but all his external wounds have disappeared. Does your CST hurt? Although it may not seem like it, Kyoka is instantly worried. My quirk allows me to control electricity, but I can STMLT my heart to maximize my metabolism, which helps me generate even more electricity and regenerate, but everything has consequences. He smiles a little and stands up, but with my skills I will be as good as new after this. She understands and nods. If she uses her dragoon energy she will be able to heal. Then I'll finish you off so you can heal. She throws a punch, but he uses his newly regenerated hand to catch her and electrocutes her again. Well, I won't make it easy for you. He brings his hands together and launches a powerful discharge that collides with her, electrocuting her and causing an explosion. From said explosion comes Kyoka, who runs and launches her Triceratops punch again, launching Denki about 4 meters upwards, so that she then jumps and gives an axe kick, pinning Denki to the ground. She spits out BLD and kneels for a moment, the internal injuries beginning to take their toll. They both stand up and smile. I will show you that I can beat you. Denki shouts as he touches his heart and makes lightning fall on top of him. Thunderlord. Lord of Thunder, he shouts, activating his transformation and causing his body to be covered by blue electricity and white mist. I will show you that I can protect you. The veins on Kyoka's body are marked and they begin to glow red-hot Sylvan Furor. Forest Fury, she drives her fist into the ground and lets out a roar so loud that everyone covers their ears. I will win. Both begin to run towards each other and finally clash fists, causing an explosion. You can see a boy of about 7 years old walking with a smile. He has blonde hair and a curious black streak in his hair. He has yellow eyes and dresses in L-teacher clothing. He walks alone through the city. He is not afraid, because his quirk is more than enough to make anyone think twice before feeling a good discharge. At one point he looked into a music store. It was a good time to buy some headphones, and just today he received his allowance, which, combined with his savings, left him in a position to buy whatever he wants. He buys his Transformers-themed headphones and starts walking out, but he hears someone fighting, so his instinct prompts him to look. He notices how some 9-year-old boys bother a girl their age with short dark purple hair and strange ears, because they have something similar to headphone cables, but the most important thing is that she is only on the floor and holding with all his strength a guitar. How ugly, one says in a joking tone, although he has no right to say so, since instead of hair, he has leaves. Yes, besides, useless and tomboyish. Another with long nails touches him and presses his ears. Hey, let go of her now. The boy shouts angrily. Oh, and what will you do? The leaf-haired boy asks, so the blonde starts running and touches both of them. This. Sparks transform into a powerful electrical explosion that throws them both against a wall, with smoke coming out of them. I'm about to short. He murmurs with a smile, while holding out his hand to the girl. Hello, are you okay? Thankfully, she accepts the boy's help. For you? He asks curiously. I'm Denki Kaminari, the Charge Bolt hero. He shouts with a proud smile, while the girl laughs, which makes Denki lower his head in disappointment. Puff, you're funny. I'm Kyoka Jiro, and my pleasure is that she introduces herself as a normal person, so he nods. This small meeting quickly became an unbreakable friendship between the two that lasted many years, too many. Every time he could, Denki went with Kyoka to greet her, since they both lived very far away, but Denki didn't mind moving about 10 kilometers a day with the intention of visiting her to talk to her, although more than anything it was listening to Denki talk nonsense. Of his dreams of being a hero and his super moves. The years passed quickly and this relationship only grew stronger quickly, to the point where every day Denki would visit Kyoka or Kyoka would visit him, all with the simple intentions of being with each other. Now where are we going? You can see an 11-year-old Denki, who has grown a little, being taller than little Kyoka, who has not grown much over the years. I don't know, you tell me. Kyoka just looks at the road they are passing. They are very close to the Akashi Bridge, one of the largest bridges in Japan. How about we go eat ice cream? He points to an ice cream stand, which makes her nod frantically. What? She grabs Denki and prepares to drag him away, but something stops her. Denki notices something, a robbery, as 3 men are running from a pair of heroes. One is a man made of diamonds or crystals, another has a very large mouth full of BLD while the third has blonde hair, is thin and holds a gun in his hands, while shooting at the pair of heroes. Denki was going to do something, but the glass guy grabs his face before he can even think about what to do, while the guy with the gun points it at Kyoka, making them both turn pale. Listen to me, heroes, stay away or die. The blonde guy shouts, while the man with the big mouth bites his nails and parts of his fingers, proving that he is not exactly sane. Release the children. The one who seems more reckless shouts, but the other decides to back away slowly and tries to think about what he should do. Let go of me, you idiot. Denki delivers a powerful shock to the man, making him let go, and because the blonde was very close to Kyoka, he also loses his balance, allowing her to let go and reach into her bag, pulling out a small speaker to then connect it to one of its jacks. This looks important. Kyoka steals a bottle with a red liquid, puts it in his pockets and starts running. Now, both heroes launch themselves against the thieves, but both receive a tackle from the glass man. The blonde shouts angrily. Hunger. The man opens his mouth and begins to run towards the 2 children. Kaminari throws another beam at him, but it doesn't affect Tabe at all, so they both look at each other and nod, starting to run with all their strength towards the suspension bridge to escape from the thieves and find help. They notice that there are absolutely no cars, which worries them. There was some type of blockade due to repairs to the bridge, so there is no one. Tabe snaps, so Kyoka points the speaker at him, causing him to crash into a corner of the bridge, almost falling into the sea. Demon brats, hand him over, now. The blonde shouts angrily. Never, heroes never accept orders from villains. Denki fires another volley. I really hate children. He aims at them, but a sonic attack deflects the bullet, causing it to crash into both of their sides. I'm very hungry. The strange man opens his mouth and prepares to eat Denki's mouth in one bite, but he dodges, seeing how he eats one of the cables of the suspension bridge. Denki, I have an idea. Kyoka. Idea? Asks the airhead. Just keep doing that, I'll take care of the blonde thief. He doesn't understand, but he nods, trusting the brainiac. A new sonic attack is thrown at the blonde, while Denki is chased by the hungry man, watching as he chews and eats everything in his path, including the cables of the bridge, which begins to lose balance quickly, so everyone begins to fall because the bridge is tilting and crumbling. You annoyed me. A bullet manages to hit Jiro's leg, making her scream in great pain. Inadvertently, Denki's hand is devoured by the man, causing him to scream. The bridge tilts further, causing the 2 children to crash into a corner. The blonde approaches walking slowly, but Jiro points his jack, starting to shoot sonic waves towards both of them. A glass attack almost hits them, but they manage to roll. Seeing the glass man covered in BLD, he has defeated the heroes and left them badly injured. Jiro inhales and then screams at the top of his lungs, as a very strong sonic attack collides with the 3, but the glass man turns into a shield to protect them, allowing the big mouth man to get closer and he eats a piece of Jiro's ear, completely removing a jack. Please. She screams as she falls. I'll finish this. The crystal man creates a spear and runs towards both of them, but Denki gets up and covers Jiro, being pierced in the sitsi area, and multiple other crystals pierce other parts of his body. Kyoka-chan. Your ear. Your appealing ear, says the sad one, while in turn vomiting BLD. Shut up, you idiot. You are very hurt. You have to go to the hospital. She screams with fear, very fear. Hospital? Wounded? Fine. Perfect. The man draws his spear, leaving the boy with a large hole in his eye. That's mine. In the blonde's hand appears the bottle with the liquid that she stole. Let's get out. This is going to fall. The two nod, starting to run to leave. Denki falls to the floor injured, while everything collapses. Jiro tries to get up to help, but sees how a metal beam was about to hit her, but she sees a blonde shadow grab it and start running, saving her from being completely crushed. She notices that a blonde woman starts running to get away from the bridge about to fall, but she struggles and tries to get out to help the dying blonde. As soon as they both leave, they see how the entire bridge collapses. The little girl shouts with her eyes full of tears, while the blonde looks sadly, hating herself for not having arrived in time to save them both. You can see the entire arena destroyed, and in the middle are both teenagers without their transformations, but they continue hitting each other, spilling their BLD all over the arena. 30 minutes have passed and none of them have stopped, but they can't even use their quirks anymore, although that doesn't stop them and they continue massacring each other. A final fist bump causes Denki's arm to break and Jiro's to be completely burned with the few traces of electricity he had left. I will defeat you. They both use the other arm and the same thing happens. One breaks his arm and the other burns it, leaving them without useful arms, but they still have something left. They raise their heads, colliding in a powerful final headbutt, which results in both falling to the floor. I'll lose. Jiro raises his burned arm and tries to hit it, but it loses strength and remains on top of Denki's body, making it seem like he's hugging him. I think you don't need protection. The blonde smiles a little, and this smile is contagious to Jiro. I think you don't need me to protect you. And you're still the same idiot as always. Jiro reproaches him, and Denki laughs. And you're still as appealing as ever, Kyoka-chan. She blushes instantly and tries to hit him, but she doesn't have the strength. Idiot. Both begin to lose strength and finally become unconscious due to BLD loss. You did great, Kyoka. Yes. Kyoka's teacher, Aiko Terusawa, came to see their match and can only say one thing as an Amazon. She is more than proud. I think that, if I did a good job, and I'm glad you did too, Kiriko-chan. She smiles, thinking of Denki's teacher. A tie, a FNG tie in the biggest, bloodiest and most brutal battle the UA has ever had. Mike shouts, shocked by the result, while the entire stadium explodes with joy. It was not the result that anyone expected, but that whole battle was impressive, a battle full of feelings. After the fight between both boys and an absolute tie, it was determined that both Jiro and Denki should be disqualified, due to the tremendous injuries that both presented. Even the UA specialist nurse and doctor, recovery girl, seriously thought to send them to a specialized hospital, especially Denki due to the serious damage to his heart, but both began to heal quickly and, although they will not be able to fight, they will only need a few days of rest. Obviously, the fight had a lot of repercussions throughout the stadium. Everyone was shocked by the power of the two of them and wondering the obvious. Why are they not heroes yet, if they have everything it takes? Something that was never answered. Now the fight of the path of peace, Kinoko Komori, continues. So Izuku caresses his friend and smiles at her. He knows he can win, but he is still nervous about Katsuki. He is a DMN crazy man and will do anything to win. Now come down to the arena. Kinoko Komori and Katsuki Bakugo. My calls, which makes Izuku let out a sigh. Do it, Koki-san, Kaminari-san and Jiro-san trust you, and so do I. He smiles, which makes her nod determinedly. I will. Midoriya-san gets up and starts walking. Before long, Katsuki and Kinoko are in the sand, one looking furiously and the other a little shy. Kinoko was not paying attention, as she was too focused on how she could end the fight in the most peaceful way possible. He was not like Mina and would attack wildly, so she was looking for a way to win. She was so distracted that she didn't even notice that the battle had started and Bakugo launched himself at her, giving her a blast in her face, sending her flying, although of course, this did nothing to her. That was unexpected. She stands up, but receives an explosion again. I know you're tough as a rock, so I'll just beat the shit out of you, Beach. Bakugo shouts with a smile. He thinks he has won, but nothing to do with it. Strength. A single word destroyed Bakugo's confidence, as Kinoko dug her feet into the ground and quickly roots from her mushrooms came out, pinning her firmly to the ground. Now the explosions didn't even move her. She was living up to her nicknames, the immovable. Every attack she received simply filled her clothes with ash, which was also destroyed, but it didn't matter, for now she was waiting for Bakugo to get tired, so then knock him out. It's a simple plan, but foolproof. Bakugo stops using his quirk and starts hitting her with only his bare hands. Kinoko decides to close her eyes, concentrating on the shape of the blows. Yes, Templars have an extremely developed sense of touch, both to touch and when they are touched, which allows them to analyze how they are hit, which is extremely useful for predicting attacks and finding openings. He points both hands towards the ground and generates a powerful explosion powered by the sweat accumulated in his palms, destroying a good part of the platform and, most importantly, destroying where Kinoko was standing, sending her flying and causing her to fall against the ground. He grabs Kinoko by the neck, but doesn't really do anything to her, nor does he feel it. He grabs her face and creates a powerful explosion in Kinoko's face, blinding her. Katsuki throws her to the ground and generates an explosion again to then step on her face, but then he holds his leg in real pain. It feels as if he has stepped on a rock. Hey, don't point it at the face, I got the keratin done yesterday. She receives another explosion in her face and then throws it, but she easily stabilizes herself in the air and avoids falling out of the arena. Just die. A new explosion collides with her, but it didn't even scratch her, it's just burning her clothes little by little. Die. Many more explosions collide with her, but Kinoko just closes her eyes to prevent ashes from falling into her eyes. It would be annoying to remove them. Are you frustrated? Kinoko asks curiously, causing Bakugo to move away from her with a bang. Yes, I'm sick of stones appearing in my path. He shouts angrily. Stones? What are those stones? He asks again. Kinoko is looking for time, and she is getting it. Easy, all of you. Kinoko points to herself. Yes, you, the stupid Pikachu, the defective and that demon Deku. He reproaches her, but she tilts her head. She doesn't understand anything. Because we are stones in your path? Do you feel bad because we are stronger than you? Without realizing it, Kinoko used the worst combination of words. Daughter of a beach. He generates an explosion that hits her, destroying part of her clothes. I'm embarrassed to fight like this. Although she still has underwear, parts of her shirt allow her bra to be seen. In fight. Bakugo sends a powerful blow to her face and generates an explosion in the girl's face. How violent. She closes her eyes. She just wanted him to lose quickly. She didn't want to make anyone suffer. That's why she wasn't going to fight. She was just going to wait to immobilize him. A set of explosions collides with Kinoko, but she pinks her skin and causes small pink spores to come out of her, which fall to the floor as they begin to grow very quickly. Kinoko puts her arms in an X and uses her hardening to make herself even tougher, easily resisting the powerful blasts. Kinoko hits the ground and multiple roots formed by hardened fungi envelop Bakugo, while a being is born with her. He is small, with a large head made up of the head of a red mushroom with white parts, 2 little arms and legs, as well as an adorable face. Hello, little one. Kinoko greets the little mushroom, who bumps his hands and jumps, ready to fight. I will kill you. Bakugo frees himself from the roots and begins to fly with explosions. Come on. Kinoko takes the head of the mushroom and throws it towards Bakugo. The mushroom curls into a ball and spins, crashing into Bakugo like a cannonball, knocking him backwards. The little boy extends his arms and his hands become gigantic, delivering a powerful blow to Bakugo, slamming him into the ground and then falling, crushing Bakugo with giant mushrooms. The mushroom falls, while Kinoko digs his hands into the ground, taking out a great sword made of a material similar to wood, but with a metallic shine. It is his trusty fungita, a material similar to wood, but as strong as steel. Arterial cut, Kinoko prepares, takes a defensive position by using her greatsword as a shield and allows Bakugo to approach her, who has risen thanks to her explosions and begins to spin very quickly on her own axis, preparing to launch a devastating attack on her. Howitzer impact. Bakugo collides with Kinoko, so that everything glows and a powerful explosion is generated, which releases a large cloud of black smoke while the entire arena is destroyed by the impact. The entire shock wave combined with the explosion blinds everyone, making it impossible for anyone to see what is happening in the arena. Once the smoke clears, everyone sees Kinoko intact, which shocks everyone, but the most important thing is that Katsuki has a large cut on his ST, although it does not have much depth. On the contrary, it is relatively superficial. Bakugo was going to laugh, but he quickly started bleeding, so he tried to cover himself, but nothing, he wouldn't stop bleeding. Don't even try. My attack cuts your arteries. Give up or you'll bleed out in minutes, she warns, but Bakugo puts his hand on Kinoko's face. Stun grenade. He shouts, generating an explosion that blinds the brunette girl. Bakugo kicks her in the stomach, but then grimaces. He always forgets something. Kinoko is unbreakable. Katsuki begins to see blurry, as he clings to consciousness and launches more and more chain explosions at her, making her retreat quickly. Kinoko regains her vision and grabs Katsuki's arm, suplexing him and slamming his head into the ground. Death now. Bakugo, so overcome by his own anger, throws a punch at Kinoko, watching as he breaks his hand, making Kinoko scared. Stop. She covers herself, seeing how a new blow ends with the same thing, Katsuki's hand completely destroyed, but even with that, he launches a powerful explosion that makes her retreat, but Kinoko does not stop trembling with fear. No, 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 no. She held her head in her hands while looking at Katsuki with tears in her eyes. She was having bad memories. Kinoko is a girl who has always been kind to everyone. No matter how they treat her, she will always want to do the best for everyone no matter how much pain she receives. And speaking of pain, this has always accompanied her, but not the physical one, but the mental one. Her father abandoned her and her mother a year after she was born, and her mother began to work a lot, too much in fact. This constant stress caused her mother to start smoking and taking drugs, which ended up making her seriously ill, which is why Kinoko no longer studies, but works selling edible mushrooms to survive. Hello, do you want mushrooms? Asks a 10-year-old Kinoko, at a small wooden stall with plasticized packages of different varieties of mushrooms in a market square. No, thank you. A man retires to another place so he can buy something else. DMN. There are no sales. She sees her stall. Today they haven't bought anything from her, and that's bad. Without sales there is no food. Luckily, a rather curious man, tall and muscular, with a metal mask approaches his stall, taking a tray, and then giving him a good amount of money. She was going to give him change, but he just denies and uncovers the mushrooms, raising his mask a little and starting to eat them raw, which surprises her. That is something unusual. He rejoices for a moment and then takes another tray and pays her, eating more. This process is repeated about 20 times, while Kinoko just watches with genuine surprise at what happens. Yummy, very delicious. He smiles and touches his lips. Your mushrooms are quality. Where do you get them? Kiss. They are. Because of my quirk, she creates 2 mushrooms on her hand. I can grow mushrooms, so I have a small garden in a forest. She explains, so he nods. Tell me, why would a girl work? He asks again. My mom is sick and can't work, so I do it so that we can both get ahead. She seems determined despite her shyness, which makes him laugh a little. Wow, that's interesting. Well, it's already dark. He looks at the night sky. See you later, girl. Wait. A call catches the man's attention. What is your name, sir? Kinoko asks. Oh, I'm Balindoing, but I like to be called Baudouin. He raises his mask a little, showing that his mouth and face have multiple wounds along with reddened skin, but he also shows a warm smile to Kinoko. After that meeting, Kinoko arrives at her humble home and gives the money to her mother, who is only in bed or occasionally finds the strength to get up. The woman, extremely shocked, asks what happened, but she explains the situation, which causes her to join her hands and pray to thank the man, although she then falls exhausted due to lack of strength. She pays the bills and pays the rent for about 2 years. Yes, it is enough for 2 years, and they also have enough to eat for a year, which made her mother tell her that she can rest, but she refuses and continues going to her trusted plaza, selling their mushrooms. Still, not everything is good. Due to the loans made by her mother during her extreme desperation, she owes huge debts to the Yakuza, and Kinoko constantly tries to pay them, but sometimes she is not enough and they can extend the deadlines, but with a consequence. You already know what's next, right? A group of men and women with sticks have forced their way into the apartment. Stay away. Kinoko stands in front. She knows that her mother must receive the beatings, but Kinoko constantly receives them for her. Well, I've always been surprised by your guts. Beat. The leader hits her with the stick, breaking it on her face and knocking her down. While a new one comes out of her body, you know what to do with that. Everyone starts hitting Kinoko, while her mother tries to get up, but can't and can only watch as her daughter is beaten. Kinoko has already become accustomed to the extreme pain of these beatings. They use her as a punching bag, but for her it's completely worth it. They extend the term for a whole month, although she has to pay 5% more for interest, although it works. They soon finish hitting, although the leader gives her one last kick that breaks her nose, throwing her against the bed. They leave and Kinoko stands up, looking at her mother and putting on a smile. Kinoko! The woman tries to get up, but Kinoko only approaches her and allows her to hug her. Sorry, sorry, sorry. She shouts through tears, but Kinoko smiles, even though she lost a tooth. Calm down, Mom, you're fine. That's all, says Kinoko. The good thing is, Kinoko is good at healing and has no trouble dealing with a few broken ribs, so he can continue selling quality products. It also helps that he constantly meets Balduino, who comes and buys mushrooms from him every week, although he basically gives him money, and a lot of it, so he has started doing new things, like trying to replicate truffles to sell and satisfy the mysterious man who has saved his life. So, Mr. Baudouin, are you a foreigner? Kinoko is walking with the masked man, who invited her to eat takoyaki. Yes, I come from Europe, from a small town in the center, he explains, feeling everyone's gaze for his peculiar clothing. And the mask? She asks, but Baudouin lets out a laugh. It is because of my quirk, immunosuppressant. It allows me to live with any disease, infection or poison and become immune to its effects, in addition to locking said diseases in me so that they do not affect others, and turns my BLD into a powerful regenerative liquid to heal others, but all this with the consequence that my life is gradually shortened. I was infected with leprosy shortly after I was born, and before I activated my quirk, enormous damage was caused to my face, so I have an unpleasant appearance to most, although in my town they say that I am attractive. He speaks eloquently, like this. The girl nods. They were going to continue, but notice that there is a fight with heroes and villains, more specifically against the villain Katana, a man with the ability to create katanas anywhere on his body and a suit similar to that of a ninja. Kinoko notices something. Because of the fight, many are close to the combat zone, causing many to be in danger. She doesn't think about it and runs, starting to help some children and old people escape, while Baudouin just watches. Katana was going to attack, throwing one of her swords as a spear, but the hero turns into metal and protects himself, but all with the consequence that the sword is deflected towards them, so Kinoko covers the boys, being pierced by the sword. Kata opens her eyes and looks at the heroes, digging her hands into the ground and then rebirthing multiple katanas so she can push them away, running towards Kinoko. Sheet, 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 Katana mutters as she takes her katana and it turns into liquid, absorbing it to avoid causing more damage, but the good thing is that it was not a very deep wound, but it is still a wound. You're not. That's bad. Kinoko doesn't cry and just endures the pain with her eyes closed. Obviously not. I'm a thief, not a murderer, and especially not of children. The angry man shouts, while breaking parts of his suit to heal the girl. Even so, the hero capable of covering himself in metal kicks the ninja man in the back, causing him to crash against the ground, so that a hero then throws a kind of liquid at him that melts his ninja armor and burns him a little. In addition to melting their weapons. 2 other heroes launch themselves to hit him, but mushrooms appear on their bodies. Seeing something incredible, Kinoko got up and stood in front of Katana to protect him from the heroes. What are you doing? asks a hero. He's not bad, leave him alone. Kinoko shouts, but the metal hero gets angry. He's no good, he's a villain, now get off or I'll take you off, he says angrily, as he advances and covers his steel skin full of spikes. Hello. Bakugo walks up and takes the metal hero by the shoulder. The fight is over, surrender, the man asks kindly. I'll take it off. The hero hits him in the face, but something is heard breaking and he screams, seeing his hand badly injured and his steel broken, although of course, his mask broke. The battle is over, and this man is more of a hero than you. He preferred to stop fighting and heal a girl, while you only wanted to fight. What do you really want? An epic battle or protecting others? He asks seriously while looking at the men, who see his serious face full of wounds, in addition to the fact that he is blind in his left eye. No one speaks, and everyone watches as Katana is arrested by the officers. Thank you, he says with a smile, while Kinoko and Baudouin nod. Hopefully you can get back on your way, boy, he says with a small smile, so Katana nods. Take care. Kinoko smiles at him, so he nods and says goodbye, being taken to the patrol. That I need another mask, says Baudouin, who begins to walk. Do you need help, Kinoko? He asks, but she denies. She's quite fine. Okay, let's go to your house, I'll leave you and I'll go. She nods. They both prepare to walk towards Kinoko's house, which is nearby, so it doesn't take them long, but Balduino closes his eyes with a bad feeling. He feels something, a dying soul, which makes him sigh, Kinoko's mother. Kinoko is going to die that day and his BLD could not cure her. He knew it since she explained to him how sick she was. His quirk has a limit and Kinoko's mother is his. Upon entering they notice the woman on the ground, so Kinoko runs to her mother, who is spitting BLD. Kinoko, she whispered. Mommy. Kinoko shouts with tears in her eyes, while shaking the woman, who has raised her hand to caress her face. Kinoko, you are the best daughter I could have had. And I am the worst mother you could have. She cries, while Balduino keeps his back turned so that they cannot see his daughter. Please. Promise me that you will always be the way you are, no matter when you suffer, you will always continue to help those in need. Can you promise me that, Kinoko? She asks. Yes, I will, Mommy, I will. She finally breaks completely. I'm glad. Her mother's hand loses strength and her eyes lose their shine, falling to the ground. Mommy? Kinoko asks Mommy. She asks again, crying, Mommy, don't make jokes, wake up now. He shouts crying, while Balduino turns around and lifts his body. Leave my mommy, she's just sleeping. The girl refuses to accept the truth, but then falls down crying, Ma'am, I. She screams, but Balduino hits her in the neck, knocking her out. That I'm sorry, Kinoko. With that, Baudouin prepares to call a hospital. I give up. Kinoko shouts, shocking everyone not only because of her tears and broken tone, but because Bakugo is on the floor with broken hands, but she is the one who gave up. Are you sure? Midnight asks, but she nods frantically, on the verge of going into an attack, so Midnight hugs her to calm her down. Now, you're okay. She takes his head and begins to release her smoke, while Kinoko mutters things almost incomprehensible. I don't want to hurt anyone. I promised her. Finally, Kinoko falls unconscious after allowing the smoke to affect her. Kinoko Komori has given up. The winner is Katsuki. Bakugo. Mike says without emotion, that is a sour ending that no one liked. Everyone wanted her to win and, for unknown reasons, the strongest gave up. Kinoko. Katsuki made you cry. I'll kill him. Izuku begins to release bloodlust, while his eyes glow in a red tone as they become bloodshot. Ready? Now, please come down. Izuku Midoriya. To the surprise of the public, Izuku has not come down and a few minutes have passed without him arriving even though they already called him Midoriya. Come down, I bet all my money that you win. Mike shouts, making Midnight sigh, as she stomps her feet. The mother, Midoriya, where are you? Kyoka, who is the only one who is healthy enough, leaving aside the fact that she is covered in bandages, to be able to stand as a spectator, but, unfortunately, she has to be with her class. Kinoko is in the infirmary for her anxiety attack and Denki still has a damaged heart. And Jiro-san? She turns, noticing that a girl who looks like a frog, with big dark eyes, a mouth with a frog's tongue, and dark green hair calls her shyly. What's wrong, Aju-san? She asks curiously. Do you know where Midoriya-san is? He asks, referring to his friend. I don't know. I only know that Izuku-san is very, very, very angry, so I know something. Bakugo is going to die. She lets out a huge and disturbing smile, while looking at Katsuki, who feels a chill. Tisk, shut up, defective, he says angrily, while everyone in the class only appreciates the discussion. Ju, maybe I'm defective, but I'm better than your little friend and your little sister. Everyone is surprised by the clear mockery he gave them. Izumi and Katsumi are still in the nurse's office, and Katsumi is most likely going to require psychological attention because of them. Daughter of. Before they can continue, everyone, including Kyoka, loses their breath for a second. From the exit tunnel, everyone sees countless crawling animals escape, as if something was chasing them. Quickly, the sound of footsteps became present, and the feeling of heaviness was such that Shoto stepped back slightly. Even the heroes got into a pose. They thought he was a villain. When the shadow was seen, everyone lost their breath again. It wasn't a villain, it was much worse, a very angry Izuku Midoriya. Kyoka let out a laugh. She felt sorry for Shoto. He was facing a real demon. I'm sorry I'm late. I was visiting Koki-san, says the serious one, while BLD comes out of his eyes and they appear to shine in a crimson tone, in addition to the fact that he is already equipped with his hunter's tonfas, which also shine in crimson tone. Aizawa quickly looks at Izuku, once again confirming the obvious, that it was not a quirk. Let's start quickly, shall we? Izuku speaks in a relaxed tone, which contrasts with his enormous longing to kill. Wise. Start. Shoto, totally terrified, launches a gigantic ice attack that crashes into a corner of the arena, freezing half of the arena. Everything goes silent, but then thousands of cracks appear in the ice and it explodes, showing Izuku standing on top of the ice with a serious expression. The tonfas glow and then he releases a wave of wind that literally creates a crater in the side. Todoroki breaks out in a cold sweat and throws a joint flare at another glacier. Izuku easily dodges and sends a blast to the ground, disappearing. Shoto grows cold, but feels his heart sink when someone grabs his shoulder, seeing Izuku next to him. I'm usually a peaceful person, but now I'm furious, so excuse me if you end up in the hospital. He raises a punch to his stomach, drawing BLD and throwing him out of the arena, but Shoto manages to stop his fall with a wall of ice. Shoto touches the ground and creates huge pillars of ice accompanied by powerful flames, so Izuku hits the ground and flies away, starting to launch explosions of air and fire to be able to avoid the attacks with ease. Shoto is strong because of his attacks that do damage. Special, Takusha damage, but it is nothing against his physical power and extreme speed. A huge pillar of ice approaches him, so he turns and falls to the ground, while crouching and raising both arms, which are covered in lightning and fire. Shotobasudo, short burst, he shouts, launching a small but powerful explosion of heat and energy, destroying and reducing Shoto's attack to nothing. Izuku then launches two energy blades that come out of his tonfas, which spin and quickly head towards Shoto, who manages to dodge one, but another reaches him and cuts his shoulder. The green-haired man approaches and then gives him a powerful kick and then gives an uppercut, lifting Shoto and then turning his body and giving a kick that throws the boy with two-color hair to the side. He gets up with difficulty, while Izuku looks at him seriously, with more BLD coming out of his eyes and the veins on his face marked. He is truly furious. Izuku quickly approaches him and grabs his face, then his tonfas shine and give him a powerful discharge, throwing him back. Shoto touches the ground and freezes all the sand, and then two huge blocks of ice come out, crushing Izuku, although not even 2 seconds pass before the pillars explode and show Izuku intact. Izuku's tonfas shine and, to everyone's surprise, they fall off. He just took them off. He cracks his neck and does wrist exercises, while he appears slightly calmer alone. I'm going to hit you with my fists, get ready. He flexes his legs. Shoto, even though Izuku was unarmed, he was still too scared, and rightly so. Izuku begins to run surprisingly fast, approaching him and then giving him a good punch followed by a kick, surprising everyone with his great mobility. He quickly opens his arms and delivers a punch with both hands, making Shoto flinch. The bicolored-haired boy launches a flare at him, but the green-haired boy easily stomps his foot, lifting a broken part of the sand to protect himself from the fire. He sees a piece of metal, so he picks it up like a short sword. Izuku jumps and avoids another flare, in addition to cutting a piece of ice in two, approaching and giving him a powerful blow followed by a cut to the cheek, but Shoto turns pale. For a second he would swear that he was aiming for his neck. "I'll finish you off quickly. I'm fed up, it's not my turn to kill the one I want to kill." Izuku squeezes the piece of metal so much that it compresses in his hand, and then throws it into a corner, watching as it gets stuck deeply. "Relax, it's just a camber." Shoto creates a wall of ice that does not protect him, seeing a piece of debris brush against his face. "We are not talking about a fight. We are not talking about a fight. We are talking about something serious." Koki cried because of him, and that. I will never forgive him. His eyes bleed even more and his veins stand out. While light smoke comes out of his skin, "I'm going to activate my frenzy if I keep this up. I should finish it to calm down a little." Izuku thinks. Not even he knows why the hell he's so angry, maybe because of the fact that Koki is the only girl with which he has bonded so deeply in such a short time, not counting Kyoka, although she is more with Denki. "TSK. I'll show you that I can be a hero by defeating you." He launches a powerful flare again. "Hero. What rubbish." Izuku thinks seriously. A flame attack similar to a fire slash comes at him, but Izuku decides to jump and spin, avoiding the flare, but this time he can't avoid an ice attack that hits him, but he kicks and the ice breaks. Everyone was shocked. Izuku wasn't strong, he was ridiculously strong, so much so that many of his feats couldn't be done by many people with physical augmentation abilities. He cuts distance and delivers a powerful kick to his face and then punches his stomach, making him vomit. Izuku delivers an elbow combined with a knee to Shoto's head, leaving him stunned to follow up with another kick that almost takes him out, but he creates ice to avoid leaving the arena. "I'll finish this quickly." Izuku disappears into the smoke caused by the ice attacks. Shoto again launches a storm of flames and frost around him to keep Izuku away, but the green-haired boy just runs and avoids everything. He appears, so Shoto throws pillars of ice, but he smiles evilly and jumps, using them as useful platforms to approach Todoroki quickly, managing to get close to him and then kick him to the ground, grabbing his face and slamming him against the ground again. Shoto gives him a flame that hits him squarely, but Izuku gets up again, but not only that, but Shoto notices something that scares him. BLD also comes out of his mouth and he can see how an aura begins to form around him. Growling, he roars and begins to run, approaching Shoto and putting his hand on his face, stabbing him in his face and then throwing it to the side, slamming him against the wall. Although he still doesn't come out, he saved himself again with his ice. Izuku cuts the distance again and tackles him, lifting him up and then taking his foot and slamming him into the ground. Jiro was surprised. Izuku was losing control, but she noticed why. It's not from now. What Izuku is releasing is the anger that he has contained all his life. All the tranquility he has is gone. Bakugo has surpassed the glass and is now pouring out a tsunami of unstoppable anger. She was going to jump, but she still can't move, so she won't be able to fight him, much less stop him. She can only trust that he will regain control. "This guy wants to kill me." Shoto can barely stand up. He has at least one broken rib. He throws an ice spike that pierces Izuku, but he doesn't even flinch. He just runs and quickly kicks him down and grabs his face, slamming him into the ground again. He stands up and raises his foot, preparing to step on her neck, but he turns, seeing her legs stick into the concrete. Midnight begins to release her smoke to put him to sleep, while cement walls form, but he kicks them down and approaches, grabbing Todoroki by the face and raising his fist, but then, a scream is heard throughout the arena. "Midoriki!" He opens his eyes and comes to his senses, noticing Kinoko, who is in the sand, shouting at him with watery eyes. "Koki-san." He looks at her with surprise. "You are not a monster, no one is, don't agree with them." He shouts at him with all his might. Izuku looks at Shoto and then looks at the audience, and finally sighs, ceasing to release his bloodlust, as his eyes stop bleeding. Izuku throws Shoto with great speed, making him touch the limits of the arena he has lost. The green-haired boy wipes his face and all the BLD that stains it, while looking at Kinoko, who can't stop smiling with tears in her eyes, so he approaches, letting her throw herself into a hug. Thank you. Koki-chan, that honorific escapes her, which makes her blush a little, but she maintains her smile. No need. Midoriya-kun, he sighs and blushes a little. In Aizawa, give me some tissues, this is very emotional. Mike shouts, which makes everyone smile, he's good at brightening the atmosphere. Sorry Koki-chan, I don't know what happened to me now. Izuku and Kinoko in the tunnel, waiting for the last battle to end, but that is the best place to have a more private moment. Don't worry, but what happened? She asks curiously. I don't know. Out of nowhere I got angrier and then I only saw Katsuki, Katsumi and Izumi. Kinoko get confused. It was all them, I heard them, I saw them, everything, they all made fun of them. Me and I just wanted. Kill them, he sighs and looks at his hands. I'm a killer Koki-chan, but, for the first time I felt like a real danger to everyone, not just the villains, I saw myself as a danger to everyone. He doesn't finish, because Kinoko hugs him. You will never be a danger, Midoriya-kun, she burrows her face into his ear, making him blush a little. You have shown me that, despite the suffering, you can be one of the best people I have ever met. Remember that. She looks at him and smiles a little. Thank you, Koki-chan, he reciprocates the hug. Out of curiosity, why did you recognize me? She asks. That I don't know. He blushes again while Koki giggles, he really has changed and for the better. With the battle over, the last one follows, that of Eijiro Kirishima against Fumikage Tokoyami, which is won by the boy with the crow's head. Now you can see those left for the fights. Izuku, Katsuki, and Fumikage, since neither Jiro nor Denki are allowed to fight. The table turns and shows that Katsuki and Fumikage will fight, which surprises Izuku, he is not going to fight anyone. Hello, everyone hears a shrill voice over the speakers. I'm the director and I know that student Izuku wants to know why he has no opponent, so I'll explain. Kyoka Jiro and Denki Kaminari are very injured, so now you have no rival, but that is easy to solve. Due to its unique qualities, I decided that, to make a show, you should do a duel in which you must remove a seal from an opponent proposed by me. The fight will be simple, you must remove the seal and that's it, there are no limits, if they knock you out, you're out, do you accept? The director asks, so Izuku jumps to the arena with his briefcase. Obviously, who am I going against? He asks, but this is answered when someone falls in the sand, raising a cloud of dust. I'm here. A scream causes everyone to be shocked, blonde hair, blue eyes, an extremely muscular body and an imposing figure. Izuku's opponent is none other than the #1 hero himself, All Might. Izuku looks at All Might and throws his briefcase to the ground. It opens and the base of his Agni firearm comes out, but then something curious happens. His 2 tonfas also come out and come apart, covering his right arm and Agni's parts. Soon, a gigantic sword appears in Izuku's hand, who smiles and releases his bloodlust again, but with a sigh he controls himself and looks determined at All Might, while red energy begins to come out of his new combined weapon. All Might, let's kill each other now, he says with a rather macabre smile. It's not a cap, but it's still important because I know that many see everyone as super broken, and in part they are XD, but I will make a scale of power, explaining to the 4, from the weakest to the strongest so that they understand well, with statistics included, as well as curiosities in case you are interested, laughing face. Butsuri Teki Sunsho, physical damage. Takushu Damage, special damage. Shin no Damage, Dano real. A clarification for the Japanese concepts that Izuku uses. Without further ado, let's get started. Kinoko Komori. We all know that she is the weakest, but that does not make her useless. On the contrary, she is very formidable due to her resistance. Kinoko is good at using her quirk, which, while somewhat weak, can combine well with her temple abilities. She is capable of withstanding very powerful melee attacks and physical damage, but when it comes to receiving special or true damage she falls short, very short. For example, an attack from All Might or Endeavor would make her retreat, because, unlike Melissa, All Might's blows are not simple pure force, they are released energy and she cannot block those types of attacks. It must also be clarified that she is the one that resists the most, but her limited mobility and offensive power makes her a punching bag that waits for her rival to get tired as she is unable to keep up with the pace of the fight. Techniques so far. Hardening, his body releases a small shine and it hardens. She enhances this ability with her mushrooms by further hardening those inside her skin to better withstand physical and special attacks. Divine Blessing. With this technique, Kinoko takes her immune system to the next level, burning her insides to heal her wounds, cleanse her body of poisons and take advantage of steam as an offensive method due to its extreme heat. Reborn Mushrooms, a technique based 100% on using your quirk. He waits for the right moment and makes multiple mushrooms grow around his enemy, immobilizing him. Strength grows multiple mushroom roots on her feet to keep her firm in one place. Battle Companion, unnamed, she can summon a small humanoid mushroom-like organism to fight. This is very strong and resistant, being able to control and create mushrooms like Kinoko. Create mushroom weapons, unnamed, she is able to compress her mushrooms to turn them into a kind of organic metal, with which to create weapons of all kinds. He was only seen making a huge sword swing. Arterial Slash, his most powerful ability. It launches a cut that causes bleeding that is impossible to stop. This is an attack that deals true damage through constant bleeding, which quickly weakens your opponent. Statistics. B is the level grade above average human, D is the level of a normal human. Physical Strength, B+. Special Ability, D. Alcance, D. Speed, D. Agility, B+. Resistance, SSS+. Curiosities. As you noticed, the 4 temples have a hyper-developed sense, and the Templars have a hyper-developed touch. Each of the 4 temples knows a different language. The Templars, because of their religious connections, know Hebrew. His quirk doesn't allow him to make some types of mushrooms as easily, such as truffles. It is the only one that only has one extremely developed physical quality, which is the hardness of its skin. Otherwise, his strength is only slightly superior to the average superhuman, such as that of the hero Death Arms. Kyokujiro. It may seem strange, and they are right, especially from what was seen in her fight with Denki, but no, Kyoka is weaker than Denki, but just barely, and that does not make her anywhere near less capable. As seen, Jiro is extremely strong physically with a super high level, so much so that he can slightly equate to All Might strength, although be careful, we are talking about physical strength, not shockwaves. Aside from strength, she is super fast and agile, which she combines with a combat IQ that allows her to easily adapt to any fighting style. While her physical power makes her a worthy rival for any high-ranking hero or villain, she has many weaknesses. The first is that she is not resistant as such, but has an enormous resistance to pain that allows her to ignore wounds and burns, but it does not mean that she does not suffer damage. On the contrary, she receives it and does more damage by fighting non-stop. One of her most notable weaknesses is that she is bad at using her quirk, to the point where it is only a support to enhance her hearing. Another weakness is that she doesn't have much of a ranged attack either. She can only throw heavy objects and that's it, so it's relatively easy to fight her if you stay far away, something that Denki took advantage of as best he could in their fight. Techniques so far. Rattlesnake Style. A combat technique based on placing your arms and curving them, while quickly stomping the ground, like a rattlesnake. When an incoming attack comes, she stops stomping and delivers a powerful blow towards her opponent, performing a fierce counterattack. Leo Style. A fighting style based on attacking on all fours like a lion. Jiro digs his hands into the ground and grabs it, then pulls and propels himself towards his opponent to land a powerful blow against his opponent. Keeds. Massacre launches a total of 6 blows with his wrists rotating, using the centrifugal force concentrated in his hands to send his opponent flying. Iktu Triceratops. Triceratops strike, a powerful blow with 3 parts of the body, both hands and the head. Jiro puts his hands on the sides of his head and runs, throwing his fists in conjunction with his head, causing enormous damage. Komodo Morsu, Komodo Bite, she launches a powerful bite towards her opponent. Its mouth is known to be able to open wide, due to the skin on its cheeks having softened, causing it to open its jaw as wide as a snake. This bite breaks everything including bones, and she chews and digests everything she consumes. Sylvan Furor. Forest Fury, a transformation that completely empowers her, making her even stronger, faster, and more frenetic. In this transformation his veins become marked and his skin turns red. This transformation is relatively similar to the Sword Monk's BLD Frenzy. Crustacean style. Although Jiro has not used it, his teacher Aiko has. This technique is based on moving your hands to launch powerful cutting attacks. It is advisable to use sharp weapons to be able to fight and cause much more damage than would be done with your hands. Statistics. B is the level grade above average human, D is the level of a normal human. Physical strength, S++. Special ability, D. Alcance, C+. Agility, S+. Resistance, D. Curiosities. His hyper-developed sense of smell is, but, due to his quirk, he also has a great and refined hearing. The Amazons know Latin, including her, obviously. Due to her damaged quirk, she is considered by the public ministry as a disabled person with hearing problems. This is because she is deaf on the side that does not have her jack, but on the other side she still has good hearing. She is, speaking of physical strength, the most powerful of the Izuku Midoriya. Yes, Izuku is not the strongest, but it is by very, very little, so much so that the difference is due to a simple factor, Denki's quirk, which is combined and enhanced with his Dragoon abilities, and even with that, they are very even, so much so that out of 10 battles, 3 would be Izuku's victory, 4 would be Denki's, and the other 3 would be a tie due to a double K.O. Although, speaking of deathmatch, Izuku would win because of his absolute affinity with death. Speaking of combat, Izuku is the most versatile by far, due to his intellect and blacksmithing skills allowing him to switch between many combat styles, but, without armor he is the most vulnerable. His extreme speed and multiple short, medium and long-range techniques make him one of the most powerful, but all power comes with powerful consequences. Izuku's body is fragile without his armor, and a well-delivered blow can do a lot of damage. On the other hand, Izuku's maximum speed can only be reached without his armor, so he can never fight at his full capacity. Furthermore, his maximum speed carries a huge consequence. A single burst of speed can completely break his legs, all due to the infinite and powerful pressure, so that resort is only the last option. Techniques, so far, lots of text alerts. Shodo, impulse, a small impulse that allows him to reach incredible speed. This technique can be used multiple times to maintain a constant pace, but a variation of it allows for short-range teleportation. Inpei, concealment, camouflage technique that allows you to disperse and get lost from your opponent's senses. This concealment has a limit and can be broken by performing attacks that force him to quickly dodge. Ken no Shogeki, impact of swords, a double sword attack at very high speed. This attack targets vital areas such as the neck or head, but can be diverted to any area quickly, making it a very surprising attack. Hengeki, counterattacked. It is a powerful counterattack based on receiving the opponent's blow and then turning the body, using kinetic energy to return the attack with even more force. Shinakawaki, bloodlust, a passive ability that allows him to release his killing urge towards his opponents to intimidate them, even causing weaker ones to faint. Their bloodlust can be directed at other people, even serving to make others feel calmer, being able to raise morale with ease. It's the only ability you can consciously use without having to name it. Chi no Kyorin, BLD Frenzy, one of his signature techniques, and it was recently discovered that it is also very dangerous. This technique causes your skin to begin to evaporate quickly, generating a red vapor that comes out of your body. With this technique, you can even sharpen your swords with steam and enhance your cuts. However, if Izuku is too angry, he can activate a very unstable derivation of his frenzy in which he becomes trapped in a trance in which he sees everyone as the people he hates the most, becoming a real danger. Debiruranji, Devil's Move, a technique that uses special swords to drive the tips into an enemy. Although it is called a lunge, it is more of a powerful stab due to the shallow depth it covers. Heiki, Escaped, the short version of his escape combination with impulse. This technique allows you to move so fast that it looks like teleportation. With it he can move himself and other people over a short distance. Izuku doesn't use it much because of the wear and tear of doing everything so quickly. Ekizo Pseudo Combination. Sukaburika Kato, escape combination, skybreaker slashed, an extremely powerful double slash that can tear through the air, allowing it to reach immense speed, transporting itself and those within a short radius of it to another place with everything and the land at their feet. This technique is exhausting and requires time to see where they will go. Hanmano Kato, royal cut, an extremely fast and swift cut, which can pierce basically any material. Burado Kato, BLD cut, a cross cut covered in BLD, which can cut through metal with ease. It is the improved version of sword impact. Daisupuru, dispelled, the improved version of concealment. This is faster, allowing him to disappear in a cloud of evaporated BLD and does not restrict movement. Kempakina Tishur, perfect parry, a move that allows Izuku to easily parry attacks with his sword, even being able to cut enemies due to the attack they themselves performed. Dansu, dance, Izuku spins on his axis and then launches himself forward with great speed, managing to deal damage quickly. It is a contained version of the Swordzinger's strongest technique. Kenbu, sword dance, the actual form of dance. This combines momentum, dispel and sword impact, but empowered, which makes it so that when it spins, it disappears and quickly goes out towards its opponent, making it very difficult to predict and block its opponent. This has two forms, the pure and the impure. The impura is an extremely fast and difficult to see attack, which cuts the opponent's head into several pieces. The pure form is the same, but it goes towards the neck, causing rapid decapitation. Jiki Kaimusho, magnetic prison, exclusive technique of the magnet pick. This is based on throwing and impaling the rival with multiple spikes that attract each other, trapping the rival and quickly incapacitating them. Basudo, burst, exclusive technique of Hunter Tunfas. This is based on the use of the energy stored within the weapons, compressing it in a sphere within the mechanism and then firing it in the form of wind, energy, or heat, as required. Shotobasudo, short burst, a modified version of a burst that shoots heat and electricity forward in a faster, less powerful explosion. Statistics: B is the level grade above average human, D is the level of a normal human. Physical strength, A+. Special ability, A. Range, speed, plus. Agility, plus. Resistance, D. Curiosities. Izuku has hyper-developed hearing, so much so that he can hear much better than Kyoka. In addition, it has excellent eyesight. Sword chanters are Japanese, so Izuku is the only one who didn't need to learn a new language to recite their techniques, although he decided to learn English on his own. It is, by far, the one with the most techniques. Izuku is known to have psychosis from abuse, and tends to develop mini-psychotic breaks that he tries to contain, but in turn stimulates in his meditations to make his bloodlust even more potent. Denki Kaminari. Not only are we talking about the most capable and complete of the four, but we can seriously talk about him as one of the most powerful currently, and, with his young age, as one of the most powerful dragoons that has ever existed. His combination of a powerful quirk, his dragoon abilities that even allow him to regenerate serious internal damage, and combining both to be able to match even some heroes in the top, despite that, Denki has notable weaknesses. The first is that he cannot fully use both skills at the same time. On the contrary, he has a cooldown time that must wait before he can use the other skill. He is also not as strong as Jiro, nor as fast as Izuku or as durable as Kinoko, but he makes up for it with his special abilities. Techniques so far. Dragoon Rock. Strikes the ground, releasing multiple rocks covered in dragon energy. This is, apart from being powerful, it is a good defensive means. Healing method, unnamed, launches a blue fireball that increases natural healing capacity for a time while completely regenerating the area where it hits. Electric boost. Denki covers his entire body in electricity with which he is able to move very quickly. Volt build, hammer/sword, a technique based on solidifying electricity to create weapons. These weapons are durable and electrify upon impact. Shock paralysis, a small shock that impacts the opponent and completely paralyzes the body. This technique renders Denki immobile due to the stress that comes with using and maintaining the technique. It is known that someone with regeneration is immune to it by destroying electricity with their fast metabolism. Electrical cataclysm. Electric cataclysm, concentration of electricity to cover your body completely and then generate a large explosion. Regenerative STMLTN. Touch and electrocute your heart to maximally STMLT its regeneration. With this, he can regenerate full limbs, but is left exhausted. Thunderlord. A powerful STMLTN to his heart causes lightning to strike him and activates his transformation. With this, Denki is faster, more resistant and more skilled, plus his rays are more powerful. The transformation eventually completes, but finishing it early unleashes a very powerful upward explosion that can vaporize his opponent. Statistics: B is the level grade above average human, D is the level of a normal human. Physical strength, B+. Special ability: Alcance, speed, agility, resistance. Curiosities: its hyperdeveloped sense is sight, with which it can see kilometers away if it focuses its eyes well. He speaks 2 languages. The Dragoon comes from America, more specifically in Latin America. For the same reason, Denki knows Spanish, but he also learned English to make his movements with his quirk. Due to his accident, he is partially undocumented, so he cannot get a debit or credit card, in addition to not being able to make loans. His family left him for dead and continued with their lives with difficulty, so Denki decided not to get involved with them anymore so that they can live in peace. Last clarification: none of the 4 is capable of defeating an opponent of All Might's level alone, that is, nor All for One or the current Shigaraki from Season 6. Be careful, I speak separately because together it is a very different story. So, to be clear, Kinoko can beat any hero who doesn't use special or real-type attacks, such as Endeavor. Jiro can beat most heroes up to Mirko. From her upwards she is unable to beat anyone. Izuku has the same condition as Jiro. Mirko is his limit, but he has a better chance of beating her and possibly killing her. Denki is the only one who exceeds that limit, that is, he is the only one who can overcome said limit and defeat Mirko alone. The arena is now silent. Izuku and All Might look at each other seriously. Izuku's sword begins to shine brighter, as he clenches both hands and points his weapon towards his new and imposing opponent. Izuku stabs the sword into the ground and it releases a lot of energy around the blade, which helps Izuku begin to propel himself quickly, cutting many meters in seconds and remaining in front of All Might, landing a cut that bounces off the hero's skin. Number 1, which makes him sigh, it will be a complicated fight. Fire comes out of his sword and then begins to spin super fast, landing a cut on his neck, but his sword bounces off again. Are you trying to kill me? All Might asks. Yes, and I will achieve it if a new attack returns to vote. Let's fight. All Might with a smile. Texas smash. Crush Texas. He shouts loudly as he puts his right fist back, and then throws a punch covered in wind. I will kill you. He makes a powerful slash forward, but his slash is easily rejected and All Might's fist goes towards his face, but he avoids it, although it was barely. Izuku activates his bloodlust and intimidates All Might, then slashes the ground, flies away, and then kicks All Might's head directly, but as always, it does nothing. He knows that he cannot beat him without his armor and without being able to use his techniques, but he will not take the sensor, which is a metal disc located on All Might's sword, until he teaches him a lesson and shows him what he told him so many years ago. Years was nothing more than a crude lie. Kato cut. A quick movement goes towards All Might, who also bounces, but the sword shines and then explodes. Incredible! This semi-final is literally exploding. Mike shouts, while everyone looks in shock. A quirkless is defending himself from All Might. This is a lie. Think Katsuki, Izumi and Katsumi, who, with her infinite stubbornness, returned, one full of rage, another with enormous surprise and the last with mixed feelings. You can sensei. Ida shouts with excitement, giving all his encouragement to the green-haired boy. You can win. To the surprise of many, Eijiro Kirishima was also rooting for Midoriya, either because he was impressed by his strong earned power or just because he thinks he's cool. Bear the mother, Midori. Denki shouts with a big smile. He is also full of bandages and needs crutches, but he is supporting his best friend. Break every bone. Jiro also supports his friend, raising his arms and his only jack towards the sky. Show what you can do, Midori. Everyone is surprised by the honorific used by Kinoko, while Katsumi just swallows strong. What the F dash? She holds her tea and looks at Izuku, who smiles, not because of her, because of the voices of his friends. They trust in me, and I trust that I will beat you. A spinning cut hits All Might's head, which is slammed against the wall. Izuku, trust you, you can do it, he thinks, while his eyes begin to bleed, but now he maintains a crazy smile, which also expresses happiness, is now going to give him a good beating. Ho, you're doing well, Midoriya shounen, but you can't beat the symbol of peace. All Might's eyes shine and he maintains that enormous smile. Well, I am the path of serenity, and I plan to show you how to stay calm in the middle of a hurricane. Izuku stabs his sword into the ground. The sword shines and Izuku begins to move extremely fast as he slides on the ground, using his weapon with an effective slide, spinning around All Might. He quickly reaches such a speed that they cannot see him, they only see a flash of red light and green. Soon, the tornado begins to SCK oxygen, so All Might throws a punch that sends a wave of wind, but, again, said attack is avoided to continue his career. Then, Izuku throws himself at All Might and spins, throwing two cuts that do nothing, but seconds later the flashes of the cut appear on All Might's body, but, like everything, it fails to pierce his skin. All Might throws a punch that sends Izuku flying several meters upward, but Izuku turns and takes advantage of the height to create a wheel of cutting energy with his sword and his own body, quickly falling towards All Might and delivering a powerful attack that causes a huge crater at the feet of the number one hero. To everyone's surprise, All Might is the first to give in and the sword falls heavily to the ground, while his suit is torn, but still intact. Denki narrows his eyes and then smiles, while Izuku imitates him. We already found it, he says with a big smile, while everyone is confused. Found what? Kyoka asks. A weakness for All Might. Everyone, without exception, opens their eyes in shock, especially Melissa. What do you mean? Asks the blue-eyed blonde. Easy, All Might seems to be protecting one side of his body more, and this side coincides with a story about his fight with a villain called Toxic Chainsaw. After analyzing, we understood that in his fight, he received a wound that could be his weak point. He smiles maliciously, while everyone goes blank, looking where Denki is looking, All Might's left side. Kato. Cut. Just as Izuku expected, the cut was not received, but All Might decided to hold his sword with both hands. That, he shouts, walking away and throwing a wave of red cutting energy, which is deflected by a wave of wind from All Might. It's not normal, not even close. All Might thinks, seeing Izuku's bloodthirsty look, he never saw that look, not even All for One himself had that longing to kill. He was much more than a boy, he was a demon with the body of a teenager. Bruh. A war cry is enough for Izuku to rush forward, clashing his sword against the fists of the number one hero, but then he turns and lands a kick to the blonde's head, who only retreats, while Izuku looks at his foot, that almost broke his foot. How funny. Izuku holds his face and looks at his opponent with a smile. Control yourself. A scream from Kinoko is enough for Izuku to sigh and lose his gaze for a moment, taking his weapon more calmly. Thank you, Koki-chan, he thinks, starting to run, dragging his sword towards the hero. A power outage again collides with a new Texas smash from All Might, which sends Izuku flying, slamming him against a wall. A jump allows him to get up and then launch a new energy attack that comes out of the ground, but All Might jumps, avoiding the attack. A new clash of fists and sword blows releases multiple waves of energy and wind that destroys little by little, but not only that, even the helicopters that record must begin to move away little by little and the spectators have to hold on to the stands to avoid leaving. Flying. Denki decides to use his quirk and stimulates his heart, creating an electrical barrier that protects everyone from the wind, forming a dome that prevents the wind from leaving. Everyone thanks him, but Denki vomits BLD and falls to his knees, so Jiro serves as support. Sorry, my heart still hurts, he says with a smile, while wiping the BLD from the corner of his mouth. These guys will break the barrier, he thinks seriously, watching the combat with emotion. Texas smash. Smash Texas. A punch from All Might hits Izuku, causing him to fall to the ground, kneeling. I've got you. Izuku launches an attack that is caught by All Might, a serious mistake, as the sword begins to shine Kaminari. Thunder. The red discharge culminates in an explosion that launches All Might backwards. Not bad, kid, but hope will never give in to anything. The blonde man shouts, stepping on the ground and making a crater. Then I will be the darkness that consumes all evil in this world. He grabs his weapon and it shines, throwing himself towards him. A crash causes a powerful explosion, which dazzles everyone. All Might holds his weapon easily, but Izuku lets it go to everyone's surprise, but the surprise turns into shock, as Izuku landed a powerful kick to the number 1 hero's left side and he vomited BLD as a result. He walks away very quickly, while breaking out in a cold sweat and feeling real fear, as Izuku recovers his weapon. I had to confirm it, I already knew where to attack. Izuku crouches down and then shoots forward. A slash towards the left side is avoided, as he has jumped, launching a wave of wind that crushes Izuku, but he gets up again and runs against his opponent, trying to land at least one attack on the left side. Izuku grabs the hero's face and then kicks his side again, making him vomit BLD, and then hits his weapon, which collides with All Might. They both collide weapons against fist again, generating a wave of wind that pushes Izuku away a little, but he notices something: his shoulder will not hold, it will dislocate if he continues to receive damage. The blonde smiles and then throws a punch, but uses it to distract him. I also use my legs. A kick deflects his weapon and, due to the power at the angle, causes Izuku's left shoulder to dislocate. Izuku gets up and starts running, tackling All Might, who fixes his shoulder and puts him where he goes. The kick followed by an energy attack causes a powerful explosion that knocks All Might back. The man notices something: it has started to get hot, noticing steam coming out of the green-haired man's sword. Let's raise the temperature. A button releases large amounts of heat, while fire comes out of his weapon and the metal turns red. Okay, let's pick up the pace, Midoriya Shounen. The man's eyes shine, showing a bluish shine. Jigaku. Hell. He stabs his sword into the ground, rapidly melting the cement and releasing enormous amounts of hot steam. He comes forward and clashes sword against fist again and again. All Might shouts, Detroit Smash, and a powerful upward wave of wind sends Izuku flying, breaking his weapon, making a huge crack in it. Izuku gets up, but All Might repeats his movement, sending him flying several meters upward, then jumps and delivers a punch that pins the boy to the ground with multiple broken bones. Get up, Midori. A voice surprises Izuku, as he stands up and looks at two people, a small red-haired girl and an albino man with blue eyes. Manami. Danjuro, he thinks with a smile, as he gets up. I have too many people trusting me. I'm not one of those who disappoint. He smiles, gets up and starts to run towards him, giving a cut that raises it upward. This is the power of a quirkless. A smile appears on Izuku's face, while his sword burns Dabura Harishikado. Infernal double slash. Bright fire comes out of his weapon. Izuku takes advantage of his height and begins to spin, quickly falling in a fiery flash towards All Might, who tries to escape, but notices something: he is sunk in the cement, which has hardened again. It was a trap. Izuku clenches his weapon and then releases two X-shaped slashes covered in fire, which fly quickly, crashing to the ground and releasing fire, exploding in a powerful wave of fire and heat. From the cloud of the explosion comes All Might, who has a lock of singed hair and the legs of his suit are burned, not to mention that he is breathing somewhat heavily. Izuku smiles, as his sword glows and releases heat, running towards All Might, who puts his arms in an X and begins to quickly run towards the green-haired man. Carolina Smash. Crush Carolina. A cross-punch manages to pierce Izuku's defense and lands a direct hit to the head, throwing the boy against the wall. I have to hold back more. Those weights aren't ready yet, so I can only try not to hit so strong, thinks the number 1 hero, although that blow was surprisingly powerful. Arg. Is that all? Izuku stands up, while All Might sighs, he will end this right now. No, now I will go with 100%. All Might's fist shines and light yellow rays are seen in conjunction with wind covering his fist. All Might begins to run quickly and then makes a huge jump, which fragments the ground. Izuku opens his eyes. He knows that move, and if he hits it, it's game over. He stomps his foot and puts himself in a defensive stance. His perfect parry will not nullify a blow of such magnitude, but he can try to reduce the damage as much as possible to only suffer damage to his leg. He puts his sword above him as a shield, which shines with enormous power. Soon, All Might is inches away from him with wind covering his fist. 100%, California Smash. 100%, Crush California. The fist is directed towards Izuku, who smiles. A powerful explosion of wind and heat shakes the stadium, to the point where the barrier made by Denki explodes and everyone is about to fly away, but cement covers and prevents the wind from blowing everyone away. Once the smoke passes, everyone sees All Might, who hits Izuku's sword, while he remains in his position. He smiles, but everyone sees something that shocks them. Izuku's legs are broken. Diamen. That hurt. A little, he says with a smile and his eyes bloodshot. He won't give in that easily. Shonen All Might walks away quickly. His intention was to knock him out quickly. I don't expect Izuku to sacrifice his legs. All Might. Do you know something? He seems relaxed even with his injuries. I always admired you. I always wanted to be like you, so when you told me I couldn't be a hero, I collapsed. I was about to give up my training. I was going to throw everything away. But I understood something when he smiles and looks at the sky. A hero is not one who shines like light. His sword releases fire. A hero is one who stalks evil from the darkness. And I will be the absolute darkness, which he will incinerate, burn, and destroy those who harm the innocent. Midoriya Shonen All Might gets into position. I'll finish this and I'll go all out. His fist shines again. Okay, I'll do the same. A sword swing lifts Izuku's body to the sky. He doesn't use his legs, he will use his arms. I will show you the heat of hell itself, and I will use that heat to incinerate those who hurt those I love. Fire begins to come out of Izuku's sword, which begins to spin Jigeku NOW. Circle of Hell, he shouts with a smile. This will end with a blow. Izuku turns into a huge disc of fire, which goes at full speed towards the number one hero. All Might clenches his fist and lightning along with wind covers his fist. He starts running towards the green-haired man. Everything will end in one attack. Denki quickly creates an electrical barrier, but vomits BLD again. Detroit Smash. Crush Detroit, All Might shouts as the infernal disc approaches his fist. With that scream, the disc crashes into All Might's attack. The explosion once again destroyed the barrier and a huge beam of fire heads upward, striking down a wave of fiery wind that ends with a deep silence. A cloud of black smoke from the fire slowly dissipates, seeing something that leaves everyone in shock. All Might is kneeling with a cut on his T, while on the other side of the arena is Izuku, who has his sword in his hands pointing downwards, as if he were dropping it. Wait! Mike is shocked when he notices something, and Midnight runs towards Izuku, touching him and confirming Izuku Miridia is standing unconscious. He shouts in shock, but Midnight checks his hand, noticing something else. He has a metal disc in his hand. It is the detector and top he got the sensor. That means that Izuku Midoriya is the winner. With that shout, the stadium erupts in shouts of excitement, while All Might stands up with a smile, approaching Izuku's unconscious body. Well done, Midoriya Shonen, says the hero, with broken bones, shattered legs, a dislocated shoulder, and to top it all off, a brain concussion, but he continued fighting and was left standing unconscious. I was wrong, I always was. I'm the weak one, boy, you're the strong one here. He puts on a much calmer smile. No matter what path you take, to me, you will always be a hero. With those words, All Might retreats. Everyone notices something. Tears begin to fall from Izuku's blank eyes, so that, finally, his body gives in, but Midnight catches him with a smile. Something happens. Katsuki's eyes are blank, and then he gets angry. He doesn't believe it. He won't accept that All Might has dedicated those words to that useless man, according to him. The nurse robots arrive, but Izuku tries to open his eyes, managing to do so, and then whispers, "Thank you." Again, Izuku falls unconscious, but keeps a proud smile on his face. Izuku can be seen in the infirmary, with his body bandaged and connected to some machines that supply him with vitamins intravenously. In said room is Kyoka, Denki, and Kinoko. the last one sitting next to him and looking at him with a smile, happy with what she saw. Izuku had solved his problems with all might. He ended up with broken legs, but it was worth it to see that smile again. Izuku opens his eyes and stands up, grabbing the tubes and ripping them off. "What do you think you're doing?" Kyoka asks, giving him a good blow on the head. Ouch. He holds his head and turns, getting up and standing, although he winces in pain. "They repaired your legs and I gave you a hand, but you're still hurt. They're thinking about disqualifying." Denki is interrupted by a serious look from Izuku. "Is Bakugo's fight over?" He asks seriously, but he denies, looking at the screen where the fight against the bird boy is shown, who ended up being taken out by a strong explosion. "I will fight." Izuku was going to walk, but Kinoko hugged him. "Stop your nonsense," she shouts angrily, surprising everyone. "You're hurt, you can barely walk and you want to fight." She asks through angry tears, "Your revenge is not worth it. I know you suffered, I know you cried, I know everything, but no. It's worth destroying your body, your life, your happiness for an explosive idiot." She starts hitting his tea. Koki-chan. He puts his hand on his head. "You will never understand what I feel." He feels a chill and his body begins to release its bloodlust. "But I promise something, I won't get hurt. It will be quick." He smiles while she looks into his eyes. "Do you promise?" she asks in a slightly happier tone. "I swear on my life, Koki-chan," he says with a smile. "Embrace now," Denki whispers, knowing that Izuku will listen to him because of his excellent hatred. "Hurry up, I'll ship them," Kyoka says in a low tone with a mocking smile. Glup. Izuku swallows deeply and walks away from Kinoko with a nervous expression and his entire face blushing. "For something?" she asks, unaware of her friend's words. "Nothing." She narrows her eyes, getting closer to him, putting a finger on his eye and making him clearly more nervous. Shoto. Impulse. Izuku escapes with a burst of speed, which makes the duo laugh, bumping fists, while Kinoko tilts her head without fully understanding what happened. "Should we disqualify Midoriya?" Present Mike seriously questions himself. He won't admit it, but that boy has become one of his favorite students, and he sees him as the student with the most potential at the UA to be a hero. He knew it since he saw that he sacrificed himself in the practical exam to save the student Jiro. "I don't know, her injuries are serious, but theoretically she can fight," says an old lady in a nurse's outfit, the heroine recovery girl. "I say we leave him out, he's too injured, it's not rational to fight in that state," Aizawa clarifies. "Yes, he could hurt himself more and lose his abilities," Hisashi acknowledges with his arms crossed. "He will not allow his son to lose all that power because of something idiotic. Gentlemen, I think I should fight." Everyone is surprised by Nizu's words. "I know that the students Midoriya and Bakugo have a problem that they must solve, and the result is even. Wounded, the student Midoriya will have a crushing victory, but at the same time, an honorable defeat," he says, confusing everyone. "And I see that the student also wants to fight." Everyone notices something, a green-haired boy with bandages around his legs and arms. It's Izuku, who he has his tonfas. "Mike, let's finish this show. Are you ready?" Mike asks, while everyone shouts with excitement. It's time for the grand finale. Come down to the arena, Katsuki Bakugo. It's showtime. Mike shouts with a big smile. The ash blonde goes down to the sand with a serious and annoyed expression. "Well, you know the rules." They both nod at Midnight's words, and Bakugo begins to generate explosions in his hands. "Let the grand finale." She raises her W. Begin. They shout, both remain silent. Kaken. The tonfas shine. "I'm going to settle accounts." Energy leaves his team. He launches a powerful explosion towards Izuku, who hits the ground and flies away, avoiding the attack. Izuku stays in the air with waves of wind coming out of his tonfas. Bakugo begins to generate explosions to rise as well, launching a double explosion towards him, but Izuku easily dodges. The air is his terrain now, and he is going to destroy anyone who invades him. A wave of wind crashes into Bakugo's stomach, drawing BLD and causing him to lose balance, falling to the ground. "I'll beat you up," he says indifferently. He doesn't feel anything, no hate, no happiness, nothing. This doesn't feel like he expected. This fight is not like the one he had with Ida, Shoto, and much less All Might. this fight it's a waste of time. He rises again. Stun grenade. Stun grenade. A powerful flash appears, but Izuku crosses his arms to avoid being stunned. He drops down and begins to spin quickly, managing to deliver a powerful blow to Bakugo, causing him to crash strong against the ground again. Only this time Izuku fell on top of him with both feet, making him vomit. Izuku's tonfas stopped covering his fists and he began to punch him in the face, breaking his nose and lips, and then gave a slap that slammed him against the wall. But with an explosion he began to fly so as not to fall. Dimen. He yells at me furiously, pointing his hands up with the intention of exploding my face, but I jump and avoid the attack. What's the matter? The green-haired man asks calmly, while he jumps and once again avoids the blonde's explosive attacks, who looks at him furiously. You are a bastard. He yells angrily at him as he approaches, but he moves away again and begins to send waves of wind downwards to avoid the attacks. Because? Izuku asks strangely. For getting in my way. An explosion almost hits him, but he misses. Everything would be better if you had never been born. A quirkless should never be here. You should be dead. His screams surprise the audience and everyone in general, but Izuku appears impassive. Well, I wanted to be dead for a long time, but not anymore. I realized that the words you said to me were a cheat. He closes his eyes for a moment and then lets out a sigh. I'll tell you the truth, I wanted to kill you. To murder you in the worst way possible for making Koki-chan cry, but I realized something. You're boring. Katsuki is shocked. Boo boring? Asks the blank. Yes, boring, boringly boring. I thought I was going to have fun. I thought it would be like my battle with Ida, Shoto, or All Might, but this is boring. He looks at all. You're so boring that I should be without my tonfas, but I promised Koki-chan that he wouldn't hurt me, so that's why I have them. He looks at his opponent, lazily. You are a disgrace. He gives an explosion that elevates him and begins to generate explosions in a cyclone. He will use his most powerful technique, Howitzer Impact. Howitzer Impact, Bakugo shouts, as a powerful spiral explosion heads towards him, so Izuku looks at the attack and receives it squarely. The impact causes a powerful explosion that destroys a good part of the sand. Bakugo's silence and smile disappear when a wave of energy disperses the smoke, showing Izuku as if nothing had happened. The explosion was easily avoided, only he decided to stay in the same place to make the blonde desperate, succeeding when he saw how he began to get even angrier. The CE approaches Izuku, who takes off his tonfas for a moment and receives the punch, so he throws another, but is caught again by the green-eyed boy. Bakugo, do you know why I haven't used any technique on you? He asks, as his hands warm up and prepare to use his quirk, but Izuku does a somersault and gives him a double kick. Because you're not worth it. He points a finger at Bakugo and his tonfas shoot towards Bakugo, standing up. His hands. Take this sheet off from me. Bakugo tries to generate an explosion, but goes blank when he sees that nothing happened. The inside of my tonfas absorbs the fluid like sweat so that I can be more comfortable, but, in you, it is like taking away your quirk out of nowhere. An explosion of seeing Izuku stamps on the ground. The tonfas do not let him move. Release me and fight. He shouts, but a kick leaves Bakugo in the green of the sand, about to leave. Bakugo, with this, I end everything that has to do with you. She steps on his head and puts pressure. With this I end everything that has to do with you and your sister. I always wanted to love you, I always wanted to maintain the affection that I had for you, but I am not a fool or a saint, and you killed any affection that I could feel, so, this rivalry is over, and so that you leave me, I will tell you that you won. He lets go and starts walking. Izuku walks and raises his foot, so Bakugo closes his eyes, expecting to receive a kick, but no, Izuku stepped his foot over him and started walking to the other side of the arena to everyone's surprise. The tonfas then released Bakugo and attached themselves to Izuku's arms as they walked. He stared at the delimited area of the sand and, with a sigh, he passed it, leaving everyone blank, but, to make it even clearer, he spoke. I gave up a flat, dull and truly bored tone, leaving everyone even more shocked, but he just kept walking, while all he could hear was a scream of despair. Deku. That was heard throughout the arena. a cry of desperation, suffering, and absolute anger. Hello everybody. Mike greets in a happy tone. It's time for the awards. On the platform you can see 3 surveys that serve to locate the first 3 places. In third place is Fumikage Tokoyami. This because there was a tie with Kyoka and Denki, so there was no way to define which of the 2 was fit to compete, leaving the place free for the good boy with the head of a crow. Second place is evidently for Izuku. Obviously no one understood the reason for his actions, but they were not going to question the problems between the path of serenity and the explosive blonde either. And obviously the first place was for Katsuki, who got out of control. Too much. So much so that they put chains and shackles on him to prevent him from continuing to explode, along with a muzzle. How funny, Jiro said, delighting in the sight of seeing the blonde chained up. And now, the one who will be in charge of handing out the medals will be. Midnight couldn't finish, because they heard a characteristic laugh and then someone fell to the ground. It was All Might himself, he an uncoordinated idiot. Midnight notices a vein, but he hides it and shows a fake smile, scaring. The number 1 hero. Sorry, I got excited, he says in a whisper. Hello everyone. All Might greets, shaking the entire stadium, so that then All Might jumps and is in front of Tokoyami. My pleasure, Tokoyami Shonen. He did excellent, his quirk and ability is impressive, but there is still a lot to polish. It is, the bird-faced man speaks seriously. But then we will win. His shadow comes out of his shoulder, to which he has yellow eyes, a body of darkness and a smile. They will, but for now, enjoy your progress, young hero. He approaches and puts the medal on Tokoyami, then approaches and hugs him, making the boy a little uncomfortable. All Might then walks towards Izuku, who looks seriously at the hero, but then lets out a big smile, a happy and kind smile, a smile that made the hero's heart melt, because that is the same smile he had when he asked if a quirkless can be a hero and, like a pathetic and useless person, he said no, trying to be realistic, something he will always regret. Nice to meet you, Midoriya Shounen. I won't tell you lies, you were the biggest surprise I have ever seen and that makes me feel proud of what is born and developed in this generation. I know you don't want to be a hero, but the day you want to help people and be a hero, just call me, he offers, making Izuku laugh. No thanks, I will never be a hero, I have committed atrocities. I can never be one. He looks at the sky with a nostalgic smile. Well, I don't care, you will always be a hero to me. He puts his hand on the boy's shoulder, who lowers his head and allows the medal to be placed on his head, so that he can then give him a hug. Finally, All Might ran into Bakugo, seeing him chained and trying to break free with anything but good intentions. He sighs, looking at the wild boy and fearing that he might stray from his path, but he shakes his head and smiles. Even if he does, there are people who will stop him, so, without much else to do, he just removes the muzzle. Nice to meet you, Bakugo Shonen. You are skilled, strong and resilient, but you must start working on your character to be a great hero. Never forget, a hero is not only about ending villains, it is about bringing peace to people. If you can't bring peace to those around you, you will never be a good hero, he explains, but Bakugo just screams and shouts nonsense, so he puts the medal in his mouth. What a character, he thinks with a smile. Well, repeat after me. He raises his fist and everyone inhales sharply. Good job. Plus ultra. Everyone remains silent for a moment and then Izuku, Kinoko, Denki and Kyoka slap their hands against their faces. That was not going to. They shout at him, making the hero blush with embarrassment. Ha, see you. In a jump, All Might escapes from the scene, making everyone laugh. Hello, a voice is heard over the microphone. It is that of the director, young Midoriya. I want to say something publicly. This draws everyone's attention. We offer you a full scholarship for the hero course so you can do with it whatever you want. Everyone loses their breath and looks at the boy, who sighs. This is due to his excellent performance and tactical and combat ability, which makes us think that it is a waste that he stays in general courses. Thank you for the offer. And with my scholarship I give it to Hitoshi Shinso. Everyone is even more shocked. He has what I lack, conviction of being a hero. The test isn't fair to those with quirks that don't affect machines, and he may be a better hero than I would be. A sigh is heard, followed by a laugh. Well, as you wish. The scholarship will be given to Hitoshi Shinso after some tests, But, even with that, if you want to change classes, you can look for me, he offers. But Izuku refuses with a smile, starting to walk. He wants to eat some takoyaki. It's been a good, very good time since the sports festival ended. The most important thing is that the relationship with the other three temples and Izuku became basically unbreakable. Now they were the quartet that went anywhere together, although this meant that they interacted less with their classes, which did not bother them, especially to Jiro, because the majority of his class had an absolute fear of him, with the exception of 4, Mina Ishido, Eijiro Kirishima, Tenya Ida and obviously Denki Kaminari himself. These first two have a fairly cheerful and kind attitude, something that pleases her, and, although she does not consider that they could be her friends soon, she knows that at some point they will. Another thing is that these 4 are joined from time to time by Manami and Danjuro, although later they go with Aiko to be able to have adult talks and from time to time look for job offers since they do not have a permanent job, because they said goodbye to upload videos online. For now. Although, the most annoying thing for Izuku is his father and mother. Izuku you can see Hisashi calling his son, while he lets out a sigh, because in his hands there is a jar with a caterpillar, which is in its chrysalis stage. It is Kane, which is close to finishing its life cycle. So he wants to put it on a tree near his temple so that he can enjoy the little time he has left. What's happening to Otusan? He asks in a calm tone, trying not to be rude. Wouldn't you like? He once denied. I don't plan to be a hero. They stressed it to me 1,000 times. You, Ikesan, my Imuto, my friends, my teachers. Everyone explained it to me and I finally understood it, so don't bother me, he says seriously. But, Izuku, you're strong now. His mother tried to speak, but he denied again. They already have Izumi, a girl with the potential to even be Otusan's successor. I, for my part, want to live a quiet life, and without being bothered with that, he retreats under the serious and somewhat annoyed gaze of her parents, while Izumi just stares angrily, not believing that they are seriously paying attention to that quirkless. Yes, they are annoying, but nothing more than simple annoyances. Izuku has also dedicated himself to collecting rare or uncommon materials, such as Veltiabrite, a material that can regenerate and become harder than its previous state, or Volcherite, a very powerful conductor. With these materials he is dedicating himself to building and improving the old armor of his friends, because, unlike him, they are bad blacksmiths and these armors are inefficient, heavy and cumbersome. The only one of good quality is Denki's. This is because it is not a second skin and, due to the Dragoon Lily, it is connected to him. Speaking of the lilies, Denki, in a burst of absolute confidence, is willing to show them his super mini garden of Dragoon lilies, which is in the middle of an artificial mini island made by cutting through his rocks, but, to do so, they had to arrive flying or, in the case of the green-haired boy, running from the water. Are we almost there? Asks Izuku. He and Denki are the only ones who can move through the sea with ease, Izuku with his extreme speed and special shoes with plastic soles that allow him to move through the water, and Denki because of his Dragoon abilities that allow him to fly at sea. Generate bones covered with energy that eventually form wings. In a while, don't worry, Denki says with a smile. Dimmed Midoriya-san, Kinoko is getting very wet. Yes, Jiro is in Denki's arms, who flies to carry her, while Izuku carries Kinoko on his back, but, due to its speed, it works like a boat and a lot of water rises as they walk, wetting them both. It doesn't bother me, I like being wet, she says with a smile, enjoying the sea breeze along with the water falling on her skin. Well, whatever you want. I won't deny that it's a good trip. Jiro, for his part, takes out some sunglasses and a coconut, using his index finger to break it, and takes out a straw, starting to sip. Do you want one? Izuku also takes out a coconut and makes a hole in it, allowing his partner to take some. Where did you get it? She asks curiously. Context. They gave me 2 and I gave one to Jiro-san, but with the promise that he would share it, he says in a relaxed tone, causing the aforementioned to look at him angrily. It seems that was a secret. Hey, give me some, he asks, but Jiro refuses, although Denki quickly snatches the coconut from him with a big smile. Give it back to me or I'll make us fall, he threatens, but Kaminari laughs and only sniffs a little. To fall, crashing strong against the water. Izuku grimaces a little in pain and decides to start running around them both, That's the only bad thing about this type of transportation. If he stops running, they both sink. Sheet, you were serious. Denki spits out water and a fish? Yes, because of the fall he accidentally ate a fish. Don't waste food. She sinks and comes out with the fish in her mouth, and then opens it and eats the poor vertebrate whole. You know what, just get on, let's get there quickly, Denki asks, so the girl nods, climbing on his back so that Denki then leaves in an explosion of blue energy. Dragoon flight, she says, while her wings flap again. Materialize. In short, everyone sees a very, very small island, so much so that it is the size of a house. Speaking of the extension, this island is made up of bright blue rocks, which form a mini coast. Once everyone approaches, Denki snaps his fingers and a blue force field breaks, allowing the three to enter. Well, with that said, I present to you the only current cultivation of dragoon lilies. In addition to being the only place to find them, he explains with a smile, while everyone looks at the landscape in shock. Wow, everyone murmurs, while Denki raises his iti with pride. Wake up with that, all the lilies begin to shine, while light blue particles emerge from the ground, floating around everyone like butterflies. He, they tickle, says Kinoko, while Kyoka and Izuku endure the tickling. Ha, I'm glad you like the place. He lies down on the floor and everyone imitates him. Aren't you worried that they will take the lilies? Izuku asks, but he refuses with a smile. Lilies are impossible to break unless you are a dragoon. The only reason I'm alive right now is because my teacher used a lily on me. How was your teacher? Kinoko asks, making him sigh. Maybe it's bad to tell you now, but better late than never. He looks at the sky. Did Kyoka-chan tell you how I disappeared? He asks, to which they both nod, remembering the time when the girl told them about her relationship with Denki. Well, when the entire bridge fell on me I didn't die. Surprisingly I managed to find the strength to use my quirk and maintain my cells. Live for a while, just for a while. The waves soon carried me to the open sea, and then days and days and days passed in which I tried not to die from my injuries. I clung with everything I had to my life with the same strength with which I clung to the board that it kept me from sinking. Kami. Denki Kuinjiro whispers. He hates hearing that story. Even so, one day, I felt like someone was carrying me, while telling me, my energy doesn't work like before. After that, I was unconscious. A short time later I woke up right here, in the place where we are sitting. Everyone is surprised and looks at Kyoka, but she denies, she had no idea. After a while, she returned and introduced herself as Kiriko Kagami. She told me that she cured me and made me take a dragon lily, which almost killed me. That's why my wounds didn't heal as such, but instead prevented me from dying, he explains, making everyone understand how he can have a quirk and dragoon skills at the same time. His story is somewhat sad. She lived in a country in America, I think it was Argentina, with a man named Frederick Gonzalo Lopez. They both lived together and could have a quiet life, until, one day, there was an accident. The office where he worked collapsed due to construction errors and multiple people were buried with him by tons of cement. Rescue teams and Kiriko herself came to save them, seeing the workers intact, but Frederick's body was not there. Kiriko understood and broke down. Frederick's quirk was redirection, and this allowed him to redirect anything he wanted to himself, be it health, luck, knowledge, or damage. He basically absorbed all the damage from his companions, sacrificing himself and turning into dust. He lets out a sigh, as everyone is shocked and looks down. How noble. Izuku joins his hands and makes a small prayer. I will continue. She decided to get away from society and live on the island. By pure luck, she was flying and found me floating, carrying me and allowing me to live. He soon became attached to me and we became students and teachers. My teacher was the same age as Aiko-senpai, but unlike her, Kiriko had nothing to live for and eventually decided to commit suicide by letting her dragoon energy out, dying and transferring it to me in a ball of blue fire appears in her hand. Now, she always accompanies me, and I swear that I will use what she gave me to protect those I love, in addition to adopting the name Frederick in honor of her husband. You're deeper than I thought. Kinoko laughs, making everyone smile. Hey, I'm deep, he shouts, annoyed. You're deeply stupid, Kyoka says with a smile, but then she sees Denki smile evilly. I won't be very deep, but I can go very deep and you like it? Kyoka's face turns completely red. Izuku chokes on his own saliva and Kinoko gets confused. She doesn't understand the joke. I'm an idiot. An uppercut sends Denki flying several meters upwards and a kick sends the poor blonde flying several kilometers towards the sea. Idiot, idiot, idiot. Jiro, not wanting anyone to see her, decides to make a hole in the ground and stick her head inside like an ostrich. Haha, they're fun, Izuku says with a smile, while Kinoko supports his shoulder, settling down to rest. On the other hand, the UA has received thousands of requests to be able to take the green-haired prodigy to their agencies for hero internships, but, because they are general courses, they could not, although they are satisfied with the other 3 paths of the UA, and they were more than satisfied. Denki went with a pro-heroine named Ryukyu, a top pro-heroine with a quirk that allows her to transform into a dragon, so there's no need to remember why he decided to go with her. Jiro went with Mirko, because they are both equally savage and strong in hand-to-hand combat. Eventually, Kinoko went with the hero gang Orca, due to his heroic attitude and affinity to water, so she considers him worth fighting at his side. However, Izuku disconnected and decided to train during the internships, staying in the forest forging and training his skills, polishing them at full speed to take advantage of the vacations given to those who are part of general courses. During his stay in the forest, he had no contact with anyone, not even with Gentle and La Brava, although he did receive messages to give him context. It turned out that there was an attack similar to the USJ by a villain organization called the League of Villains, in which they attacked with mutant creatures called Nomus. Izuku was worried for a moment, especially when he learned that, during said meeting, Ida went to chase the hero killer, Stain, but he was saved by Shoto Todoroki and Melissa Shield, although Izuku knows that he will have to scold him when he returns. So are you going to camp? Izuku asks by call. Yes, his friends are going to a camp to practice their heroic skills. Yes, I'm sorry I didn't warn you, sorry. Denki apologizes, but Izuku lets out a laugh. Relax, you should have fun and when you come back I will give you a surprise, he tells them in a cheerful tone. Right? Asks Jiro happily. Yes, some nice improvements for their armor, including yours. Denki he listens as everyone starts celebrating on the call. Hey, new armor. Kinoko says in a happy tone, which makes him laugh. Guys, are you coming? The voice of a boy known to Izuku is heard. It is Kirishima. See you, Midoriya-san/Kun they all say, making him smile a little. Take good care of yourselves. With that, they hang up. Let's work. He takes out his gloves and looks at his forge. It's time to finish Kyoka's armor. After the call, Izuku was incommunicado with them for several days, in which he did not return home. He only left a note explaining that he would be training and building his team, apart from taking full advantage of the models he gave him. La Brava, creating a new type of hyper-light armor and with weapons made only of energy, so its weight was almost non-existent, which is why he could use up to 87% of his maximum speed constantly, which would be approximately Mach 4, that is, the enormous amount of 3,675 kilometers per hour, truly crazy. Although of course, it does not compare to his real speed, which is so great that his body does not support it well. In fact, the only time he used it his legs broke and he left with third-degree burns. His maximum speed is Mach 7, that is, a huge 8,575.31 kilometers per hour, so yes, Izuku is a speed monster. Izuku looks surprised because, after a long time, Denki is calling him, so he answers the phone. What's wrong, Kaminari-san? He asks curiously. Izuku, calm down with what I'm going to tell you. The camp was attacked by the League of Villains. I'm at the Hosu hospital taking care of the others. They were attacked by poison. Izuku's heart stops for a moment. They kidnap Katsuki Bakugo and... Izuku interrupts him with a sigh. Phew, you scared me, Kaminari-san. I thought something had. And they took Kinoko. She sacrificed herself so that your sister and Katsuki's sister wouldn't be taken away. Midoriya-san? Denki can be seen in a hospital bed, being accompanied by Kyoka, who only looks down angrily. How do you think he'll take it? She asks. I don't know, but I hope, out of nowhere, a powerful red wind collides with them. Noticing something, a red shadow covered in an aura of evaporated BLD, It's Izuku, who doesn't look happy at all. Don't be angry, he murmurs, feeling afraid of that aura full of bloodlust. Izuku enters the room, which makes them notice something. He has his magnet spike and the combined weapon that he used against All Might. Let's go after those sons of beaches. I asked Gentle and La Brava for help. They already know where it could be, he says, so Kyoka and Denki nod. Denki hits his fists and generates electricity, while Kyoka's muscles stand out. Even so, unbeknownst to them, a second squad of students formed by Melissa, Ida, Shoto, Kirishima, Izumi Midoriya and Momo Yaoyorozu also mobilizes, but not only them, but a team of heroes led by the top heroes. Straight to the villain's hideout, and even then, everyone who goes is ready for what is going to happen. Then, why don't you scream? A man murmurs. You can see a dark bar, illuminated by small lamps, in which there are several people, a man in a suit made purely of purple fog, a teenager with a schoolgirl outfit, 2 pigtails, blonde hair, red eyes and notable fangs, a black-haired man. With blue eyes and multiple stapled burns, a man with reptilian features, another with a black full-body suit and white eyes. There is also a showman breathes and suit along with a top hat, a cane and a mask, another man with hair red, muscular and with glasses along with full lips, but the most notable is a man with light blue hair and a suit that consists of multiple hands covering his body, 1 on his face, 2 on his neck, 2 others on his shoulders, hands and wrists. The latter scratches his neck in annoyance, because in front of them there are 2 teenagers, Bakugo and Kinoko, but the latter is covered in burns around her arms and on the side of her neck. Tamura discovered the weakness of the girl's invulnerability and takes advantage of it to try to torture her because she offered to receive whatever Bakugo was going to receive, but it doesn't work. She doesn't scream. Let me try. That pretty girl will crow like a chicken with me. The blonde offers. It doesn't seem like the most appropriate thing to me, says the man in the suit. Yes, Toga-chan will do it right. He contradicts himself. Toga, twice, you know that her knives don't do anything to her, only my flames and Tamura's quirk work, clarifies the black-haired man, who takes the girl's neck and squeezes it, starting to breathe fire, but she just close your eyes and endure the heat. You have guts, I don't deny it, the black-haired man acknowledges seriously. You're not wrong, Dabi. The way he threw himself is really impressive, says the man in the showman suit. The one called Tamura shouts, scratching his neck. Calm down, Mr. Tamura, the fogman speaks. We have a prospective villain and an extremely capable future heroine. We have the advantage, he clarifies, while cleaning a glass. Yes. Thank you, Kurojiri, he says, calming down a little, and then starts walking towards him. You're strong, girl. You sacrifice yourself to save 2 villains and then you sacrifice yourself again to save this boy, he says, putting his hand on the girl's chin, who looks at him seriously, not with hatred or anger, just seriously. And what about me? Bakugo asks, but is ignored, as Kinoko speaks. Villains. They're not always bad, he says with difficulty because of the burns on his throat, drawing the attention of all the villains. What are you talking about? Asks the man in the showman suit. A villain. He saved me from a hero. Everyone was shocked, especially Tamura Katana. He saved me from a hero who deflected one of his attacks and impaled me. He took his katana from me and I'm cured. She says, looking down exhausted, because her quirk is making mushrooms sprout to regenerate, but this is exhausting. You say you support us? Toga asks along with the reptilian-looking boy. You are bad, they get angry, but Kinoko continues. But it's not your fault. You have experienced bad things. I just know that. You could have been good people if things had been different. She raises her head without much strength and shows a smile. That I like her, says the muscular man with full lips. Me too, Magna-chan, says the reptile man. Growling. You're a good girl, even more than the other 2. Tamura stares at the brunette, who breathes a sigh of relief. It seems like they stopped torturing her, at least for now. Well done. Tamura. A television turns on, showing static and a sign that says, no video. Sensei. He kneels in front of the television. And tell me, no one wants to join together and put an end to this corrupt system? Asks the stranger through the television. Never. I think about crushing them as soon as I get free of this sheet. Bakugo shouts, but Kinoko is more passive. No, thank you. The girl just looks at the television. The system is not right, but it does not mean destroying it. It is easier to fix it than trying to erase everything built, apart from. I did not trust your words, she said seriously, looking at the television fearlessly. Tamura approaches the boys and decides to free the boys, slowly approaching and disintegrating the HNDCFFs that hold Bakugo, touching them with his 5 fingers, but, as soon as Bakugo has a little freedom, an explosion hits Tamura's face, knocking him away. His hand from his face to the ground. Due to the explosion, Kinoko is freed, so she gets up and stands next to Katsuki. Father! Tamura kneels and carefully takes the hand, placing it on his face. How dangerous! Dabi points his hand and launches a short burst of fire, but Kinoko stands in front and receives the flame for both of them. Stop, the light blue-haired man asks, so everyone stops. Now let's get ready to, out of nowhere, everyone gets cold because they just knocked on the door. Hello, pepperoni pizza with extra cheese, says someone on the other side. Who ordered pizza? Magna asks. I don't. Yes, I'm hungry. Twice contradicts himself. Wait a minute, it's a scam. Tamura is interrupted. Detroit smash. Crush Detroit. The gate is destroyed by a powerful wind wave. It's All Might to the rescue, accompanied by a large squad of heroes ready to save the young duo. Twice shouts, while Kurogiri prepares to expand, managing to summon some Nomus, but then they are all trapped by wooden branches that came from a hero, Kamui Woods. They attack the Nomus factory. Kurogiri shouts, surprising the villains, while he tries to take out more of those who have not been destroyed by the heroes in their surprise attack. Senmidoshi, all. A crimson flash is seen before a very thin line pierces Kurogiri's body, showing the head of a man with a mask and long hair sharpened into 3 points, one covering his eye and 2 others. Pointing back, is the top 5 hero, Edshot. Demon, do I kill him? Magna asks nervously. No, just pierce his body and cut off his circulation, leaving him unconscious. The hero explains in a calm tone. Well, I'll kill you. Dabi begins to release flames, but a flash of wind comes out and hits everyone, including him, knocking him out of combat, showing a small old man with a cape and a yellow suit along with big boots, another hero, Gran Torino, who has a quirk that allows him to use pressurized air coming from his feet to move quickly, even fly. It's over, villains. All Might says with a smile. I hate you, All Might. Tamura shouts furiously, while trying to free himself. Bakugo-san, we must go. Glub out of nowhere, Kinoko vomits a gray liquid, but not only her, all the villains begin to vomit said liquid, which begins to surround them, so the heroes try to save them, but their bodies pierce them, they have been taken away again. Nuo! Screams the number 1 hero furiously, who kills a Nomu that was trying to restrain him with a single blow that makes his body explode, and the few that remain are incinerated by Endeavor. They report that they are not far, we must go there. A gigantic explosion is seen, while they watch the giant heroine, Mount Lady, fly away from said explosion of air. Meanwhile, this is seen by both groups of young people, Izuku's group seeing it from a distant building, while Melissa's group sees it in a nearby building, from which they quickly get off when they see the explosion and hide behind some rubble. In the midst of the destruction, everyone sees a man in a jean suit with blonde hair seriously injured. He is the hero Best Jeanist, who has a huge wound at the base of his teeth. In the middle of the building that was destroyed by the explosion, everyone notices something that makes them nervous, a man in an elegant suit floating above the ground, but the most relevant thing is a large black skull-shaped mask that completely covers his face. Many threads come out of the wounded hero's clothes with which he tries to catch the villain, but an explosion of air comes out of his hands, knocking him out definitively. In front of him come all the villains and the young people kidnapped by said liquid, which they do not stop spitting. It tastes like strawberries. Twice vomited. Good job, Tamura, the man compliments. All for one Izuku thinks, swallowing strong, he never thought that his big moment would come today, killing villain number now, we must prepare for the next step. He looks at the 2 young men, who look at him wanting to confront them. Forced activation black cables with red touches come out of All for One's fingers, which touch Kurogiri and they make his quirk activate even when he is knocked out, opening a portal in front of him. Get out, I have business to attend to. And out of nowhere, All for One falls, because he sees how someone is speeding toward him. All for One. All Might himself walks out in the direction of the man in a suit, who extends his hands and, to everyone's shock, catches the double attack easily, causing a wave of wind that drives everyone away. Will you kill me again, All Might? Villain number 1 asks in a joking tone, and then a powerful wave of wind throws the blonde hero several kilometers back, slamming him against a building. This combination is fun. I should add more types of expansion, he says gracefully, while looking at his hand. Did I cancel All Might's attack? They all think in shock, shocked by the enormous power that the true leader of the League of Villains has. All Might quickly emerges from the rubble and heads towards the villain, starting the fight. A fight begins, while Kinoko and Bakugo also fight against the League to prevent them from taking them away. Especially they avoid the showman, Mr. Compress, since his quirk, compression, allows him to instantly defeat whoever he touches, turning him into a little blue marble. Bakugo's explosions push everyone away, while Kinoko uses her mushrooms to start slowing everyone down the unstable terrain, along with small mushroom soldiers who come out to block, although they are quickly compressed. By compress. Bakugo shonen, Kinoko shonen, All Might thinks frustrated he cannot fight with all his power and risks hurting the boys. Out of nowhere, a huge ice ramp appears, surprising everyone, even Izuku's group, which prepares to make its entrance when necessary, and everyone sees 3 people in the air, who used it as an impulse. It is Izumi, Ida and Melissa, who are propelled with the help of the quirks of the last 2. Izumi extends her hand and smiles arrogantly. What are you waiting for? Don't leave my pedicure for anything. Bakugo and Kinoko smile. Get out now. The girl shouts, which makes Bakugo smile harder, grabbing Kinoko and generating a powerful explosion that propels them both upwards. No, you are not going anywhere. Magna activates his quirk and Compress is covered in a blue aura and then throws it towards them, propelling it quickly, to the point where it seems as if it reaches them. Thank you, says Kinoko, while looking at the enormous height they reached. Bakugo is surprised, as Kinoko kicks him, allowing him to reach Izumi's hand while she falls and kicks the man. So she shouts, making everyone, even if they are not with her, look at her with dismay. She sacrificed herself for all of them. Quick, Ada. A new flash of wind knocks out the majority. It is Gran Torino, which knocked out almost the entire league with the exception of Tamura. Young people today, All Might points to All for One. Now I can fight with more freedom. He shouts, knowing that Kinoko's resistance and with the villains knocked out will be able to flee, so he loses all his fear of hurting someone in his fight. Kinoko puts her arms in an X and falls to the ground intact, watching the League of Villains look at her seriously. All for One uses his quirk and reforms those cables, which collide with Magna and cause him to fall to the ground, convulsing and activating his quirk in everyone, even Kinoko, so they are all pulled towards the portal, but a root of mushroom supports it enough. Sensei. With one last shout from Tamura, everyone is teleported away, leaving All for One, All Might and Kinoko in the middle of the destroyed city, apart from some of the injured. Heh, time to transport, says All for One with a smile. Detroit. All for One's hands swell and he prepares to release another wave of wind, bumping fists with All Might smash. With said scream, All Might uses his other arm, smashing the villain's face against the ground, although he also vomits BLD. The result of the attack is All Might on top of the villain with his fist stuck in the base of the Happy Man's skull, which reveals a disfigured face lacking eyes. He smiles under his mask and his hands glow, releasing a surprising wave of wind that launches All Might towards a helicopter that was reporting the entire fight, but he is saved by Gran Torino, who deflects All Might and catches him in the air. They get in the way, the villain speaks. What did I tell you, Toshi? Never trust yourself. Torino shouts, the last time you did it you ended up with that wound. He emphasizes. Sensei All Might stands up, but they notice something. One side of his face seems different, more droopy and weakened. You reached your limit, heh, the villain laughs, while a new wave of wind is preparing in his direction. Here it comes, dodge and counterattack. He shouts as it rises. The question is, can you avoid it? All Might looks back and is shocked. There is a woman injured and trapped in the rubble. I will destroy everything you have built. A shock wave goes out in the direction of the blonde, who, without any option, decides to raise his fist. Resist, All Might-san. Kinoko runs to try to block the attack, but, being so far away, she won't make it. Texas smash. Crush Texas, he shouts at the top of his lungs, throwing his fist forward. The result of the crash is a powerful explosion of wind that sends everyone flying. Even the helicopter must move away to avoid being destroyed. After the explosion, everyone sees something that leaves them cold, a thin and small blonde man, with drooping bangs, sunken eyes and a mouth full of BLD, as well as his fist extended forward. It can't be, they all think in shock. It's not very difficult to connect the dots. Oh, what a pathetic way All Might. Sunken eyes, emaciated, destroyed, weak, that is the true and pathetic form of your hero, ha! All for One laughs happily, while extending his arms and allowing everyone to get a good look at the number one hero now. His hero will die. Quickly, a powerful wave of wind heads towards All Might, while Kinoko runs, but, before it hits, she sees something that makes her laugh, a green flash. All for One senses the new presence, but is quickly shot with an electric bullet in the stomach, making him vomit BLD, but not only that, but the ground at his feet breaks and Kyoka emerges from it, giving a powerful blast. Kick to the villain's Itzy, pushing him away under the shocked gaze of everyone. From the cloud everyone sees Izuku, who magnetized different objects to make a shield that protected him and the hero from the attack. All for One was going to attack again, but was shot again, making everyone notice Denki in a building, who is holding a weapon made of pure electricity. Volt build, sniper! Volt build, sniper, he shouts with a smile, firing another bullet, which this time is blocked by a yellow barrier that appeared in front of the villain. Bulletproof plus barrier plus increased hardness. I hope you are ready to die as heroes, the villain says jokingly, but Izuku looks seriously at the man. What are they doing? Skipped. All Might shouts, but vomits BLD again. And miss the party? Not crazy. Leo style, she digs her fists into the ground, preparing to lunge at the villain. All Might, rest and prepare, we will hold you long enough and if possible, we will kill you. Izuku's cold voice leaves everyone in shock, while they see heroes pull everyone out of the rubble, but no one gets involved, not even Endeavor, perhaps for fear of dying or simply to not get in the way more than he should. I ask myself to kill All for One. I have business with him, he asks angrily, so his friends nod. We will leave you the way clear, All Might. Edge Shot shouts as they quickly evacuate the area and looks at the boys. You can, he says, he would interrupt the meeting and help too, but he knows something, he would be in the way. He already checked with Best Genius that guy is not no joke and he can no longer get them out of there. He can only pray that they will be able to survive the encounter. Well, I'm not going alone. Liberation to everyone's shock. The villain's back opens like a flower and a total of 3 black muscular creatures spit out from it, 1 with wings and 2 without, but all of them have enormous musculature, an exposed brain and 4 eyes in them. They are Nomus. Do you like my surprise? He asks while Kyoka just laughs. Let's kill him. She lunges forward, crashing her legs against one of the Nomus, while the other runs towards All Might, but is stopped by Kinoko and the flying Noma heads towards Denki. Let's see what you can do. Izuku stabs his sword into the ground and begins to move quickly towards him, preparing to crush his sword against him, but the shock wave sends him flying, although he blocks it and comes out intact, and then holds his magnet spike with his hand. Left hand and his sword combined with the other. Come for me, son of a beach. He shouts furiously, but with a smile. He is going to crush him. Weapon body plus rivets plus spear bones plus metal coating. The villain's left hand mutates and transforms into a large, long, wide sword made up of rivets and multiple blades, which is bathed in metal. Both clash weapons, causing a powerful wave of wind that drives everyone away. A monumental pitched battle has begun and All Might can only clench his fist, watching the new generation of heroes defend him and then concentrate. While light yellow rays come out of his body and his blue eyes shine, he is going to prepare the final blow. Volt build, machine gun. Volt construction, machine gun. You can see how a machine gun forms in Denki's hands and begins to fire bullets towards the Nomu, but these pierce and are healed by the flying creature, which falls and slams, but Denki dodges and jumps off the building, falling and jumping covered in lightning so he can move faster, parkouring around the buildings. Kinoko puts her arms in a large gash on the Nomu's. It is his arterial cut, which has clearly hit the target. The Nomu screams and starts hitting again, but she laughs, her wounds don't heal, now she just has to wait for the beast to get tired. Kyoka's fist pierces the ST of the Nomu. She fights and then turns, kicking the head, but he gets scared and grabs her foot, slamming her into the ground, but she smiles. I've got you, she thinks with a smile. His weakness is the head, aim for the head. He shouts, so Denki and Kinoko nod. Receive this. Kaminari points his hand to the sky and lightning quickly falls on top of the Nomu, making him fall, and then Denki jumps, giving him a blow that causes another thunder to fall on both of them, making a powerful explosion. The violet-haired girl begins to run towards the creature and opens her mouth, using her Komodo bite, biting and tearing off the beast's right arm, and then punches several times towards the creature, although the damage is regenerated quickly, but this is in order to tire out the creature and strike it down. Izuku, on the other hand, is defending himself, throwing several magnetized spikes towards All for One, but is blocked by the number 1 villain's special barrier, although this is taken advantage of by Izuku, using the bullets deflected and stuck towards the rubble, which Izuku launches towards the villain, but All for One rises, quickly avoiding the attacks. Izuku hits the ground with his magnet spike, releasing several spikes that stick into it and then moves it upwards, throwing the ground at the masked villain, who points his untransformed hand towards the debris and then throws a wave of wind that hits it. Destroys. I need to get closer, Izuku thinks, so he looks at his magnet spike. It's time to make an opening. The weapon begins to rotate on its own axis and Izuku raises it, while each spike that it had shoots towards the buildings, so that they are then quickly attracted towards Izuku, being accompanied by multiple pieces of metal, finally forming a rotating disc of rubble of more than 4 meters in radius, which is thrown towards All for One. Villain number 1 launches a wind wave, but it does not completely destroy the disc and receives the attack squarely, causing an explosion of energy from the weapon. From the rubble comes All for One with his clothes destroyed, but intact and with the magnet spike in his hand, then squeezes it and destroys it with a wave of wind. And that was my childhood project, says Izuku with grace. He has carried that weapon since his teacher died. It was his first weapon that was 100% made by him. Although I don't endear him to him for loving swords, I do gain a certain important appreciation for him. Ha ha, you're interesting, boy. All for One looks at his mutated arms still. It's time to end this once and for all, he says, but then sees how the winged Nomo falls next to him, so that lightning strikes his head, making him explode. Oh wow, he says with a smile, while Denki looks at him calmly. One less, he says, but they hear 2 falls, seeing a headless Nomu and another extremely thin one, as if it had lost all its BLD. 3, you mean, Kyoka says with a smile, as she bumps fists and stabs them into the ground. It's time to end this. Sylvan Furor. Wrath of the Forest, she screams, while her veins are marked and her skin turns red. Thunderlord. Lord of Thunder. Instantly, lightning strikes Denki, while white smoke and blue lightning come out of his body. It's time to finish you. All for One. Izuku's sword shines and he holds it with both hands, while the girl with mushroom hair imitates him. Together, the 4 of them start running quickly towards the villain, who only smiles. Wind bomb plus quirk booster and begins to absorb the electricity. I've got you quickly. A kind of cable digs into Denki's shoulders. Sheet. Izuku quickly cuts the cable and the wound closes. Phew, thanks, that guy tried to take away my quirk, he says with a smile. I couldn't. Why? He looks at his hand with annoyance, but then sighs. You're annoying, kids. Another shock wave goes out towards everyone, but they disperse and Kinoko approaches All Might. I cover him. Can he fight? The girl asks, to which the hero laughs. Heh, how pathetic of me being protected by children. Give me an opening, she nods, being followed by Izuku. He listens, so he looks for an opportunity for the hero to get closer. Take this. Kyoka approaches, but receives a new super electrical explosion that throws her against a building. You will be a son of a beach, Denki's hands glow and he hits the ground, sending a lot of electricity towards the villain. RBB Man plus Insulator plus Quirk Booster X5. The villain receives the attack, but it does nothing to him. Demon BS30, stop combining your BLWJBS. He shouts angrily, launching a new empowered discharge, but it doesn't do anything to him. Then eat fire. Izuku launches a slash covered in flames towards the villain. Fireproof plus Firefighter plus Waterman plus Quirk Enhancer X3. All for one's body is covered in water, easily receiving the flames. I have an idea, he thinks with a smile. Denki, help K. She shouts, but she winks and he smiles, starting to run towards the building. Izuku's flames quickly begin to intensify with each attack, while he dodges each of the dangerous villain's air blasts, which fails due to the boy's impressive speed, to the point where he only sees a bright flash, although he continues. Without worrying, because his combination of quirks means that even Endeavor's flames cannot touch him. Let's finish this matter. Kinetic Impulse ends up becoming a gigantic atrophied arm full of metal, muscle, bone, tendons and other arms along with more limbs. Extreme combination of gifts, he says proudly, as Izuku swallows. Harshly, this will be strong to receive. Wow, I think you're too fond of pleasing yourself with that hand, the boy jokes to calm his nerves. Well, nice joke. Let's finish these. All for one begins to fall towards him. I'll send you to hell. He hits the ground and begins to spin. He is going to use his most powerful move again, Jigaku NOW. Circle of Hell. The infernal disc begins to rapidly head towards the villain, colliding fist against disc. The crash causes a noticeable decrease in the disc's initial size, as All for One quickly begins to gain ground. Izuku growls as his spins quickly become slower and the villain's fist gets closer to him with every second. At one point, All for One prepares to finish him off with one last push as Izuku's sword cracks more and more. Soon, to the villain's shock, Denki appears on top of him. Take this. The villain did not have time to change his quirk and received a very powerful discharge, but not only that, but Jiro approaches him and gives him a powerful kick in the face, ending up destroying the mask, but the villain's fist surpassed and broke the sword. Now, Izuku shouts, so All for One remains blank, since Kinoko was hit by the green-haired boy and All Might is by her side. United States of Smash. Crush America. A powerful punch hits the villain's face and a huge tornado is generated, sending the four boys flying several meters back. The result of everything is that villain number one is on the ground, with a more disfigured face than before and an abysmal crater in which he is lying. All Might looks at the cameras and then raises his fist, assuming his muscular form one last time, signaling his victory. Cheers are heard throughout basically all of Japan, an absolute cheer of happiness. Justice has won. All Might points his finger and then says, "You're next," then loses his muscular form. Kyoka, Denki, and Kinoko laugh and fist bump, but Izuku hears something. Illusion plus solidification plus manifestation plus absolute terror plus quirk multiplier plus quirk boost x100. The villain whispers, so Izuku quickly pushes everyone forward. Careful! He shouts at them, standing in front of everyone. Living a nightmare with that, a powerful red beam collides with the boy, causing a powerful explosion. Midorian/Kuin/Shounen. They all shout, but they see Izuku emerge from the smoke intact. What happened? He asks strangely, looking at his body. It is intact. This is my ultimate quirk combination. He shouts with a smile, leaving everyone in shock. With this one, I can make my target's biggest nightmare come true. He shouts, making Izuku and Kyoka take steps back. Kemiud, the boy says blankly. What's happening? Kinoko asks, but she looks at her with genuine horror. Do you know what a swordzinger's biggest nightmare is? He asks, confusing All Might by the concept a swordzinger's biggest nightmare is. That his emissary wants a rematch, says someone from inside the red smoke. From the smoke comes a tall man with metal armor, a red ribbon covering his neck, multiple Elcher belts at his waist, torn fabric tunics and Elcher shoes, but the most shocking thing is that his body is made of red fire, in addition to having a single glowing eye in the middle of the face, along with two swords made only of fire. Jun Lain. He murmurs, taking steps back. This is how I feel alive, how great, says the flaming being while jumping around, then turns his head, seeing all for one lying in the crater. Did you create me? He asks in a bored and rude tone. Yes, now you must. A cut slices both of the villain's arms and the flaming being appears in front of him, grabbing his face, lifting him up and slamming him to the ground. I hate several things. To the traitors, to the cowards, to the arpists and to those who give me orders he steps on their scythes and shows and puts his swords next to their necks. No, 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 it's impossible. The creations of my combination are supposed to be as strong as the one receiving them, but they shouldn't get out of control unless. He looks at Izuku, whoever receives it is as strong as me. He thinks in shock and then feels the edge of the flaming swords. Well, friend, I kill those I don't like with that. He sticks his sword into the villain's head and then pink flames incinerate the body, leaving only ashes. How about revenge, tadpole? Jun asks with a huge smile, or what appears to be one by curling his eye happily. Ghostly Jun can be seen doing sit-ups, while Izuku swallows strong and sees two pieces of metal, so he takes them as if they were swords. The specter stands up and jumps, then appears in front of Denki and punches him powerfully in the stomach, throwing him towards a building. Kyoka lunges at him and punches him in the face, but her fist goes through him and then Jun stomps, releasing a tornado of pink fire, which burns her and throws her back. Several heroes stand in front of him, while Izuku opens his eyes. He shouts, but it's too late, the heroes have rushed towards him, a serious mistake. Ken no Shogeki, clash of swords, Jun disappears for a second and then the heroes are sliced into multiple pieces. Yes, you will be a BC. Mirko jumps the lunar arc. She begins to spin, preparing a spinning kick, which, to everyone's surprise and shock, is caught with just one hand from the Burning Man. Too easy a punch sends her flying, slamming her against a building. Burns. A flare comes out against him from Endeavor, but he doesn't flinch, it's fire, they can't burn him. I'll cut you in. Kinoko quickly takes him by the arms despite the heat, suplexing him and then taking a great sword from the ground, crashing it against the swordsman's swords. Wow, a Templar fire comes out of the sword and her sword is cut in two. Too bad I can pierce you. A fire-coated spike hits the girl's stomach, throwing her several meters back. Izuku looks at his friends and then looks at the ghost sensei. With that shout, he turns his head, looking at his student. Let's make a deal. He speaks to him with a determined tone. Deal? He asks, holding the head of the hero Edge Shot, who tried to use punch on him to knock him out, but he couldn't do it because it was only fire. Stop fighting with the heroes, your business is with me. He shouts seriously, while the ghost lets out a sigh. Well, if no hero attacks me, I won't attack him accordingly, do you think? Izuku nods, so he releases the ninja hero. Get out. The fight is with those guys. He points to Izuku and his friends. We will never. Izuku interrupts Endeavor. Get out, take the wounded to the hospitals, I'll take care of it. He shouts at them, while getting into position. Shonen All Might looks at the boy. But you are nothing without your weapons. The ninja yells, but Jun Lao just laughs. Come on, you don't know my student. He shouts at them, show me what I teached you, Chikaz no Izuku. That scream leaves everyone blank, especially because of what followed it. Chi no Kyurin, BLD frenzy, quickly, evaporated BLD begins to cover his skin, making Mirko go blank. That is the technique of the villain he fought last time. Kaminari-san, Juro-san, Koki-chan, go to my temple, I have your weapons and armor, aside, bring mine. He shouts at them, while preparing to attack. Denki is covered in electricity and looks at his friends, who have nothing better than to nod and trust Izuku. Don't die so soon. With that, the three begin to run towards the forest. Well, shall we begin? Asks the man of fire, so his student nods. Ken no Shogeki. Sword impact. Both disappear and reappear in the sky, clashing swords and causing an explosion of red wind that can be seen several meters away. The speed of both is such that they simply see a red flash collide with a pink one, while sparks and fire come out from the clashes of their swords. Out of nowhere, everyone sees Izuku fall to the ground with a large burnt cut in the middle of his eye. He takes his clothes and throws them, showing the metal plate that contains his speed, and after this some parts unfold, which touch the ground and form a large crater followed by a temple. Afterwards, Izuku steps on the ground and disappears in a cloud of evaporated BLD, reappearing and landing a double slash with his swords, decapitating Jun. Not bad. A kick takes Izuku several meters away while his head regenerates. Tell me something, tadpole. Do you feel like you are the same as your ancestors? Jun asks in a serious tone, so Izuku sighs. Oh. I know I will never be as powerful as them. I started training late and I haven't been the best, he acknowledges with his head down. Well, it makes sense, you gave me power, and among all that power is the ability to summon the ancient sword singers. Izuku opens his eyes and sweats coldly. A duel like that would be a death sentence for him. I'll use it soon, please. Now, let's keep fighting. The swords glow and spew pink fire. Good. Izuku takes a powerful jump and stays in the air, then begins to spin dansu. Dance, he vanishes into the air. Jun closes his eyes and then puts both swords behind him, blocking the slash of an Izuku that just appeared in front of him. Jun Lain repeats his technique and they both spin, disappear and reappear, clashing swords and then disappearing into the air again, repeating the pattern. Over and over again. They both move so fast that they literally reappear meters and kilometers away and then disappear again and clash swords in the middle of the destroyed city, in the air. Hanmano Kato, royal court, they both shout at the same time, moving away and launching a slash that sends a wave of cutting wind that the two dodge, watching as several buildings are cut by the attacks. Burado Kato. BLD cut. Izuku's swords are covered in BLD and this serves to sharpen the weapons, so that Izuku then launches a powerful BLD cut that cuts the flame man's body in two horizontally, so that another cut do it vertically, throwing it against a wall. Not bad. Jun's body regenerates. I think it's time to take out the heavyweights. Fire forms in front of Jun and he rises. Return to the battle, Taka no Mi. Hawk eyes. With that, a powerful explosion of green fire occurs, causing everyone to cover their faces. A very tall man of about 40 years old, with black hair, beard, mustache and yellow eyes with rings like a hawk appears. He wears blue breathes, black elter boots, a wide-brimmed black hat with a huge feather decoration, a red vest with flower details and a curious golden crucifix-shaped necklace. However, the most curious thing is that he possesses and stands on a huge sword with a gigantic handle covered in bandages with a gem tip with a golden ring, with a huge golden handguard with more blue gems, and there is a gigantic curved blade black color, which makes it look like a huge cross. That man is Taka no Mi, the hawk-eyed Dracul Mihawk. To be alive again. How strange. He jumps and calmly puts his huge sword on his back, while looking at Jun. So you revived me, huh? He looks at him seriously. No, you are dead, like me. I simply made a mirage to imitate life, but you are as dead as I am. He sticks his sword into Mihawk's head, watching as pink fire comes out of him and how he regenerates in an instant. Well, I guess I have to follow your orders. Jun nods and the man sighs. Well, let's finish this quickly. He draws his sword again. Let's see if you're worth it. Yoru names his sword, stabbing it into the ground. Resisting this, a cut of greenish energy goes out in the direction of Izuku, who sighs, preparing to counter it. Burado Kato. BLD cut. A powerful wave of bloody wind collides with the attack, causing a powerful explosion, from which it is seen how Mihawk's attack was only reduced in size diamin. He mutters, seeing the incoming attack. However, everyone sees how a shadow quickly gets in front of the green-haired man and puts his arms in an X, receiving the attack, causing a wave of wind that blinds everyone for a while. A few seconds pass and the smoke billows out, allowing everyone to see Izuku's savior. A somewhat tall and muscular teenager, with a broken cut and a headband with fake horns, which also broke due to the attack. His skin is rock, but what makes Izuku go blank is the boy's spiky red hair. Kirishima-san asks blankly. Obviously Midoriya bro. He says with a smile. A Templar? Mihawk wonders, but Jun denies. No, he's just a normal boy. The Templar escaped with the dragon and the Amazon, she explains, so he nods. And I don't come alone, I met a duo of weirdos. He shouts with a smile. Gently sandwich. Everyone sees a shadow covered in pink smoke, It is Gentle with La Brava on his back, who has a large dome of air in his hands, which he quickly throws towards both of them, crushing them with the air. Hello, Chikazase. He greets with a smile. They're idiots, the boy mutters, watching as the duo fall in front of him. We'll take care of the crucifix man, you go for the burning man. Kirishima shouts, pounding his fists and stiffening his arms. But they won't be able to beat him, he's very strong. He clarifies seriously, but the red-haired woman takes a total of 2 metallic injections. What is that? He asks strangely. It's a trigger, a drag that increases the power of the gifts, explains Brava, surprising everyone with what was said. I modified it. We can only use it once, but in exchange, we will have a good temporary improvement and we will not suffer addiction or psychotropic consequences. I'm sorry I don't have anything for you, but we met when we came to save Chikaz-san, he explains to Kirishima, but he denies. I don't need that to be a hero. He takes off his shirt and his whole body becomes strong as a rock. I have someone waiting for me, that's more than enough to not die here. He shouts with a sharp smile. But, La Brava, are you ready for the complete rebirth of Gentle Criminal? Denjuro asks and she nods with a smile. Come on, Gentle Chimera. They both shout, injecting the trigger. An explosion of pink smoke comes out of both of their bodies and the shock wave almost sends them flying. Once the explosion stops, everyone sees something surprising. He is a muscular Danjuro with black hair and eyes, as well as having arms and legs covered in black coating. Pink smoke completely covers him like a strange type of vest, plus he is levitating. The Brava is not appreciated, but then they are shocked to see how the smoke takes its shape and then wraps itself in their fists. Not bad. Rangu Kato, long cut. Kirishima stands in front, receiving the attack, although a large cut appears on his he maintains his determined smile. End him, Chikazase, will take care of it. Gentle prepares his fist, firing a punch at high speed towards Mihawk, who stretches and approaches like a missile, so he blocks with his sword, stepping back a few centimeters and allowing Kirishima to drive his fist into the man's face, although this then cuts, moving it away. I feel less skilled, thinks the serious Hawkeye. In a common situation, one cut would be enough to devastate him and cut the entire city into pieces. Haha, you're not doing it wrong, Tadpole. Jun and Izuku clash swords again, repelling each other and sending sharp shockwaves that split buildings into pieces. Tisuke, I will beat you, sensei. He launches a bloody slash, breaking everything in his path in two, but Jun Lao avoids it, so they clash attacks, disappearing on the spot. On the other hand, Gentle, the smoke that is now Manami and Kirishima are in serious trouble. While Mihawk is at his worst and barely has a fraction of his original power, it is more than enough to fight all three at once. A punch from Gentle bounces with elastic air, starting a chain that finally ends up hitting Mihawk's face, so that Kirishima then tackles him, making the man retreat, receiving another blow. Rebound massacre. Bounce massacre. Gentle yells as he launches a chain of ricocheting blows, while Mihawk receives the attack squarely. The man steps back and launches a powerful slash again, which makes Kirishima stand in front of his new companions. Receiving a cut that sends him flying, although he is caught by pink smoke, which makes him fall gently to the ground. Mihawk stabs his sword into the ground and then raises it, sending a huge shockwave towards them, so Gentle prepares his fist and sends it out, crashing it into the wind wave, nullifying it, although losing 2 fingers in the process. Heh, how lucky, he retracts his arm. I could have lost my entire arm, today will be a good day, he says, preparing to extend his arm again. I like it. Mihawk prepares himself and Kirishima too, being grabbed by Gentle, who will use his partner as a shield. Come on. The three begin to run forward, while Mihawk launches a slash, although he uses it as a shield. It receives the attacks with ease, although a new wound opens, so Gentle begins to run with great speed and throws him, causing him to put his arms in an X and receive a good cut, so that Gentle then jumps, managing to shorten the distance. With the swordsman, while Gentle puffs out his ST and launches his arms like missiles forward, hitting Mihawk and slamming him into a building. Gentle falls down, gasping, but then he notices something, his fists lose their hardening, so slowly the effects wear off. He and La Brava look at each other. It's time to end this fight. Kirishima laughs, seeing something, a small marble that is where the fire comes out that rebuilds the hawk-eyed man, so he prepares himself and becomes strong, while clenching his fist. The three start running quickly, so Mihawk gets ready, he will end that fight. Taka no Mi. Hawkeyes. He shouts, launching a huge burst of green energy. Rebound counter. Bounce counterattack, gentle yells, throwing his fist forward, colliding attacks with Mihawk, cutting off 2 of his fingers and making a huge crater, but the man smiles, the attack hits him and slams him into a building. Soon, Kirishima approaches Mihawk, who launches another attack, cutting Kirishima's eye, which makes him growl, but smiles as he drives his fist into Mihawk's hip, tearing out that marble and then steps on it, destroying it. The man gasps and falls as the fire begins to disperse. Gentle and La Brava fall to the ground, completely returning to normal. Not bad. Haha, with those words and that last laugh, Mihawk disappears in fire. Kenbu. Sword dance. Gentle knocks the 2 to the ground, allowing them to avoid a slash that nearly kills them. They look up, watching as Izuku and Jun continue fighting, with the boy exhausted and with several second-degree burns, in addition to constant breathing. Jun prepares to launch a slash, but then dodges an attack from a woman. This one has bone armor, a large spear and a dinosaur-like shield. It is Kyoka, who has the improved armor made by Izuku. Thanks for coming, Izuku says, while Kyoka throws her armor at him. You better put it on, Shizuki-san, it's time to finish this guy off, she says with a smile. Time to fight. Denki falls with his improved armor, which has the bones covered by electric blue metal plates and an axe-like weapon, as well as some yellow and white details along with his blue lightning bolts. Wait a minute. Kirishima opens his eyes when he recognizes the voice Kaminari bro? Obviously Kiri bro. Kaminari laughs, taking off his helmet and revealing his identity, leaving everyone blank, although this is not the time to be surprised by everything they have seen. Sorry for the delay, Izuku-san, says Kinoko, who has her trusty armor. Let's get this over with, Izuku says, ready to fight. We're sorry. Chikaz-san. Gentle gasps a little. We can't take it anymore. La Brava tries to get up, being helped by Kirishima. You go, it's time for us to do the work. A smile escapes from the green-haired man. Yes, they better surge up. 3 pillars of fire emerge from the ground ready for the grand finale? He asks, while slowly the footsteps of said ghosts are heard leaving. Obviously yes. Izuku shouts, attaching his red metallic armor, while much more evaporated BLD comes out of him. Kaibutsu no chi no Kyorin. Monstrous BLD frenzy, he shouts, as the BLD couples, turning into a huge armor in the shape of a beast with enormous claws, horns and fangs along with a wolf snout. Finish this fight, tadpole. The Spectrum shouts with a big smile, in this combat, someone will die, either him or his student. Who are we facing? Jiro asks excitedly, as Izuku digs his new claws into the ground, watching the figures slowly emerge from the pillars of pink fire. The first is Akame, wielder of the Murame sword. His weapon is cursed and has a poison so powerful that it would kill anyone with a single cut in a matter of seconds. Her extreme speed and agility makes her as deadly as a mantis with cobra venom. She speaks seriously, while a jet-black woman with red eyes, black scara full of red marks, seriously observes the 4, holding her sword firmly. Next is Michikatsu Tsujikuni, or Kokushibo, one of the strongest swordsmen. He is a user of moon breath, and is able to hold his breath to channel energy and launch high-powered cuts, which will be divided into subcuts shaped like crescent moons. You can also see inside people to see weak points and predict movements. However, his greatest advantage is being a demon, having consumed a blue spider lily, which gives him the ability to control his own BLD and regenerate. Like me? Denki asks, noting the similarity between the dragoon lily and the blue spider lily. Yes, with the difference that this one was so dangerous that it extinguished them when a man accessed one and wanted to conquer the world. He explains, noticing a man with multiple yellow eyes with red scara, black hair, a kimono and a katana made of flesh and eyes looks at them in a serious and threatening way. Finally there is Yoriichi Tsujikuni, or Tashira, the strongest hunter of all. He has the same ability as his brother to see the weak points of his enemies, but it is combined with his solar breath. This allows you to control flames as hot as the sun, and its cuts are as precise as a needle, along with beastly strength and speed. Izuku clarifies, seeing a man with black hair and reddish highlights, red eyes, a kimono and a red katana. Like the fire coming out and looking at them with a certain calm. The children? Yoriichi Asos. Yes, but don't trust yourselves, or you will die, even though you are already dead. Jun lets out a laugh. Akame speaks without interest, while Kokushibo just looks at his opponents, focusing on Jiro and smiling. A strong, sculpted and skilled woman. Not bad, the six-eyed man murmurs with a smile. Now I ask myself for the multi-eyes. Kyoka shouts, while throwing her shield, which is taken by Kinoko. I'm good at dealing with poison. I'm going against Akame. The brunette smiles with determination. I'll go for Hashira, Chikaze-sen. Finish with Jun. His friend nods and everyone starts running, starting the final fight. Akame tightens her sword and launches a cut that sends a wave of sharp air, so Kinoko stands in front of everyone, receiving the cut without problems, so that Denki then jumps, activates his dragoon flight, launching a flame in the direction of Hashira, which only launches a cut, which splits the flare in two. Izuku and Jun approach, using their sword dance and disappearing completely, so that everyone finally separates. Kyoka and Kokushibo begin a spear and sword duel, which causes thousands of cracks around the area. Kokushibo closes his eyes and then launches a slash that is divided into thousands of moon-shaped cutting waves, which are countered by the girl's spear, which only breathes and then launches itself forward, managing to cut off one of her arms. But he regenerates and points his sword, which grows and lunges towards her like a snake, but the girl blocks and deflects the cuts along with the waves. Elegant movements. Kokushibo looks and analyzes her body, appreciating her extremely developed lungs, her heart, her veins, arteries and other parts of her muscular system. You are strong, girl. The raven-haired man speaks with respect, throwing multiple waves towards Jiro, which she dodges, although one manages to cut her shoulder. You don't do it badly either, big boy. Kyoka mocks, which does not even faze the swordsman, who stabs his sword into the ground and thousands of blades come out of it, although a jump prevents him from being impaled. Deafness. I can use it, Kokushibo thinks with a smile, noticing that she is deaf on her right side, so she throws more crescents in her direction, so she digs her hands into the ground. Leo style, lion style, he shouts, throwing himself forward and landing a fierce kick at the man's ST, which causes a long sword to emerge from his ST and stab into the girl's foot, but she only growls and he spins around, giving Kokushibo a kick that nearly decapitates him. They both walk away and Jiro lets out a gasp from stepping on the ground, seeing his wound, but smiles and begins to run again, while Kokushibo launches several cutting waves in the shape of a half-moon and then gets into a stance, launching himself forward and colliding. Throw with a katana. A next cut manages to cut several strands of hair and secondly a downward cut. The swordsman begins to spin, launching multiple wave-like slashes in all directions, so she dodges, although a slashing wave manages to draw BLD as it grazes her stomach. Is that all? Kyoka asks with a smile. I really like you. The sword lengthens and then launches another cut that divides into thousands of cutting waves, which destroy everything in their path. I would like to have all my powers, the depressed man thinks, but sighs and smiles again. Sylvan furor, wrath of the forest. Kyoka's skin turns crimson and her veins are marked, and then she begins to run quickly, launching a powerful downward blow with her spear, causing him to be pinned to the ground. Kokushibo smiles. He found an opportunity, so a sword comes out from his shoulder that sends a powerful cutting shock wave, which manages to cut his other jack, causing it to grunt and fly away. The girl breathes with some discomfort. Well, now she is deaf. This is because her ears are her ears and she sees Kokushibo talking to her, but she can't understand anything, so she just growls and starts running towards the swordsman, landing a punch. And then he takes his spear, but a clash of weapons causes a shock wave to hit his hand, cutting off his machine finger, causing him to lose strength in his hand and, therefore, the release. Diamond, Without my little finger. I lost all my grip strength, she thinks annoyed, but smiles and begins to run with all her strength. She must end this fight, you fall. Massacre. 6 punches send the man flying with holes from which fire comes out, but Kyoka jumps. I'll finish this, Kokushibo speaks, while finding a turning point in his left arm. Kyoka takes a powerful leap, beginning to spin rapidly on her own axis, ready to end everything with one kick. Kyoka crashes her leg into the man's neck, and is then impaled in the stomach by Kokushibo's sword, but she smiles and puts more pressure. Multiple swords come out and pierce his leg, but he increases his kick even more, so Kokushibo smiles. I lost. But it was fun with that. Kokushibo's head is separated from his body, ending the fight, and Kyoka falls to the ground, seeing her jack torn off. So she takes it. It's worth at least trying to put it back on, so he tears up his clothes and wraps it up so he doesn't lose it so quickly. I'm going to help you, Denki-kun, hold on, she says to herself, starting to run. Kinoko. You can see the girl kneeling in front of Akame, full of black marks that spread slowly. It is the woman's deadly poison, which spreads through her veins and destroys her body, but Akane clicks her tongue, her curse is weakened. And he faces a Templar, so he must hurry or he will lose due to fatigue. Just give up and that's it. A cut manages to pierce Kinoko's weakened skin from said poisoning. Never. Midoriya-kun is waiting for me. She stands up and points her great sword, then releases a breath and makes steam come out of her body, delaying the effect of the powerful poison. Someone is waiting for you, that's cute. But don't forget, only someone will die, and I'm not going to die. A cut sends a cutting shockwave that he can't block, tearing a piece of his arm off, but Kinoko smiles. Midoriya. No, Izun, I will win so that we can live in peace, and you can give up your bloodlust, he thinks with a smile, while he puts his hand on the ground and, from it, several humanoid mushrooms emerge, who rush towards her with the intention of fighting, managing to begin to restrain the woman. My arterial attack will not make you bleed, but if it kills you, she positions herself and holds her greatsword with both hands. Let's finish this, shall we? A cut cuts the mushrooms into several pieces, and also takes a stance, ready to end the fight. They both release their aura and then rush forward, clashing their weapons and making a huge crater around them. Kinoko's strength is such that Akame retreats, worse with a consequence, her greatsword slowly breaking. Soon, a loud crack was heard, the greatsword broke, and the sword easily pierced Kinoko's defense, taking off one of her left arms. The girl just smiles despite the pain and then kicks, taking Akame's weapon away, then digs her hand into the ground and slashes with the greatsword she just pulled out. That will meet again. Tatsumi with that, Akame's head is separated from her body. Kinoko falls dizzy, but she only concentrates and prevents further bleeding, seeing her amputated arm and smiles, taking it and making a mushroom protect her arm. She does not want to lose her arm and become maimed, although, curiously, more for fear of stopping. Protect your loved ones. With Denki and Kyoka. Both boys can be seen injured, Denki with his armor broken and missing a hand, while Kyoka is only resisting BLD loss. In front of them Hashira appears immutable, looking at them with a certain calmness, although he rather focuses on their bodies. Denki only stimulates his heart and causes lightning to strike him, activating his Thunderlord form, and then covers himself in blue flames, with which he heals Kyoka. Although he does not heal her ear to prevent her from losing her hearing forever, she will not be able to. It regenerates well if you don't concentrate and can't focus on anything other than surviving. Hai no kokyu, breathing of fire, she whispers, while Denki swallows strong and looks at the girl, so she prepares to cover herself. Dragoon rock. Thousands of rocks come out towards the man, who only inhales. Enbu, waltz. A cut followed by flames literally incinerates until no rock is left, so that Yorichi then runs towards his opponent and Denki tightens his weapon, throwing a cut shikatsu and bone-hugging sun. The result is that Denki loses his hand and his weapon is destroyed, although, luckily for him, he manages to keep the wound open to heal. If you will be a mammon. Denki shouts, annoyed, as he uses his only hand, grabs Jiro and throws her, giving Hashira a powerful spinning kick towards the woman's head, slamming him into the ground. Triceratops slide. Triceratops punch. Kyoka kicks Hashira up and then hits him with his head and both hands, sending him crashing into a wall, but he gets up and launches a wave of fire that almost burns her, saving himself. Well, Denki stood in front. He begins to run and then launches a fast cut, which manages to cut Kyoka's cheek, and said wound is cauterized by the fire, but he doesn't care and smiles, beginning to launch even faster attacks with his trusty fists, making him big. Wounds, but he heals it without much trouble. However, a quick cut manages to hit him in the face, taking out his eye. You better go too if in hell. Denki throws a blow, but almost loses his right arm, although he continues to bleed. The cuts fail to cauterize his wounds, so he will be able to heal, if he survives. A cut almost decapitates Jiro, but she crouches and launches a double kick, which takes off one arm, but not the one holding her weapon, so he, without fear, launches a cut that almost takes off her leg, but he manages to avoid it by hitting the ground and getting up quickly enough. A kick and an electric flare collide with the man, who steps back a little and points his sword at both of them, then turns on its axis and launches a cut, but Jiro dodges and launches an uppercut, which sends him flying, and then Denki kicks him, slamming him into a building, and releases an explosive flare followed by thousands of charged rocks. Let's finish this, ready? Yurichi asks with a smile. Sure. Denki looks at Kyoka and she smiles, fully understanding that the end of this fight is approaching. Nishin no Ryu Kaburimaki, Dragon Dance of the Solar Halo, speaks, while fire covers the man, who molds and forms a great dragon of fire. It will be dragon against dragoon. Denki shouts excitedly final combination. Sky-breaking electric dragoon, he drives his fist into the ground, causing a lot of blue fire to come out of the ground, which begins to form a huge blue fire dragon covered in lightning, which is launched towards Yurichi's. The clash of dragons causes a great heat wave, which begins to melt everything in its path. However, Denki quickly loses ground, so he just smiles, increasing his power by making several consecutive lightning bolts fall on him, increasing his power by estimating his heart to the limit. However, due to the concentration of maintaining the technique, Yurichi does not see how Jiro runs, approaching him, so he tries to defend himself, but it is too late. A kick breaks his neck, causing Denki's dragon to gain ground. This world is in good hands. With that, the man is burned. Arg Denki falls to the ground, vomiting BLD, but manages to recover a little. Come on. With Midoriya-san he speaks, and Jiro just sighs. That idiot forgets that he doesn't hear anything. With Izuku, the battlefield is now dyed red with BLD, the BLD of Izuku and the fools who tried to mess with the flaming man. Izuku is slammed against a wall, but stands up, watching as his bestial frenzy passes, so he no longer has his claws, which allowed him to do real damage, which could not be nullified, so he sighs and smiles, touching the ancient modern as he likes to call it. Let's finish this, sensei. Shinobi model armor, he says, as the armor shines and attaches to his body, covering him completely so that two metal bars then release energy blades, ready to end the fight forever. Ho, how fun. Jun prepares his blades, ready to finish off his student now, Tadpole. Son, are you ready? Asks the fire specter. Yes, father, let's end this. Both release their bloodlust, generating fire and evaporated BLD. Kenbu. Sword dance. The two disappear in a burst of speed, beginning to run rapidly forward, clashing swords and beginning to spin rapidly on their axis, beginning to constantly launch slashes and shockwaves, which destroy buildings and oneself. They both clash weapons again, moving away and lunging again and again as they spin around like a drill, clashing their weapons with force, moving away and bouncing off the rubble to rush forward again, clashing their swords again and launching a wave of shock so powerful that it split an entire building in two, like butter. Let's stop this nonsense. Jun takes a sword and begins to launch multiple slashes covered in purple energy, which Izuku can only try to block. I can't let it continue like this, Izuku thinks, but more than scared, he just smiles. I'll have to use more speed. Izuku tenses his legs and then begins to run at high speed. Izuku runs so fast that time slows down around him, starting to throw punches faster than Jun's reflexes, cutting off both of his arms, but Jun only regenerates his arms with his fire. The green-haired man breaks abruptly with a grimace of pain, holding his legs, which are bleeding. Jun throws a slash, but someone steps in front of Izuku. It's Kinoko. Kokigen. Izuku gets scared, because he sees that he is missing an arm, although he is not bleeding. Calm down, Izun. She smiles at him and makes him blush because of what she called him, although it can't be seen because of his helmet. I come for whom they were crying. A flare hits Jun, seeing Denki fly with Kyoka, who does not have his jacks, and Denki is missing a hand. Guys, he lets out a bitter smile. Let's finish him off, then you can hit me with my jack so I can understand you. Kyoka shouts because she doesn't know if she can be heard. Ah, you have interesting friends, Sun Jun laughs, while manifesting purple fire that melts into many lasers that are thrown with a slash. I cover them. Izuku jumps with his swords, beginning to cut and nullify the lasers. Hey, don't keep the fun to yourself. Denki uses his hand to create a sword of rocks, beginning to cut Jun's attacks along with Kyoka and Kinoko. Let's see who gets to hell first, tadpoles. Jun rushes forward, so everyone imitates him. The four of them rush forward, Jiro with a double kick and his trusty Keeds, giving 2 kicks and 6 cuts to then duck and allow Kinoko to give a direct cut to the Sigis T and a flash of flame followed by 2 BLD cuts from Denki and Izuku. Jun launches a slash of fire that sends the 4 of them flying, and then Jun creates a huge tornado of purple fire, while the sky glows pink. Jun jumps several meters and then hits the ground, sending everyone flying. Tisuke, don't let him prepare his cuts. Izuku shouts, so everyone nods and Denki touches Jiro, causing her to understand and jump with him to hold Jun. Izuku-kun Kinoko looks at the boy, who is taking off his armor. If I want to finish off Jun, I need all my speed. He smiles, although he knows it will hurt. Give me time. She nods and rushes towards Jun, while evaporated BLD covers the green-haired man's body. Denki throws a punch and then a kick, then digs his fist into the ground and causes thousands of blue rocks to come out, crashing into Jun and sending him flying, so that then a humanoid mushroom comes out and, along with Kinoko and Jiro, hits him. Punch him, sending him flying. Jun fires several flares and then thousands of purple slashes, which cause Denki to lose his arm, being thrown to the side. Kinoko approaches and draws her great sword, starting a small sword showdown. I'll finish you with a kick that throws Kinoko, causing her to collide with Jiro. He notices something. The entire environment turns red, so he smiles. In front of him is Izuku, who is completely covered in his own bloodlust, which has become as solid as his BLD, so it floods the environment. On the other hand, he also releases his bloodlust in the form of fire, creating a confrontation of auras. Izuku takes his swords and closes his eyes, while Jun just smiles, or well, pretends to smile. Saishu to Kuniku, Chi no Kaze, ultimate technique, BLD wind. He shouts, and then he disappears. Everything turns red, to the point where the perception of the entire place is only red and something so fast that it cannot be perceived by the eye. Soon, everything returns to normal. And a torrent of crimson wind collides with Jun. He laughs, but then, his body is split horizontally right in the middle, falling to the ground. Izuku falls, his legs extremely bruised, so he crawls over and picks up his gun. Not bad. He smiles while the fire leaves his face, revealing his face for a few moments. I'm proud, Chizaki. Thank you. Dad's last smile is what Jun sees before he is finally killed and his head is smashed by Izuku. Once it's all over, Izuku is knocked unconscious from massive BLD loss as is Jiro, so only Denki and Kinoko are the only ones left standing. However, the heroes approach, causing them to look at their friends nervously and get into position. They will not be arrested without a fight, although something curious happens as Gentle, La Brava and Kirishima stand in front of them. What are you waiting for? Go away, we've got you covered. The redhead shouts with a smile. Take Chikazen, we'll cover you. Gentle is covered by the pink smoke of La Brava, at which he smiles. Tisuke, Denki takes Kyoka and Kinoko takes Izuku, ready to flee, but red feathers pierce both of their legs. Nene, I can't let them escape. The number 3 hero, Hawks, arrives from the air with some sarcasm, making them swallow strong. They have no escape. Give up once and for all, Edshot asks, not wanting to do more damage. Do it and hand over the murderer. Shouts Endeavor. Never. Everyone prepares for the imminent fight. However, a blonde flash knocks out several heroes and Endeavor takes a powerful punch to the face, knocking him away. Everyone is surprised and smiles. That is none other than Aiko Torisawa, Kyoka's teacher, who is dressed in her demolition suit. She clenches her fists and stands up with a small smile. However, before Hawks can throw more feathers, he receives a blow that smashes him to the ground, staring at a blonde with a metal mask, Baudouin, Kinoko's M. We arrived on time. The man laughs under his mask and prepares for the fight with Aiko. Throw them as far as you can. Yeah. Kaminari-san creates a dome for everyone, he asks kindly, so he creates a dome, covering the four of them by. A kick sends the four flying towards the sea. Ha! Shall we fight, ladies and gentlemen? Gentle asks with a smile. Come on. Kirishima's fists become strong, elastic air covers Gentle, but when only draws a sword and Aiko clenches her fists, so that everyone starts running, ready to defend their friends. Izuku tries to get up, but someone places their hand on his ist, preventing him from getting up, so he opens his eyes, seeing a girl with bowl hair, eyes with a four-pointed star, and a tender smile. DMN, I died. Izuku growls annoyed. You're not dead, the girl explains with a smile. Obviously I am, otherwise why do I have an angel watching over me? He asks with a smile, while Kinoko just covers her face with her hands. And this is not the time for your sea comments. She speaks nervously. Izuku, look, they're on Denki's Dragon Lily Island. Speaking of him, he is lying with Kyoka next to him, who has her jack attached and is fully healed. He is inspected, confirming that he is indeed cured, as is the girl, who has her arm back. However, he notices something curious. Around the mini-island there are boats, and even helicopters, all boarded by police, military and heroes. What the F is going on? He asks with a pale face. Easy. We fell into the sea and Denki used all his strength to move the dome towards his island. As soon as he arrived, he healed us all and fell unconscious from exhaustion. Then they all come to look for us, but they can't enter the island's dome. Not even Endeavor's missiles and flame attacks can, Koki explain calmly, so he nods. Jiro wakes up and holds his face in some pain. Do you hear us? The green-haired man asks and she nods. Hey, wake up, lazy Jiro asks, but notices that Denki is quite thin, indicating that he used all his energy to be able to heal everyone. Heh, what an idiot you are. The girl lies down again and hugs Denki, putting her head in his. How cheesy. Izuku is going to complain, but he feels Kinoko's hand put on his head and then he blushes. He finally realized the situation. He is lying on Kinoko's legs. This he turns as red as his BLD and was going to get up, but the girl just presses his head so he doesn't move. Calm down, calm down. Don't move too much, you're still exhausted, she asks, so Izuku nods. Phew. Denki opens his eyes and turns red when he sees that his face is on Kyoka's beers. They are mini marshmallows, he says, somewhat tired, but with a smile. I'm not hitting you, you're exhausted. Kyoka smiles a little. Izuku Midoriya, Denki Kaminari, Kyoka Jiro and Kinoko Komori, the four turn around, noticing that, on a very large ship, there is Director Nizu himself, along with Baudouin, Aiko, Manami and Danjuro, all four with HNDCFFS. In addition to next to him is Kirishima, who smiles with some sadness. Besides the fact that they also have wives, I think we can reach an agreement, he speaks. Calm, while at his side are the UA professors, including Hisashi and Inko herself. Izuku forces himself to get up, almost falling, but Kinoko uses herself as support, while Jiro lifts Denki up as if he were a princess. This is degrading, he says with some mockery, but Jiro only laughs. Well, Nizu-san, what do you want? Izuku asks, while Hisashi just explodes in rage. We are arted. Hisashi shouts, snatching the microphone from Nizu, come here right now. He shouts, but Izuku only manages to balance. No thanks, Hisashi-san. But you are nothing more than simple trash in front of me, he says with a serious expression, making Hisashi prepare to scream, but Inko nervously takes the microphone. Hi son, listen. We didn't know you were a villain, but we can help you if you turn yourself in, she says, trying to sound soft, but Izuku just sighs. Listen to me carefully, Midoriya-san, you are not my mother, so don't call me son. He closes his eyes and then looks at his hand. My only father is Jun Lain. I don't have a mother, I don't have a sister, and, yes, I have them, they are not you, he explains seriously. How dare you? In an ungrateful. Hisashi shouts furiously. Why ungrateful? What should I be grateful for? Hisashi was going to scream, but then he shut up. They never gave me a gift, they never gave me a hug, they never gave me love, they never gave me anything. They only gave me a sister who insulted me, hit me, and incited me to be beaten for being quirkless. I don't blame them, today's society is like that, if you don't have a quirk, you're just scum. He closes his eyes. But Inko was going to speak, but Izuku continued. Still, I don't hate them, because hating is for weak and pathetic people who can't get over the past, and no matter how negligent they may have been, at least they allowed me to be born and gave me 4 years of pure love. So that's all. I thank you because of the fact of sharing BLD with Izumi Midoriya. Makes me want to vomit. So I am not Midoriya Izuku. I am Chikaze no Izuku, son of Jun Lain, last sword singer. Hisashi was going to scream, but both he and Inko shed tears without really being able to stop it. No matter how much it hurts them, everything Izuku says is true. Let's relax, please. Nizu snatches with an annoying smile. As I was saying, I want to make a deal. As you can see, we have their friends, although it seems curious to me, Bodwa-san and Aiko-san surrendered when the battle spread and Kirishima Shonen as well as Gentle-san and La Brava-san became exhausted. Something they would do. Both Kinoko and Kyoka sigh at what their teachers did. Well, the deal is as follows. You guys will finish U.A and then have to do unpaid hero work for 2 years. In exchange, everyone here will only pay community service and we will leave their mini island in peace. The four look at each other. It's tempting. Chizuki Shonen, a voice makes Izuku surprised. It is All Might, who is full of bandages, being accompanied by an old man with a yellow suit, cape and wide boots along with a black mask. It is Pro-Hero Gran Torino. I didn't expect you to do that. Come on, say it, say what everyone says. Izuku closes his eyes, not wanting to see the face of the one who was once his idol. That I understand you. Everyone, absolutely everyone opens their eyes in shock. All Might says he understands a murderer? I wanted to kill people too. And once I almost did. He went to All for One, but the BSTRD survived. I killed him for killing my teacher, and I know it would be hypocritical to tell you that you did wrong, but sometimes evil is necessary to be able to heal an entire society. How many have you killed? Many. Izuku lost count, but he can swear it almost reached 100 kills. How many did you save? He turns blank. I'll answer you. First, the city of Daika was freed from supremacist thoughts that were leading to destruction. The villains you murdered made the streets and lower areas of cities much safer, saving thousands from rapes, robberies and murders. Finally, you were responsible for the death of the tyrant and villain number 1, saving millions. Almighty smiles and looks at his fist, to adopt a muscular form again for a few seconds and then points his finger at him. Don't tell me that. Chizaki no Izuku, you are a hero with that. Izuku falls, lowering his head so that his tears cannot be seen. Sniff. Kinoko caresses the green-haired man's hair to calm him down. What happens? Denki asks, so everyone looks at each other. I accept. Kinoko smiles calmly and Balduino nods. Kyoka smiles and Denki too. They both agree. Heh, it's obvious that I accept. Izuku raises his head with determination. Good. We'll see you on Monday, my students. You can retreat. Nizu asks, seeing all the military fleets and heroes begin to move away. Let's rest, we must be ready for tomorrow. Izuku recommends falling unconscious, making everyone laugh a little. You can see the 4 of them in front of the Yuda, fully recovered, since Denki only needed to catch and eat a few kilos of fish to be able to regenerate, recover his muscles and finish healing everyone. They wear the uniform and look at each other, smiling and nodding, beginning to walk inside the academy. Obviously everyone turns pale when they see the 4 and more than one tries to get closer, but Izuku's killer instinct is enough to save him problems. It is much easier to intimidate than to talk. Izuku only dodges a boy who tries to attack him. It is Katsuki, who is followed by his sister and Izumi. Izuku easily kicks him, slamming him against a wall. How good it feels to not have to hold back when he speaks, stretching. Him and Deku. He tries to get up, but he can't. Naizen Izumi calls the boy, but he looks at her with a cold expression. You're not my sister, you're Izumi Midoriya, one of the people I hate the most. He was going to continue walking, but he feels someone grab his shoulder. It's Katsumi, who looks at him angrily. But tears in his eyes. Stop your nonsense and come with us, idiot Deku. She shouts in annoyance, but Izuku looks repulsed and removes her hand. Katsumi, Izumi, I'll tell you something I've always wanted to say. You make me sick, he growls and feels Kinoko put her hand on his shoulder, calming him. Izumi, you are my sister, the most important person in my life. I wanted to protect you, support you, watch you grow, learn, and see how you became the heroine you always wanted to be, but when you discovered that I didn't have a quirk, you changed, you became your punching bag, your toy, a simple idiot to beat, so I had to watch you grow up under everyone's look of disgust for not having power. He sighs. It was to protect you. She shouts. About what? From my lack of power? Don't say stupid things. He then looks at Katsumi and sighs, going to vent completely. Katsumi. I loved you. She goes blank. Icha? She looks at him and holds her. I loved you, Katsumi, too much. No matter how much you hit me, humiliated me and denigrated me, I saw you with affection. I wanted to be by your side and help you. But you only saw me as a hindrance. You even beat me with your brother and the idiots who followed you. And I thank you. He smiles and looks at her. Thanks to you, my parents, Izumi and everyone who told me useless, I'm here. Thanks to you, I am a murderer, and thanks to you I met my true family, my true friends. People whom I am going to protect with my life. Kinoko blushes as she feels how Izuku's hand shakes with her. Thin thief. She starts to attack Kinoko, but she only punches her stomach, making her fall to the ground. That I didn't steal anything. Izuku-kun is not an object to say is yours. You lost someone's love, and I am willing to fill that void that you left. Izuku turns red at his words, but smiles, seeing Katsumi kneeling due to the pain of the blow. Are they finished? Kyoka asks with a smile, while resisting the urge to finish Katsumi off with a kick. Yes, let's go. Everyone nods at Izuku's words, going to the director's office. That I ruined it, Katsumi says, crying. The boys continue walking, reaching the principal's office, so they enter, seeing all the teachers. Izuku, Kyoka, Denki and Kinoko sit down, then let out a sigh, feeling the enormous tension, to the point where Izuku would swear he can cut it with his sword, although he can cut even air, so it doesn't count. Do you want Denki to take out a bag of dragon fruit and throw one to each teacher, to his friends, and finally a smaller one to the principal? Thankfully, the white-haired animal takes a good bite. Sweet, it could make a good tea, he acknowledges, so Denki takes out several tea slips. Prepared man. Okay for two. Both Izuku and Denki respond, making the director laugh. Well, to the point. Niza becomes more serious. As you know, several things happen, and we want explanations. Izuku sighs. He will be the first to speak. When I was a child I got lost in the forest after the Bakugo brothers. Midoriya and their friends beat me up while we were playing heroes and villains, and as always, I was the villain to destroy. I was then saved by a man named Jun Lain, a warrior. He was part of an ancient group of warriors called Swordslinger, monks specialized in assassination. He clarifies calmly, while looking at his hand and causing evaporated BLD to come out of his hand. Strong training and absolute pain to become a warrior worthy of carrying the legacy of all the swordsmen. And your teacher? All Might asks. That I killed him. Everyone goes blank. The last step of the Swordsinger's training is to defeat your emissary, but the Otusan forced me into a fight to the death and I ended his life. Now I carry his will. He clenches his fist and smiles. Nay, my story and Kyoka's are connected. We have known each other since we were children, and one day we went for a walk, but we ran into some thieves who were escaping from the heroes with a vial with a strange liquid, so we took it from them and fled to a bridge. Unfortunately we couldn't beat them and an attack pierced my heart, While Kyoka-chan had her appealing ear removed, the girl blushes a little. Sometimes she hates that Denki has features with her ear. Then the bridge fell on me and I almost died, but I was saved by the last dragoon, Kiriko. Dragoons are warriors who consume dragoon lilies, flowers that give great abilities to those who consume them, but the bad thing is that if people with a quirk consume them, they will die, with me being the only exception due to my willpower, my injuries and being half dead. Heh. My teacher is dead now, but I will carry her. Will like Frederick. Denki laughs, creating blue fire and lightning. Mine continues after Denki died. I was saved by the woman they captured, Aiko Tsurusawa. She trained me and made me much stronger than any woman, and now I use that strength to protect those I love. She looks at Denki and he blushes a little. I am an orphan. My mother died of illness. As a child, she received beatings from yakuzas with whom she went into debt to pay for her treatment and home, all so that she would not suffer. The good thing was that, when I was selling my mushrooms, I met Bodwe-sensei. He saved me and taught me to protect others with my body, and I will fulfill my mother's promise. I will always protect those who need it. This only creates some mushrooms with a smile. Tahaha, how cool. Nizu shouts, while looking at the four. They have too much potential as heroes. They are great. He laughs, as he throws them 4-card special permissions. Consider them your new and great licenses. Everyone is surprised. They have them much earlier than they should also. Izuku notices something. There is an additional paper. This is. Izuku goes blank when reading the title, Homicidal Permit. Officially, Izuku Chizaki, you will be the first hero with official permission from the government to assassinate villains. Obviously there are some limitations. Only extremely dangerous villains with serious crimes, hate crimes, federal crimes, etc. You choose who to kill, you don't follow anyone's orders, you don't kill anyone you don't want, and you are completely independent. Everyone was shocked, but obviously, not everyone was happy. This can't be, Nizu, heroes don't kill. This one was going to continue, but someone puts their hand on his shoulder and his quirk turns off, seeing All Might and Aizawa look at him seriously. I don't see it as very rational, but I also know something. Not everyone has redemption, and it is better to turn off a bomb than to keep it and hope it doesn't explode, the black-haired man acknowledges. I see it well too. I'll never have the stomach to kill, but I know Chikashonen will do a good job. I know if. A smile escapes the hero and he returns to his thin form. So what will be your hero names? Midnight asks with a smile. Frederick, the last dragoon. Denki roars, ready to always honor the memory of his teacher and her husband. That I don't know how to smash headphones? Jiro asks, watching Midnight give a thumbs up in approval. I'll be Shimige Caperata, Kinoko says confidently. For the curious, Caperata is the middle name of Flavoparmelia caperata, also called green shield lichen, while Shimige is the name of Kinoko's original heroine. If I live it up with the creative names XD. Nay, it can improve, but it's not bad, she admits with a smile. The atmosphere turns red and Izuku opens his eyes, which become bloodshot. Jun Lain, the last one, sings Sword. Midnight applauds, while Hisashi alone leaves the room upset, but with tears in his eyes. Well, for paths of the UA, welcome to the world of heroism. A smile escapes the mouse. It seems that the hero work of his own contract will happen sooner than expected, and that fascinates him. Cowabunga! Denki can be seen falling from a skyscraper next to Izuku, both wearing their armor, while they are seen by a helicopter. You should relax. Izuku is covered in his own evaporated BLD and then jumps, propelling himself forward. Don't forget the mission, of course. They have a mission right now. Kill Kai Chisaki, leader of the Shu Hasaikai Yakuza, the 8 precepts of death. They already know what they will do. You guys will go after Chisaki and rescue the girl Eri. Attack heroes covered them, and support heroes will prevent collateral damage, including some police officers along with third-year students and some first-year students, like Red Riot. Nizu explains from a communicator, making both of them smile. Ijiro Kirishima will always be someone formidable. You and the headphone smash ladies along with Caperata Shemage have important missions, and completing them will end with the absolute victory of the heroes. I trusted you, so go win. Yes, director. They both say, as they continue running. Take care, Hero Frederick and Hero Jun Lain. He says goodbye, beginning the mission. The duo begins to run towards the base, or well, just Izuku, good Denki flies thanks to his wings. They have a mission to kill Kai and rescue a girl named Eri, who has a rewind quirk and is being used by Kai with the intention of creating bullets that nullify the quirk, but not only that, but they have bullets with the effect. On the contrary, they enhance it. Yes, there is a lot to do in little time. If the mission fails, they will be lost forever. What do we do? Denki asks, and Izuku just smiles. You know what we will do, Frederick? We will enter in style. He smiles, and so does Denki. Finally, something interesting. He covers himself in lightning bolts and then raises his hands to the sky, launching multiple bolts of lightning. Lightning strikes a building, while a dragon woman rises. It is Ryukyu, and she accompanies multiple heroes and students, who begin to run inside. Or well, they try. A muscular man attacks. They get ready, but a scream shakes them and then a pack of gang members rushes towards them with their quirks and weapons. So all the heroes jump in to fight, plus Ryukyu contains said muscular man as best he can. We've got your back. The heroine Ryukyu decides to cover and defend everyone from the gang members along with several heroes, while a total of 7 heroes enter: Melissa, All Hope, Kirishima, Red Riot, Sir Night Eye, Rocklock, Fat Gum, Lemillion and Uraraka, Uravity, as well as a squad of police officers. Careful! Denki falls, preventing a gang member from stabbing the girl. Izuku, advance from above, we will attack here. The boy nods, covering himself in his BLD and beginning to attack. Brilliant! Uraraka, Lemillion and Melissa are excited to see the strongest boy in Class 1A and one of the strongest in the entire UA. Not bad, Kamib. Kirishima acknowledges as everyone enters, ready to save Eri. Everyone enters, but they realize the building began to deform quickly, as if it were alive. Denki smiles and stabs his fists, releasing multiple rocks to try to attack whoever controls him, but he can't find it, and then he crouches, avoiding an attack by the cement that was possibly going to kill him, so he sighs and covers himself with lightning, starting to attack in all directions in order to keep everyone safe. I will advance, says the hero Lemillion with a smile, to which everyone nods, watching him pass through the walls like a ghost. Soon, a hole forms at the hero's feet before Denki can fly, and thousands of fibers of different materials follow, causing them to fall. Once they fall on the ground, they see how everything around them deforms quickly, making them swallow strong, because then dirt forms and is thrown towards everyone. Denki swallows strong, seeing that now Red Riot and Fat Gum are not there, but he decides to fight in order to protect everyone, covering himself with lightning and then digging his fists into the ground and generating rocks. Blockade. Rocklock, a dark man with a mask and a green and yellow suit, instantly hits the ground, slightly paralyzing the tunnel formed, but several pillars attack them, so Melissa jumps and kicks, destroying the pillars. I can't find it. Aizawa looks around, trying to fixate on his opponent, but finds nothing. Denki begins to look around, trying to feel the electromagnetic field of whatever the building is moving, but then he is separated from everyone by multiple new walls and walls, falling in a new place, and then dodging a punch from someone covered in diamonds. He opens his eyes and an immeasurable rage hits him, because in front of Denki there are a total of 3 men. The first is a man with a bag on his head, bulging eyes and a strange look. The second is blonde, with a crow mask and a sword, and finally there is a bald man with a mask, being the one who attacked with his diamonds. And the reason for Denki's anger is that the 3 of them were the ones who attacked him in Kyoka, plus the guy in the sack was the one who ate Jiro's Jack. Denki is covered in electricity and begins to run, but bumps fists with the Diamond Man and then feels his mask disappear, allowing him to be hit in the face and his hand to be devoured by the bogeyman. A unique boy. I didn't expect Mimic to send us someone like that, the blonde mocks, while Denki growls, seeing that his helmet is in his hands. Nice helmet, I could sell it for a good price, but I'll keep it. It's a good decoration, he acknowledges. I'm going to rip off your head, stick it on a pike, and use you as an ornament in my living room. I already look like Chizuki-san, he acknowledges in his mind with a smile. Hunger! Screams the boogeyman. Come on, Tapey, let's finish off this peroxide blonde. The blonde mocks. You have no right to say that. Denki lets out a smile. Yes, Toya. The man covers himself in crystals and begins to run towards Denki, who takes out his spear and collides with the man, causing a crater at his feet. You are strong. Denki acknowledges, and then crouches down and prevents Tabe from eating him. Attack, defense and support, they are a complete team. Too bad, I do all that better. He touches the ground and generates electricity that drives everyone away, and then raises his spear, ready to attack, but his spear disappears again. Demon thief. He shouts annoyed, but smiles. It's time to be serious. I'm very hungry. Tabe starts to bite Denki, so he uses his shield arm and his bite is stopped, and then he electrocutes him. I will show you my power, Dragoon Rock. He drives his fist into the ground and multiple sharp rocks come out, trapping the crystal giant, then grabs Tabe's face and pins him into the ground, generating a crater and knocking him out. Demon. The blonde draws Denki's sword and spear, but a kick sends him flying. Listen to me carefully, you demon bestudi. He crouches down and cups her face. Maybe you don't remember me well, but I'll tell you. You and your friends almost killed me, in addition to hurting and deforming my appealing Kyoko-chan, he says seriously, while the blonde opens his eyes. Those children on the bridge. I remember you stole that sample of the girl's BLD from us, he speaks, while Denki raises an eyebrow, but then crouches down and avoids a blow from you, Tabe. It's not time sleeping, we need help here. The blonde shouts, while Denki watches in surprise as the man stood up and opened his mouth, completely eating his left arm and making him grunt, jumping back. Demon, I hate when this happens. Denki covers himself with lightning and begins to run, while Dragoon energy covers him and then completely regenerates his wounds, giving the three of them a powerful shock. Tabe and you get up and continue fighting, but Denki smiles. Volt build, sword. He creates a huge sword made of yellow electricity, crashing said sword into you, leaving him completely unconscious and half-burned. Hunger. Tabe tries to attack, but a kick leaves him stamped on the wall, unconscious. Med. The blonde takes out his sword. I won't go away without a fight. He speaks seriously, while he takes off his mask, launching into a fight, so Denki smiles. I'll enjoy this. BSRD. He launches into the fight without his quirk on, clashing swords, but without electrocuting him. A sword confrontation begins and Denki dominates easily. He may not be as skilled a swordsman as Izuku, but he has enough knowledge to take down many speakers, and that Toya would be no exception. He slowly, but progressively, begins to increase the speed of his attacks, something that the blonde notices and gets scared, because he can't do anything. He gives an upward slash and this is enough to cut off both of his hands, cauterizing his wounds and causing him to scream, falling to the ground. He points his sword at the man's neck and then begins to walk towards the exit. What are you doing? He asks, but then sees how ropes of electricity and blue rocks cover them, tying them completely. They're not worth it. I already beat them up, that's what I'll settle for with that. Denki runs off. He must find the girl. With Izuku. The boy is running and surrounding the building and the area, since he is a hero with double function, assassin and support, so he takes all the civilians out of the area at extreme speed, creating a perimeter. Once you secure the area, jump and start running. You must kill the idiot Kai as soon as possible. However, an explosion surprises him, so he spins around and falls into a hole, noticing a million covering an albino girl with a horn, as a bullet heads towards them, so he takes a deep breath, running towards them and delivering a double slash, resulting in the bullet splitting in two. I take the. A cut sends a wave of BLD and this causes a huge wound in his torso, noticing that I hit a man with a black plague hat and mask, knocking him out. Lemillion, that was careless, he acknowledges, but under his mask he smiled. Are you okay? Yes, thank you, Jun Lain. He also smiles and notices the girl, noticing that it is Eri, the little girl they are looking for. Sir, the girl looked at him and he took off his helmet, showing her a smile. BSRDs. Everyone turns around, noticing a man with yellow eyes, short black hair, a green vest and purple details, black breathes and ultra shoes. It is Kai Chisaki, or better known as Overhaul. They get in the way. They won't let me cure this illness. They won't let me do anything. Disease? Izuku raises an eyebrow as he puts his helmet back on. Heroism is disgusting. the serious man acknowledges as he prepares to attack. Lemillion, prepare to fight, I'll cover you. He begins to spin on his axis, covering himself in evaporated BLD and then coming forward, ready to decapitate Chisaki in a single cut. Chisaki puts his hand on the ground and everything shakes, while thousands of cement spikes come out towards him, so he turns on his axis and makes multiple cuts to avoid being impaled. Multiple rock stakes try to kill him, so he jumps and begins to avoid the attacks easily, although one hits his armor, but due to its extreme toughness, it does nothing to him. It points his swords and launches a double slash at him, sending cutting waves that manage to wound him, but he sees how his wounds simply close as soon as he touches them with his hands. TSK, it will be complicated, and an explosion shakes the place and everyone sees Sir Night Eye, All Hope and Eraserhead arrive. Cancel Aizawa jumps and looks at the man, who touches the ground, but his quirk doesn't work, he just cancelled it. Kai Chisaki, you will be arrested now. Aizawa. Night Eye shouts, but it's too late. A silver blade quickly manages to cut the black-haired man's cheek, seeing that his body begins to move very slowly. No. I can. He slowly closes his eyes, beginning the chaos. An explosion of cement spikes attacks everyone, so Mirko grabs Eri, while All Hope and Night Eye alongside Izuku jump, avoiding damage. However, quickly, a man with a hood and a white robe along with a crow mask imprisons Aizawa, preventing him from escaping and canceling, in addition to noticing that gray blade came out of his head. Kai without thinking touches the man with the mask that the green-haired man attacked, instantly generating a powerful explosion of energy, seeing how, in a grotesque way, it merges with Kai himself, resulting in a transformation with 6 muscular arms of hardened flesh. TSK Lemillion, go for the slow one, Night Eye, with me, All Hope, protect the girl. He orders, so everyone nods at the young man's orders. It is the best plan they have. Izuku and Night Eye rush forward, trying to reach the man, but his cement spikes force them away. Waves and shockwaves cut and try to hit the man, but they can't. Chisaki's defense is too powerful. He sighs and looks at the black-haired man with glasses, so he nods and takes out some paperweights from his pocket, and then throws them, so Chisaki blocks them, but it was nothing more than a distraction that allowed Izuku to cut off one of the Yakuza. His mutated arms, but he touches the arm with his normal arms and brings them together again. Chisaki hits the ground and multiple stakes come out towards Night Eye, but the attacks are covered by blue rocks, while Denki falls on top of Chisaki, giving him a powerful shock and paralyzing him. Is it here? Asks a man with a large metal armor. It is Baudouin, who is walking alongside Kinoko, Kyoka and Aiko, as well as 2 heroes, Edgeshot and Crust. Yeah. Crust smiles as he points to a huge warehouse in the middle of an abandoned urban sector. I appreciate your help, La Brava, Edgeshot says seriously through a communicator. Don't worry, Tsetsun. I would like to help, but Trigger's effects continue to affect me. Gentle acknowledges from his communicator. Don't move from the bed, Gentle-san. Everyone hears a crash and the communication is cut off, making them sigh. Be stealthy, Crust, Edgeshot says seriously. Please, let's just do it quickly. Nizu-san trusts us, asks Aiko, who is wearing a suit made up of a large bone armor similar to the one Izuku built for Kyoka, while Kyoka herself is wearing her armor and Kinoko with her armor. Is that the woman who knocked me out? Edgeshot asks himself, because that woman knocked him out when he tried to use a punch and then used it as a nunchaku against his companions in a terrifyingly simple way, and seeing her as a woman, it's strange that she's so shy, because she still keeps in her mind that terrifying image that her classmates described to her when she fell unconscious. The strategy is simple. Baldwin will enter and try to attack everyone by surprise, so they will attack him in retaliation. Crust will use his shields to block Dabi and Twice. Edgeshot knocked out Kurogyri after Baudouin's distraction. Me and Aiko-sensei will head straight towards Toga, Compress and Magna. Finally Kinoko will go for Shigaraki, Kyoka explains. Why that strategy, earphone smash? Edgeshot asks curiously. Easy, Kurogyri is the most dangerous and you are the fastest, you can knock him out quickly and make sure he doesn't move. Baldwin has a much higher defense than anyone else, so he will withstand combined attacks and will be able to support Crust, while Crust is the third most defensive of all of us and will withstand ranged attacks and clones for a while. Aiko-sensei and I have the greatest physical strength and are the second most agile after you, but you must take care of Kurogiri, so we will make sure to knock them out. Everyone nods, but there is one last doubt. And why Kinoko against Shigaraki? Crust questions. Easy, she is the only one who could endure the deterioration while asking him to surrender. She smiles at everyone's confused faces. The more secrecy, the better her plan will turn out. Without further ado, everyone starts the plan. Baudouin enters without any problem through the main door, walking with his weapon and study sheathed, while Kinoko walks stealthily behind him. Aiko and Kyoka go along the sides. Edge shot through the ventilation and Crust jumps between the walls, using the darkness to hide. A final door allows the Baudouin to enter a huge room. In it there are each and every member of the League resting on armchairs, beds and other old things. Even Compress plays chess with Kurogiri. Everyone panics when they notice it and Dabi takes aim, firing a very fast flare at him, in addition to receiving a knife from Toga and compressed rocks from Mr. Compress. Phew, done, Toga says relieved, while Compress only hesitates. Who could it have been? Do you have any idea, Kurogiri-san? Asks the showman, getting no answer. Kuro? Shigaraki slowly turns around, watching as the fog man falls to the ground, while Edgeshot's head appears. Let the assault begin, he says, so that out of the smoke formed by the attacks, Baudouin emerges impeccable, tackling Dabi. Twice was going to clone himself, but a hexagonal shield hits him in the stomach, making him kneel while holding his stomach, so Dabi throws flames at him and Edgeshot, but multiple shields protect his partner. Aiko and Kyoka come forward, tackling Compress and Toga, sending them flying, and then both grab Magna's head, slamming him into the ground and knocking him out before he can use his quirk. Shigaraki prepares to attack Edgeshot with his hand, but Kinoko quickly grabs his wrist and puts him in a headlock, leaving him on the ground. Din himin, screams the pale-haired young man. Calm down, this can end quickly and all of you will stop suffering. Everyone recognizes Kinoko's peaceful voice, losing some of their longing to fight, but then they get angry. What do you know? Dabi was going to attack her, but he received a shield in the face and a kick from Baudino. Guard, the man is hit by an avalanche of clones, but then takes a multi-attack from the paladin's metal sword, hitting twice and sending him flying. I have it. Compress was about to touch Aiko, but she quickly avoids his hand and lifts him into the air. This will hurt. Sorry. Siva Iktu, Savage Strike, picks him up again and slams him into the ground, raising a large screen of smoke. Curse. Dabi is scared to see Compress completely knocked out by that blow, but then he receives an attack from Baudouin, pushing him away. There are two. Crust says, while throwing up several shields to protect everyone. Leave my friends. Hurry up, I can't stand you. Twice quickly clones himself, but more shields destroy them. You're not the only one who wants to protect others. Shield shoot. Shield shot. A compressed shield hits him in the head, causing him to fall to the ground, knocked out. Arterial attack. Dabi receives a cut on his isti and quickly begins to bleed, falling to the ground, so Baudouin covers his wound so that he does not die. Din, you're a DMN. Shigaraki reaches out to smack Kinoko in this isti, causing her armor to quickly destroy, but she backs away. Leave it to me. Kinoko asks, so everyone nods. It's time for her to end this cycle of evil. Destroy yourself. He puts his hand and multiple cracks and destruction begins to appear on the ground, but mushrooms come out of the ground, stopping his attack, and then he jumps, managing to tackle Shigaraki. The two quickly engage in a struggle, with Kinoko's armor beginning to destroy and revealing her skin completely covered in a brown substance, hardened mushrooms, in order to hold Shigaraki as long as possible. Shigaraki manages to free his hand and grabs Kinoko's face, but she doesn't even flinch even though her helmet is destroyed and her brown second skin is filled with cracks, grabbing Shigaraki and quickly slamming him to the ground, putting him in a headlock. All for one lied to you, Tenko. The girl quickly shouts, making Shigaraki open his eyes, having vague memories of his past. How do you know? He can't finish. All for one only used you, he only used you as a tool, he was going to take your body, it was all in his plans. He shouts, trying to get the young man to regain his sense of reality. He didn't love you. Liar, you are a liar. He gets safe and begins to attack, destroying everything in his path, so the heroes move away from him with the knocked out members of the league. All that remains is for Kinoko to finish off the leader. Shimij. Edgeshot yells at her, but she smiles. I trust. Kyoka shouts, so everyone nods. Both clash attacks once again, with Shigaraki trying with all his might to kill Kinoko and everyone, but she is simply superior. Her mushrooms regenerate and keep her in combat while she fights and protects everyone from Shigaraki's indiscriminate destruction. Kinoko breathes slowly and then takes her sword, unsheathing it and making a powerful slash towards him, cutting his cheek, but Tamura knew something, that attack could decapitate him. Seriously, fight, DMN. He shouts furiously, while scratching his neck. No, because you are a monster, but also one that can become what you were, an innocent child who wanted to help, she says with a smile, while holding her face, imitating the hand that the light blue-haired man has on his face. Those hands represent your mistakes, let them go, they know it wasn't your fault. The girl smiles, but Shigaraki attacks her. Shut up, he shouts into nothingness, or so everyone thinks, because Kinoko and Baudouin see some shadows behind him. She attacks forward and slashes, hitting the hand that covers her face, but due to the frenzy of fighting he attacks with everything without caring. A new slash slices through his shirt and more slashes impact his torso, completely shattering Shigaraki clinging blue hands, though it does him no real harm. The young man quickly grabs Kinoko's neck, lifting her up and sending her flying, but the girl spins and creates multiple mushrooms to cover Shigaraki, but he destroys everything and begins to move forward. But out of nowhere he stays still, as if something had caught him. I will pull to prevent it from moving. What's happening? Aiko tilts her head. Easy, his ghosts from the past return, but not to attack him, says Baudouin, while the shadows become visible to both paladins. They want to save him. Tenko! All the shadows scream, while pulling to prevent him from advancing. Vimi! Shigaraki shouts furiously, but Kinoko walks towards him and leaves his sword on the ground, rushing to take the man's hands. Tenko, listen to us, please. The girl shouts, while the young man's eyes widen and he tries to resist. It wasn't your fault, you can stop. The ghosts shout at him, trying to make the young man calm down a little. Never, I will destroy everything, everyone, I will cause pain to everyone who. A hand is placed on his head, opening his eyes when he notices a woman in a yellow cape and gloves, Nana Shimura. Tenko. She looks at him with understanding and Shigaraki's legs simply fail, they can't stay upright. Leave me. I don't deserve anything, I will only destroy those who anger me. Shigaraki tries to resist, but everyone hugs him, until he hears a soft bark. Everyone has come to help him. Tenko Shimura. You can rest now, says Kinoko, as she sees how the whole family can finally hug Shigaraki, who has stopped fighting and just looks at the ground, letting everyone hug him. The girl takes her communicator and calls hello. Capera Shimich? She hears Aizawa's voice, smiling. The League of Villains has fallen, and we are returning with everyone captured, she says, while she watches the family say goodbye to Tenko. Tenko. They all say, disappearing into the air. What now? Tenko asks. You will be judged for your crimes, and everyone in the league will be too. The girl speaks calmly, so Shigaraki nods and extends his arms, allowing them to handcuff him. I did it, Mom. I was able to end a fight without harming him, he thinks with a smile. It's been about 3 weeks since the League of Villains was captured while Shu Hasakai was disbanded and everything got better. First of all, the true identity of everyone involved was discovered, and the most surprising was that Dabi was actually Endeavor's son, Tuya Todoroki, but this information was kept under lock and key so that no one could know. It was also discovered that Kurojairi was a Nomu made from Aizawa's friend, Shirakumo, and like the information about Dabi, was kept under lock and key. Now we want to give special thanks to the action teams that made this absolute victory possible for the heroes, says a member of the Heroic Commission, while in front is Izuku with his friends, all in their hero suits, but the most surprisingly, there is also La Brava, Gentle, Aiko and Balduino. Sir, are they not villains? Asks a reporter, looking at Gentle and La Brava. More than villains, They are simple graceless thieves, says another, making Danjuro and Minami's veins stand out, but he is silenced when a wave of murderous instinct hits him, seeing Izuku covered in evaporated BLD. Anything else to say? He asks, appreciating everyone's quick denial. They were villains, but they redeemed themselves and are now part of the heroic commission like Balanduing and Aiko Trusuwa. The man explains calmly, while he begins to applaud. Thanks to you, good has won, the villains have fallen and the greatest threat to Japan and the world was neutralized, all thanks to his courage and will, he says with a smile, while all the applause intensifies and screams from all the people watching the broadcast are heard in the streets, making everyone smile. A few words? Several reporters approach the four teenagers. Haha, this is for you, Frederick-san, Kiriko-sensei. And Kukiokaisen Denki says somewhat embarrassed, but it can't be seen thanks to his helmet. Pessen Notasen Aiko-san, thank you very much for helping me become strong, and to Denki-kun for giving me a reason to be the strongest. Kyoka smiles as she sees how Denki uses his quirk unconsciously out of embarrassment. Thanks to my Okaisen, because of you I was able to become the defender that I am, and thanks to Balduino-tusen, Kinoko speaks without knowing. Watching as Balduino takes a few steps back and becomes unconscious from surprise. Balduino! Aiko quickly tries to revive him, giving him a punch in the stomach that makes him get up quickly. I just want to thank Jun Lain-sensei. Without it he would still be a simple quirkless lamenting his bad luck. I also want to say that Tenya Ida, Eijiro Kirishima and Melissa Shield in the future will be the greatest heroes that will exist. Izuku speaks with a smile, removing his mask to look directly into the camera. But below us, Kyoka and Denki scream, but then they start laughing. And never forget it. Izuku and everyone smiled. Plus Ultra. They shout the motto of their academy and All Might, making everyone repeat it in chorus. The new generation of heroes will have problems, but even with everything, they will be ready. Staring at the past is nice, but humanity must always look forward, never back, and that's what the new generation of heroes did. They looked at their former comrades and, now ready to defend them all, they fought. New enemies arrived, like the remnants of the League, but nothing the new generation can't handle. He escapes. A policeman shouts, as a thief with a super-speed quirk flees with multiple jewels and valuable things. Haha, you'll never catch me, heroes. The thief mocks, but receives a kick that slams him against the wall, knocking him out instantly. Excuse me for being late, authorities. A serious and eloquent voice makes everyone sigh in relief, seeing the young man in silver armor, thrusters, and glasses. Tenya Ida. Top 5 hero. The Storm Hero, genius. How much? We're glad to see it, says an exhausted officer as they had to chase said man for several blocks. Don't worry, excuse me for being unpunctual. Next time I'll arrive in less time. He speaks with a serious tone, but with a smile, although he never lost that classic robotic hand movement that always characterized him. Units, a massive theft is reported on Kamino. Is heard over the communicator, so Ida smiles and sighs. While putting on his helmet, those responsible are a man who looks like a bird, one with cannons in his hands and a last one with large tentacles coming out of his back. See you, duty calls. He runs quickly towards the area indicated by the communicator. Good heavens! I should have asked for an autograph for my daughter, a policeman growls, but a wave of wind shakes him and Ida appears in front of him, takes out a pen and quickly takes out a photo with a young girl from among his things, signing it and then runs away. That guy is great, he acknowledges as he gets into his patrol car with all his companions to arrest those responsible. In a fairly large urban area you can see all the men described by the police, 3 men with peculiar quirks fleeing with multiple bags of money in a car controlled by the man with tentacles, using said limbs to drive it and allowing his winged companion to attack from the air with claws on your feet and the other with cannons shoot at the cars and heroes that try to stop them. However, a red shadow comes out of the crowd and quickly tackles the car, sending all the thieves flying, while a blonde figure covered in lightning catches the bags of money and valuables. I can't believe they make me work on my day off. But it's fun and great to protect people. Speaks a red-haired man with a strange appearance, horns, long nails and shark teeth, Plus he has no shirt and reveals his slender but well-built body. Ijiro Kirishima. Top 6 hero. The Spartan hero, Red Riot. Yes, it's a little annoying, but that's the job, says a blonde with long hair, blue eyes and a more than serene look, who is dressed in a blue sweatshirt and a sweater of the same color. Melissa Shield. Heroine top 4. The successor heroine, All Hope. They won't stop us heroes. One of the thugs shouts, firing cannons at them, but Ijiro only blocks them with his hardened arms. TSK, and with how difficult it is for mutants, you make the fight against discrimination more complicated, Ijiro acknowledges, while pointing to his horns, which are fake. I will never understand why you use all that, the blonde acknowledges, while she is covered in rays. Easy, Mina, Ven and Kaika can be seen badly for having horns, so if they see Mina and my children badly, they will also see me badly. And whoever sees me badly will get a fist. He shouts, stiffening his arms and raising his fist with a smile. Stop ignoring us. The Harpy man attacks, but Ijiro only puts himself in a martial arts stance. I'll show you something Izuku bro taught, Melissa says as he smiles, while moving his arms slowly red style. Blue wave a single, powerful blow with his hardened palm stamps the man bird against the wall, destroying much of it in the process and knocking it out. Bird. The other two shout, but a yellow flash knocks them out in seconds. I didn't even have to use black WHP or FA gene, and I was practicing them, Melissa cries inside. She hasn't been able to use her new quirks due to lack of strong opponents. The closest thing was muscular and the fight ended with a blow of using said quirks combined. That's the power of top heroes. The crowd begins to celebrate the brutal and quick victory of the heroes. That was new. Did Izuku-san show it to you? Melissa asks and Ijiro nods with a fanged smile. Yes, it cost me a lot, but I was able to learn to use martial arts, creating my red style, based on hitting fast and hardening parts of my body at the last second to hit fast and strong, explains the redhead with a smile. I arrived. Ida arrives and sees the situation late. He murmurs, sighing at the situation. Relax, bro, we were just passing by here on our break. Kirishima says with a smile it's normal that we fixed it before you arrived. Maybe, but Izuku-sensei did arrive on time, the armored hero says. Maybe, but you can't compare yourself to Izuku-san, he's not the #1 hero because he doesn't want to, Melissa makes fun of the situation. And what were they doing? Ida asks curiously. Tomorrow is Kaka's birthday and I want a gift. Melissa gave me a hand. He shows a box that is on the side of the fighting area. They are some mini dumbbells, they came out just like her dad. Ha! Wow, but is it a good idea to leave Mina with Kaika? You know that she is. Special, Ida says nervously, remembering what the pink woman is like with her children. Mina Ishido. Heroine top 13. The acid hero, Pinky. Meh, it'll be fine, says the redhead, taking his things and starting to walk, so Melissa follows him and Ida runs off. There's work to do. Now, many will wonder what happened to our beloved protagonists. Well, easy, everyone made their life in their own way and can enjoy what they struggled to achieve, showing that all the effort is always worth it. In Totters. The largest prison for criminals in the world. A prison where criminals were previously treated like trash and were disowned and seen as monsters. Although of course, things change. Very quickly, and the same thing happened in prison, all since a certain heroine decided to visit her monthly. Now we will do the triangle. You can see a large number of prisoners, more than 100, all outside their cells in a very well-lit area of the prison, where everyone is now doing yoga. Oh, a prisoner with a half-lion quirk falls, but, instead of laughing, another helps him. It's obvious that you're new. Not like him, this one points to a boy with light blue hair, red eyes and a serene look. Right now is doing the pose perfectly, but not only him, a huge group of people do it. They are the old League of Villains who now only enjoy practicing yoga. You're doing well, Shigaraki, a woman says with a smile. Thank you, Komori-san. Shigaraki says with a smile. Kinoko-chikas. Heroine top 3. The Templar heroine, Caperata Shimich. I'm Chikaz, Komori is my maiden name, she explains, but Shigaraki denies, he will always call her Komori even though he got married a few years ago. Miss Caperata, do you want marshmallows? Toga asks with a smile, while the entire league stands around Tuya, using him as a campfire. That I swear that if it weren't for my private meditation classes I would have cremated them a while ago, acknowledges Dabi or Tuya. Tuya-san, do you want to? Kinoko shows a mushroom salad, while the black-haired man just sighs and nods, receiving it and starting to eat. Don't you want to remove the dye? No, that's fine. I don't want Shoto, Natsuo, Fuyumi or Rei to be associated with me either, he says without further ado, so she nods. I have to go, sorry. A general whining sounds throughout the place, no one wants him to leave. Finally. Don't go, miss. Twice is the first to speak. Did you take your pills? The girl asks with a smile.